Today, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champion Series.
Hello everyone and welcome! This is day 1 of the Stage 2 OWCS playoffs, and we got 4 days of competition ahead of us to determine which teams from NA as well as EMEA will be going to the EWC in Riyadh. Now Jake and Johnny will be joining me for all the festivities. The gang is back together. I got my desk. Guys, how are we feeling? How
We're
are you
analysts
doing?
now.
You're everything. Like...
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting tournament. Yeah, you people couldn't hear you just then, Jake, but it's all
But it was
good.
so
I'm just going to
insightful.
say what Jake said, and Jake said it's going to be a really exciting tournament, guys, because obviously everyone wants to qualify for EWC, so we got 2 great weekends ahead of us. Wasn't that right, Jake?
That is exactly right.
That's exactly what he said.
Couldn't have said it better
Yeah, we
myself.
have exactly. We have unmuted analysts. We have the desk. We've got drops as well. So life is pretty good if you're an Overwatch fan. These are the drops that you can still get throughout the playoffs. So that's this weekend and the weekend to follow. Which is your favorite, Jake?
Oh, that were gold.
Tell us all about it. Yeah,
I
they're
gotta
shiny.
take the hold this W push bot. That goes crazy. That goes crazy.
I like the
Oh,
rings.
that one. I didn't even like recognize.
Can we get those? With the rings?
The rings?
Like IRL?
Do they exist?
That'd be
should
lit.
exist.
That'd be awesome if we had rings like that. And I mean, they got the special colors as well because each region has their own color. I like
Very
that.
cool.
Yeah.
It's very Gildan. I'm more of a silver girl, to be honest.
Yeah?
But I'd rock that the dub push as well.
I don't think I have an opinion on gold versus silver. Maybe Uber has.
That's you know what? Whether you like gold or silver, you do like your drops. So make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account to earn them all for all the hours that you're watching our stream. That's right. You get rewarded not just by entertaining, but also by drops. Now we are, of course, already done with the regular season, but we still have plenty more opportunities, plenty more hours that you can watch the show and earn your drops. We are now in the Stage 2 playoffs. There will also be the promotion and relegation matches happening before we're heading into our last chance qualifiers, and then the entirety of Stage 2 will conclude at the Midseason Championship at the EWC.
The stakes are crazy. First off, it's the playoffs. You gotta qualify for one of the biggest tournaments of the year. There's a promo relegation happening in July as well. You lose, you're in Face It Masters. It's just terrible. All these big tournaments, all these big stakes. There's a lot of important Overwatch coming up this summer.
You know, this is what the players play for, right? It's the opportunity to compete on LAN, you know, on the world stage, across from your opponents. There's nothing quite like that, and you know that's what puts all the pressure on this playoff, right? And especially I think in honestly in both regions, there's a bit of contesting about who's going to be the ones taking those spots, getting the chance to play against the other best teams in the world. And you know, nobody wants to go home, but of course we got to send some teams home.
That's right. But there are some front runners for sure. And if these front running teams may be featuring some of your favorite players, how about you go meet them? Grab your tickets for the Esports World Cup right now and join us over where it's really, really hot. On the opposite side of the spectrum, the World Finals will be somewhere where it's really, really cold. So you can plan ahead and join us in November for DreamHack Stockholm, where we will be finishing out the year once again. Highly recommended. You know, going to a LAN party in Sweden is that's just like the peak European experience. Ain't that right, Johnny?
Is it the peak European experience? I would have said peak European. Maybe it's something like, I don't know, French, Italian, you know, maybe, but Sweden, it's peak esports.
No, LAN party in Sweden.
Yeah, that's peak esports to me.
That's
arguably
right.
Peak gaming, I'd say as well. But I don't know if we can say peak European. Maybe if we get some like croissants and
peak
stuff.
Peak European gaming. There we go.
I'm sure we can arrange that for you, Johnny. We can
arrange that.
Just for Johnny. Just for Johnny.
Here we go. That'd be European.
The World Finals are still a way out, guys. We still have everything to play for here for the Mid-Season Championship. Let's take a look at our standings after 6 weeks of play. That's right. 8 teams have played in round-robin group stage for the past 6 weeks to determine which of these 8 teams, or rather which 6 of these 8 teams will be moving on to the playoffs, and 2 will face relegation matches. I don't think there is massive surprises regarding which teams made it through, but it's really about the journey for each of those teams, because there were some up and downs, guys.
I mean, I do think there is a bit of a separation in EMEA between the top 3 and 4th through 6th. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for the Ultimates, for Gen G, for Team Peps to make some upsets against any of these top squads. I think would be huge for them, regardless of how far they can make it in the playoffs. But I mean, a Kadsiah, Twisted Minds VP, these guys look very, very strong right now.
And here is our bracket for EMEA. Of course, our top-seeded teams got to choose their opponents. You surprised by the picks they made? Oh, Kadsiah, starting with TU.
No, I mean, like Jake said, I really think it's a top 3 kind of region. So, of course, Kadsiah, who were the #1 seed, they're like, well, we're going to select the Ultimates because we think we have a way better chance against the Ultimates rather than a team like Virtus.Pro. So it makes a ton of sense. I think that Twisted Minds Virtus.Pro matchup, I mean, that's going to be amazing because last time they played it went to 6 maps, right? So it's going to be a very competitive region, but since there are 3 spots up for grabs here, it is going to be interesting to see if, you know, teams like the Ultimates, they could contest with those top 3.
Yeah, as you just said, we have 3 up for grabs, unlike Stage 1, where it's just 2 tickets to the big tournament. So 3 Mid-Season Championship invites are up for our top 3 teams, but then also, of course, just lots of prize money.
Yeah, a bit of cash, but I mean, obviously the invites give you the chance to earn so much more, right, in Riyadh. And I think that's why those top threes are like, you're really gunning to be able to play on LAN and to compete. So as much as that 4th to 3rd prize split isn't that big of a deal, it's so much more, I think, for these players about the chance to play on the global stage, about the chance to win a piece of a much bigger prize pool, of course, at the Esports World Cup. So, I think these teams going to be highly motivated, but like I was saying, I mean, it's going to be tough. Like, it feels in EMEA like we kind of have a strong expectation about who the 3 teams to qual are going to be. And if any of the other teams in the playoffs wants to make a run at it, they're going to need to show pretty massive improvement from what we saw in the regular season.
You know what that means? You know what that means, Jake?
What
The upsets are going to be even sweeter when they happen, if they happen.
True. They could happen though, because we had a shift in the meta just at the very end of the regular season, so that might turn things around for certain teams and play in their favor. But we'll find out over the next couple of days. For now though, I want to take a look at the teams that have already qualified in our different regions, because we here are only covering NA and EMEA, but we already have some teams locking in their spot for the Midseason Championship.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, obviously they 4-0'd their way into a spot here over this night, as well as T1. They took down Zeta Division. And over in Pacific, the Gatos Guapos, they qualified through Asia
That logo
Pacific
goes
as well.
hard.
After
I've
a
never seen that one.
4-2 win in the grand finals. Yeah, so they're already qualified. They're in there.
It'll be great to see T1 play on LAN. It feels like for a long time, right? You think about the Korean teams that we've seen make it to the international lands, it's been Crazy Raccoon and Falcons for so long, just the 2 of those teams always taking the spots out of Korea. But right now, it feels like things have really shaken up, and I think there's going to be a lot of excitement for some of these teams from other regions to get another shot against the top squads from Korea, because T1 has taken over Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. Neither of them are on the run of dominance historically that they've had.
I just want to quickly voice my disappointment that none of you were joining me in appreciating the logo of the Gato Guapos, the handsome cats. So yeah,
I appreciate
that's just me
it
in
every
chat
day,
then.
Zoe. It's like part of my
Right,
morning routine.
right,
It's just
right.
like, oh, gotta go out.
Have a little shrine.
appreciation.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But as you just saw the breakdown as well, right? We have 3 slots for EMEA, 3 slots for NA. We also have 1 slot for the last chance qualifier, so that one is going to be hotly contested and very competitive. And then we also have the Face It slot, so another team will be able to, step up to the competition. It's going to be very, very exciting. So much more action to come. But first things first, let's take a look at our schedule here for day 1 of our playoffs in the EMEA region. TU will be going up against Kadsiah, an absolute unmovable force. And then Twisted Minds will have the utmost pleasure of facing off against VP. They didn't really have a choice in the matter, right? Since Kadsiah picked the ultimates, TM were left with VP. And then we will be moving on to all things NA. GK will be going up against SSG as per their choice, and Nightmare is therefore left with Team Liquid. Lots of great matches on the docket. Also, of course, we are playing the upper bracket semifinals, and that means no team is going home yet. Every team you're seeing on the screen right there still have a second chance to stay alive and make it through the competition. But let's talk about our first match of the day. Actually, before we do that, I want to quickly set the stage to take a look at what we can expect from the meta, right? Because I feel like it's been extremely versatile throughout the stage. We've seen a lot of different team compositions. Of course, with the bans coming in, players just had to make adjustments. They had to make it work. Jake, if we're looking at the bans here for this region only, is there any ban that really surprised you? Anything that you didn't expect?
I don't know if it's such a surprise, but I think these band numbers might be a little misleading, because early on in the stage we saw tons of Freya being played, maybe a little bit more Diva, Genji, and then things really shifted later in the stage toward the Orisa, toward the Cassidy, Tracer, like a very fast in-your-face style, more Baptiste getting played. And so honestly, I think these numbers might lead you astray thinking about like what to expect the bans. Seems like in EMEA, most teams have gone more and more toward the Orisa. Kadsiah has been constantly playing the Symmetra. I think that Sim at second ban is a pretty interesting. I think it's a very, very relevant hero right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see yet more Sim bans deployed, especially against Kadsiah, considering how much they use the hero.
Yeah, I was just looking that up, and it essentially most teams they just ban Symmetra at least you can only ban it once. Ban Symmetra against Kadsiah because Checkmate has just been like an absolute menace on the Symmetra hero as well. So that's going to be very, I think, curious to see like if Kadsiah is going to pull that out. It's very likely, and how they're going to do with it because it's certainly not a hero that I think a lot of teams have picked up so far. Jake, I think you on the cast once said that you expect more Symmetra to be in the mix. So we'll kind of see how the meta shakes out here now when the stakes are at their peak and teams gotta pull out the best compositions they've been able to find in stage 2.
That's right. Yeah, I think we saw Twisted Minds and Kadsiah being the front runners when it comes to that Symmetra usage, of course, given the players they have in their teams. Alas, it is Kadsiah on the docket for our first match. They picked Team the Ultimates, just the Ultimates actually. That was their choice. It's the 4th seed. Kadsiah, obviously the heavy favorite. I quite frankly don't think that they really minded either team since they've just been so dominant. And just to give you an idea how dominant they were, they didn't drop a single match this stage. They only lost 3 maps overall, and that was at the very first week of regular season. And they've looked untouchable since, and they've also had fun. Like they experimented, they showed us different looks. And I don't think any team really knows if there is an Achilles heel.
I don't see a weakness in this squad. I think that's what makes them really scary to play against. They're also a very different team with how much sim they play. They've been leading the region in that, and I think that makes them very awkward to prepare for because, yeah, you can ban sim, and then it's Checkmate, one of the most flexible DPS of all time, right? So, like, the ban isn't really hurting him. He's not a one-trick. It just, it's like you're forced into this tactical misplay because you can't deal with the Symmetra, and I really do think sim is going to be dominant in this meta. I've seen a lot of it played. It just looks kind of insane to me, especially when teams really get the most of this teleporter and the playmaking potential from that. I think this is going to make this team just super challenging to prepare for. Teams have seen this, so they know what to expect, so they can come in with strats. But guys, the Ultimates, in that last match we saw them play, they were tilted. I was pretty obvious, right? Like they went Moira for the last fight. Like they were super tilted, and
they threw everything, Jake. They threw everything against the wall. It was actually quite that one was tragic. Let's be real. That was against painful. VP, of course. Yeah, you casted it, so I think that's why you're reliving the pain as we're talking about it. They got beaten by VP with their own game, basically, with that double flex backline. So that was a rough one to watch, although we do have to say that overall they did win against teams we expected them to win against, right? They were 4th overall in the standing. They're like right behind the top dogs we have in the region. And we do know that the players are fantastic. Like they can perform at the highest level.
Well, I think the problem is that, we say that all the time, but they've sort of made a habit of not living up to expectations so far this year, both in stage 1 and stage 2. So I think that brings some justifiable doubt to this team, be able to pull it through. They haven't won a single map against the top 3 in the region. They lost 3-0
That's not true. Kadsiah, they took one map.
Yeah, I think they did take one map
They were the only other team other than Twisted Minds that managed to take a map.
It's been a long time. A very long time, and it's only one map.
Just saying.
I did want to provide some cope or hope, whichever actually.
Either way works.
Either of them. But the point is, I think they're playing the right stuff now because it started out and they're like, oh, it's going to force Winston, Twilight on the Ana, and you're just losing your mind looking at this team, just like, wow, Twilight is just one-tricking this Ana in their work. At least now, against VP on Secret Real, for example, they're putting Heesung on the Orisa. They're playing this like double flex lineup, with Twilight on the Ana still, but they're playing like Juno with it, and they're like trying to make this double flex brawl comp work. We've seen teams like Twisted Minds, for example. They've had great success playing double flex support. So I think they're kind of playing the right stuff. In all essence, they just need better team synergy because they're a little bit off sometimes, and they need to step up individually. Now, I think it's a good sign though that at least playing compositions that make sense for this team. Now it's just about stepping up to the plate, and maybe you won't beat Kadsiah, but if you're gonna make top 3, at least you've given yourself a decent chance.
Yeah, I just don't think this is theirs to win. And if we're looking at our community predictions for this one, I would say they agree, but 16% are holding on to all the hope and cope they can find.
Kevster's been popping, right? Like, if there's one bright shining light for the Ultimate squad, it's got to be Kevster. The guy still looks as good as ever on the Genji. And while maybe the other players on the team, I think, have not been playing as consistently, I have been thinking his personal performance has been really strong. But like you said, Johnny, the team play, that's going to be put to the test. Kadsiah just attacks you on all fronts. They're so solid as a unit. This is going to be a tough match.
It will indeed be an uphill battle for them in their first match here in the playoffs. And because it's the playoffs, we brought in the big guns to cover the action. Avril will be on the mic for this one, joined by, I don't know, Tiny Guns, or I guess he's a pocket knife. Not Mr. X Morello will also be calling it.
Show the guns. Show the guns.
Look, Avril, we are not tracking the desk over here, but, you know, judging by some of the laughter from Johnny and Jake, I think so. We probably said something extremely glowing about us, extremely nice coming into
targeted match slander. Hopefully, maybe not.
I mean, look, you know, if we were doing fan polls or the community polls, there's like, you know, 90% chance of me slander in there, but that's okay. You're here as well. You have an opportunity to get slandered too. But me and Avril walking you guys through EMEA here
splash
today.
damage. I'm just getting your AOE damage, Matt. What is that?
Yeah, you're just getting hit in the crossfire. So sorry, I apologize in advance. But EMEA playoffs kicking off today. Kadsiah Ultimates. This one should be, I mean, it's, you know, Ultimates obviously has like pretty, you know, nice talent on the roster, but Kadsiah, Avril, has been so good.
They look like the best team in EMEA right now. I think they're the heavy favorites to win. Twisted Mind's right behind them, but the reason why Kadsiah is so good is really the symmetric play. I'm a big believer in the sim meta right now. I'm a big believer in the Arista as well, and I think Kadsiah play both of those at the highest level in EMEA. Ultimates have so much catch up to do. You see the win rates on the maps there. Obviously, they've struggled a lot this stage. Their win rate's just not going to be anywhere near as good. Map 1's going to be Oasis, Brig Ban into a Cass Ban. The Cass Ban's actually interesting because I think the Cass is mostly here played to kind of have some pressure on the Orisa. I see this as like a soft Orisa counter, being Sim being the more heavy damage versus the Orisa.
Sim has been so good in EMEA, especially like at the top, right? Kadsiah and Twisted Minds have used the Sim like at a really high rate, I think, compared to everybody else. And with the Ultimates, right? You know, me and you were talking a little bit before we started here, jumping in Oasis for map number 1. They've been kind of trying to move away from some of the dive they had at the beginning, and now with this Diva ban, which is interesting, right? Coming in under the Brig ban coming in from Kadsiah, like that targets some of the Diva. Maybe it puts a little bit more pressure on Heesung, where Ziad, I mean, he's gonna have no trouble getting into the backline.
It's an interesting one because I think Lucio Bap to me is the default backline for now, at least looking at the Korea site, which we just had last night, 4 playoffs in the last 2 days. A lot of Lucio Bap, not that much Brig Bap. So the Brig being banned away, maybe you're right. Maybe it is targeting Ultimates, favoring a little bit more towards the Hazard. Maybe they would have wanted to play a Brig Bap kind of loadout, but they're going for the Lucio Kiriko instead. No Brig in there for the dive. Kai's going to come through on the Soja as well, so no Freya for either team actually on this opening round.
Yeah, but you're going to have that Sim coming in from Checkmate. It's really been kind of the thing that puts Kadsiah over the edge so far in EMEA, as it'll be Kadsiah taking some control of this high ground, but as you see, they TP, they get right on top of the Ultimates, and it's a little bit of a rare sighting here, Avril. You have Twilight playing Lucio, which, like, we've seen him play Brig when not going to Ana, but obviously with that Brig ban, wondering, like, you're not going to really play an Ana in this type of comp, especially when Ziad is locking in that Diva, and now Twilight kind of forced onto that Lucio, but Kai does get Lambda towards the end of this, so possibility that the Ultimates can make something out of it.
It's definitely going to be a difficult one for the Ultimates playing Twilight on this Lucio. Not something we see usually, but getting Lambda down early is going to be something they can use to their advantage. This is Lambda's playground. You want to play a Soj 1v1, Lambda's the guy you got to have to look out for. And Heesung did die in that previous fight. He's going to swap to Winston to come back now.
Oh, this feels pretty bad, Avril, right? No, the Ultimates, like, if you're going to play the Winston, like, I mean, do you even consider playing, like, Ana here, right? Like, Kiri Lucio with Twilight on the Lucio, playing the Winston into Kadsiah feels extremely difficult. Kev just kind of, goes around the corner, just gets his dome ripped off there by Lambda, as, dude, Kadsiah, like, they looked so good, obviously, throughout the stage. They finish undefeated, looking tremendous here thus far.
Yeah, you see the instant swap over to the Winston, and Matt, you just lose faith, Matt. You've just completely lost up the Ultimates. Like, oh, it's just finished. Let's go to the next round. Let's see how much we can salvage out of this one. Kitsune Rush is available. Man, a lot of big ultimates for Kadsiah, though. It is hard to play, as you say, the sort of Winston dive without the Ana available. And also Twilight would have to be the Ana play, so you would have to swap both Sky and Twilight to make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be an AM Matrix here. It's going to be pushed up a little bit further. Landon, that nice regen burst, able to keep everybody up. And then also, you see the Kitsune Rush comes down, but you have this great sim wall as Ziyad takes out Sky. He's going up to the high ground. He'll finish off Kai as well. As the ultimates have not gotten anything going here. I mean, I think this is a really good ban, obviously, from Kadsiah. Like, I don't think they're like, typically you would ban the Brig, right? For your D.Va to be a little bit more effective. And then you may be worried about the other team going D.Va, but there's no real threat on that for the ultimates. I mean, Labda here pops this overclock, just trying to, see if he can pick off one before they can get to their touch. Kepster probably would have win the one to do it. Hey, we have a sound barrier. It doesn't matter, though. It is the round going to Kadsiah.
So this is the code for ultimates right now. It's good that the Brig ban is out early, because now you're not going to get the Brig ban for Kadsiah for the rest of the series. However long that ends up going for the ultimates. Why is that important? Because the Brig ban is what then pushes the compositions into Lucio. Ultimates don't want to play Lucio. Once they get their Brig back, at least then they can play like a Twilight Sky, Brig look for Sky, Twilight goes back on the flex support. This is so awkward, where ultimates, whenever they have to play Lucio, they have to have this genuine discussion. Well, which one of us is playing Lucio? It was Sky for a while. Now we're seeing Twilight on the Lucio. Either way you cut it, not comfortable.
You just not do it.
What players?
I mean, do you just not, like, can you just not do it, right? I mean, is that an alternative? Like,
you could, but then, because you're right, because this is not looking pretty, but then what are you going to do? You're going to do double flex support on a control map where you're just going to get rushed down. You don't have the speed. The other team has the speed. And
like, could you play like,
really rough?
I mean, look, it's not
Juno.
I was going to say, could you play like a Juno with like an Orisa, something that's a little bit more brawly? Like, that would be kind of the alternative, right? But like, we've seen that the Sim plus the D.Va comps have played really well into that, especially not being able to protect the backline. And you see Heesung getting dangerously low, and Checkmate so charged up on the Sim. Nice TP there, gets Ziyad into the backline. I mean, just a bloodbath.
I think the tough thing is, usually you would prefer to see the hazard here, but for Heesung, he's thinking, if I play the hazard, I'm going to get beamed down while I'm blocking up against the Symmetra. Maybe with the Winston, at least playing the bubble, he's got a little bit more to play through and not just eating these beam level 3s from Checkmate the entire way through. So you sort of see the understanding, but none of this is working for them. Heesung constantly chucked down. He's always low. He's low again. Twilight might even fall here. He probably will. They're getting spawn camped, Nat.
But, okay, so I get not playing the hazard because you can, farm up the Sim on it. But the D.Va is really good in the one-on-one against that Winston. And then it also gives another target for Checkmate to just charge up the Sim beam, right? You see, like, they're just using the Sim beam onto the Winston bubble, just kind of charging it up, getting really high in terms of damage output. Now you have high ground here for Landon with an Amp Matrix. This point as well just can be, stalled out for so long. Ultimates need to get something going here really quick if they want a chance.
Got rush. They got to rush. They need some position to use it on. Note they're going to rush the ground, but most Kadsiah is on the high ground. Lambda, the shot of the sky straight away.
Oh, man, this is a tough one to watch here at the start of the EMEA, Avril, at least in map number 1, because the ultimates, right? They come in with a little bit of a new look here into stage 2. We expect them to be a bit better. I think at times they have been better, just overall. But I think EMEA as a whole has gotten like way better, right? Like, VP was tremendous in stage 1. They get kind of knocked down a peg as, Kadsiah and Twisted Minds really like rise up, start to play better. We even had, one dip come in from relegation, play well. I mean, that is just...
He's going to die. I'm sorry. I had to cut you off there because he let brother die.
Oh, I mean, did you expect to have him keep him alive? I mean, I just kind of wrote that off completely. That was not going to happen. As Ziyad will get a mech back here. Just a little 1v1 with Kebster and landed on the point. Kellic still has this sound barrier. I mean, no threat to use it or have to use it whatsoever. Checkmate doesn't get the benefits of it, gets blocked by the Winston bubble there by Heesung. He's going to use that primal on the point, but the backline just getting destroyed here by Ziyad. It's just a matter of time here for Kadsiah to put away this first map.
They got a kill. The first signs of life for her ultimates here. Heesung onto Landon, but I don't think we're going to get much else here. Double support's there for ultimates. Landon's gone, but Kellic is still alive. Ziyad clinging onto life, but they have the 99%. This could actually be a flip. Kai's going to ult for this one. They could actually flip this one. They still have OC to maybe carry it through, but Kai's got to do it.
They do end up losing Heesung though, right? I mean, you lose Ziyad as well, so we'll see. The Ultimates get 3 players here on the point. They just need to kind of keep Checkmate alive on the other side. You see the Immortality field used there to kind of keep Checkmate up. If you can get him, yeah, look at that TP. Nice right click there from Checkmate. Landon with the Amp Matrix, and that puts it away. So Ultimates makes it a little bit interesting there towards the end. But Kadsiah, just a dominant map 1 performance.
He had a decent amount of damage done by Kai though at the end. He actually lands on 6,000 to Lab does 5,700. So it's not like the DPSs between Kevster and Kai aren't pulling their weight. They're able to have some real impact into this game. The problem here is overall as a composition, start with the supports again. Sky, Twilight, whenever they're forced to play Lucio is gonna be a problem. So again, I'll reiterate the code for Ultimates. They at least are not going to have to face the Brig Ban again. From this point onwards, they don't have to play Lucio. I think it's still preferable. In my belief, having just seen Korea as well, Lucio back to me is the current standard for the backline. That's the current default, unless something gets banned. It is also a little bit map dependent. You can do some stuff on different maps, or maybe you want to do the Life Weaver BAP comp for Circle Royale, whatever. But right here, at least with Brig being available again, they can lean into that. What we don't want to see again, Matt, today is more of that Moira stuff. So as long as we're looking for the Ultimates and they stick to things that are a little bit more tried and true, we'll be okay.
I love production where the only highlight from round 1 was Kai coming in with the overclock in like the final seconds and getting 1 and then just losing the point. Just that kind of tells you where things went here for the Ultimates as Amp Matrix used there towards the end. So Ultimates will end up getting a map pick, Avril. I think this obviously is extremely beneficial for them. A few really good dive maps potentially in the field. Like we haven't seen a lot of it in EMEA, but like could you go Gibraltar? Could you do something along those lines, right? You know, could you go Gibraltar and, for instance, get rid of the Diva, right? You know that Heesung wants to play maybe some Winston, things along those lines. So the EMEA staple here, Avril, is typically Runasapi and either New Junk City, typically New Junk City to play some Brawl. So that's typically, you know, our recommended map pool here for EMEA. But I like this.
It might be Circuit.
Teams maybe go outside of that. Circuit's not a bad option either.
Because Ultimates have done that twice in a row. Ultimates, the 2 last times they've had first map choice after losing, they go straight to Circuit for some reason. Now,
they tried Hollywood in the past and it was not good.
If they can force a hazard mirror, I think that's a pathway to victory. You have to start really combing your way through what different threads that you can lean on for TU to find map wins, to find compositional matchup wins, right? What can they lean into, you know? So Hollywood is maybe not the worst. It's just like you still have A and C that are very Brawl favored. You don't have really nice dive maps here outside of like Watchpoint Gibraltar, as you say, or maybe Dorado on the A and B. But even the reworks on Dorado, that's like not as required anymore. So really, I think for TU, no matter which way you cut it, you will not have a chance to win the series. I mean, the chance to win the series is very low as it is, but you will not have any chance to win the series if you don't win the Brawl mirror at some point. So yeah,
they heard me. Gibraltar, ban Diva, ban Diva. See how it goes, right? Because if you ban the Diva here on Gibraltar, you can play Heesung on Winston, and then you can also put Twilight on Ana, and it's not a complete detriment to the rest of the team, right?
Ana could be banned.
So I mean, yeah, they could ban on the other side, right?
Yeah.
But it still feels like there's a little bit more of an advantage to be had there for the Ultimates. I also asked Zoe how she introduced us, but she said that we brought in the big guns of Avril, and he's joined by a tiny gun or a pocket knife. So we were pretty accurate where it was going to be some slander directed towards me, some, you know, maybe you get caught in the crossfire. So we were, 90% of the way there. It's, I let it slide, Avril. I let it slide. You know, everybody needs some source of entertainment, and if I have to be the entertainment, so be it. You know.
I find you entertaining, Matt.
I find me entertaining. Well. I mean, I guess that's important.
Well,
I heard a bell ring. Maybe production that somebody there agrees as well. So Ultimates
production, start a poll in chat to see who. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Start a poll between me and Jake. Yeah, let's see how far how
this guy just
how much I can lose.
Why'd you
yeah. Because Jake gets 99% of all the community polls. They vote for him.
Okay.
I mean, Jake said, "Now don't vote for me," and they would. So the Ultimates, it kind of goes exactly how we just talked about. So the Ultimates, they can get rid of Diva. Kadsiah gets rid of the Ana on the other side. Yeah. So obviously losing the Ana is a hit to the Ultimates, but I still find this to be a more winnable scenario for them.
So I have some history to look back on, all the way back in week 1, because I was going to say, when was the last time we even saw either of these teams play Circle Royale? And for Ultimates especially, because they're picking this map, they last played this, Ultimates that is, in week 1 versus Kadsiah actually. And they actually won this map. It was a full hold versus Kadsiah.
Yeah.
However, difference being, it was Ultimate's first ban. They banned Lucio to protect their Brig. And then Kadsiah responded with the Winston ban, which is quite smart. And so they ended up playing a Diva mirror, which Heesung won. This time around, they get rid of the Diva, but they lose the Ana. So they're going to have to go through on, I would have assumed the normal comp is obviously Lucio Kiriko. Because Ultimates can't play Lucio, they're going to have to play Brig Kiriko.
I like this from Kadsiah on the defensive side of things. We can talk about that first. They're going to keep in the sim. I think Checkmate has been so good on the sim throughout really this entire stage. It's been one of the main difference makers. You know, me and Jake over the last few weeks have been talking about the teams that play sim versus not in the EMEA and kind of the difference. Lambda will end up playing the Cassidy, and they'll have Hazard. So with Brig in the game, it also helps the Ultimates being able to kind of defend against Ziad, potentially playing that Diva, right? So you have them play Hazard instead. Twilight feels much more comfortable. I know at least over the last few weeks we've been seeing playing the Brig as opposed to trying to play the Lucio. So overall, I think this is a much better, you know, if you lose here, if you're the Ultimates, it's pretty difficult to find a pathway to victory that's better than this.
Well, you're certainly not going to find better dive maps than this one. You're certainly not going to get a better map ban for the Diva for this specific setup here as well. But he gone to a little bit of flanking angle. He is on the cast to start with, which you might think the range isn't quite good, but because he's receiving the dive, you can punish Heesung. He wasn't one to kill Heesung, but Heesung is down on this first attack.
They just be able to a nice job targeting, you know, Heesung as Ziad cleans up 3, Checkmate with 1. They're gonna get the kill on the guy as he gets back into the spawn. Is yo, look, I'm sure you've watched, I mean, you watch every region. I don't know how you do it or sleep, but for me, like, Ziad has been, you know, if there was like an MVP of EMEA here for stage 2, it would be Ziad. And interesting here, so they're gonna play the Alari Kiri, which is like not a typical comp you see. Like with the Alari, you usually see like a BAF or something along those lines. This is an odd look at.
Yeah, it's hard to have Twilight have much impact onto Heesung. Like, you really have Sky as the only real healing, and that's slow as well. You don't have the Brig packs in here. You don't have the Ana because it's banned away. Heesung's got to struggle more in this matchup with Twilight going over towards the Alari. I think defensively that might have made more sense, but it's just a strange pick. They're going to focus on getting payload movement. At least that's a messed up sim TP from Checkmate, unfortunately. Rare mistake, and just see he just put it 1 meter in front of himself. That's okay.
You're gonna have the sim wall here though in just a second. Okay, so they do get a kill onto land, and that's massive. But nice shots from Lambda, taking Kai out of the sky as the payload is moving. Get a little bit of progress here underneath the tunnel. But already, dude, we're already below 2 minutes. I mean, this clock is dwindling quite fast. Not a lot of payload progress. We haven't even seen really a fight where like a lot of ultimates are thrown in the mix. Ooh, I think he actually really wanted that kill there. Gets the first dink, not able to finish off Twilight, but you know, this next fight or two is going to be crucial, right? You know, 1:40 on the clock. If you're the ultimates, you invest 2 or 3 ultimates into these fights, you end up losing. I mean, you're going to get full health.
They're not getting any picks. I mean, it's just so hard for them to challenge the high ground here. This is why Freya on the attack is really good, and Kai's not playing it. Kitsuna Rush coming on through, and Twilight's actually going to kill the Calyx. This is really good. That sound barrier gone. Now, if you can just play through the sim wall, it's actually kind of winnable. Window from Landon as well doesn't have the best angle to see the rest of the ultimate squad, so they can sort of just out-rotate that a little bit.
Oh, nice beat, though. That's actually going to keep Checkmate alive. He actually got hit with the Captive Sun. Twilight goes in for the kill and not able to finish it off. And that's a huge sound barrier there from Calyx. It keeps Checkmate alive, and Checkmate is crucial in the fight. Finishes off, too. And this is what I was worried about after what I was talking about before. Checkmate with basically all 5 in the fight. This is what I was worried about before. I was talking about the ultimates. You come in, you use all your ultimates in this fight. But you know, you're now looking at potentially getting full health, right? You're below a minute on the clock. You're close to nothing. Yeah. What do you think here?
Kadsiah don't have ults either, though. So both the teams spend everything. I think you'd be correct if Kadsiah held on to ultimate. But remember, Calyx lost his life super early. 4 versus 4. That puts the pressure on.
In the neutral, though, I feel like this comp from Kadsiah has so much extra survivability. They've done a nice job of just making Heesung's life very difficult. You're going to get a Deadeye now, right? Landon not out of the world of possibilities. Potentially get an Ant Matrix here. So Now we'll see if they're able to pull it
Sky.
off. TP up on the
That's
high
the one you have
ground.
to watch out for, because you need the Kitsune rush for this fight.
Yes.
Thailand's not going to do too much here. They have at least high ground, a little bit of control now. Alcaci is forced off the high ground. At this point, Ultimates, this is their opportunity. This is the best position they've had for a while.
Ooh. Bit tricky here with that Deadeye. Oh, he's gonna get Sky. Oh, and gets Twilight. Both supports just caught out there in the tunnel. The TP up to the high ground there from Checkmate, giving it to Lambda during the Deadeye. Drops down. I guess Sky may have actually, he was inside of server room and used a TP back out to Twilight, so he probably didn't have a TP to get away. And probably no Suzu there to keep each other up. So really sick play there from Kadsiah. I mean, dude, that is not a lot of progress on the payload at all. I mean, you don't even really get around that first corner.
And pay attention to the fact that, you know, again, Kai is doing plenty of damage here, but they're not converting into enough kills outside of Twilight getting that one shot onto Calyx a little bit early. You never really saw the Ultimates have that opportunity to find a one-player advantage. This is why I still prefer, if you're going to be on the attacking side here on Gibraltar, start on the Freya instead. Your kill potential, getting a double bolt, is just going to be higher than trying to find this one shot through a headshot on a fully charged rail, which isn't quite going to be enough unless somebody else tags in damage as well. So you did eventually see the Ultimates push on, get the payload towards the end, take a little bit of the high ground control, but then just a hero play coming out from Lambda. TP to cross, by the way. That was set up by Check.
Yeah.
The TP really threw Ultimates off because they're thinking, okay, we know where Lambda is. The Deadeye's over there. We're going to position like this. TP repositions Lambda, and they're not ready for it. And then he gets the most important members. Sky needed to live to get that Kitsune rush off. The Ultimates,
I mean, dude,
even though they beat Kadsiah last time on this map in week 1, they had the Brig Honor, and I think, again, the backline troubles is what is causing issues right now.
and not even just get Sky, right? Just Twilight standing there in the tunnel as well, right? You end up getting both. As the Ultimates, they make some changes. So Twilight back to the Brig. I think they probably, you know, the Alari, I really didn't think was that impactful, you know, on offense, where probably could have stayed with
I
it.
don't think it's good at all.
Yeah, stayed with the Brig. It's you already see the progress though that Kadsiah is getting here, Apple. You're basically gonna have like
Hisung needs to contest. Oh,
what?
guys,
I mean,
what is
no.
happening?
I mean, there's no shot of keeping him alive in that situation, right? I mean,
The problem is you need Kevster and Hisung to contest payload to stop it from just free rolling through. I think they're about to cap.
but typically, right?
They're about to cap. This is over.
Yeah,
They're capping.
This is pretty ugly. I mean, typically in that type of situation, as we see the payload go on through, if you're playing like Winston Tracer, right? Like the Winston is on one side, the Tracer's on the other, right? Like on the opposite side of the tunnel, like so you can kind of like juggle payload contest. That time it was like Kev was on top of the bridge trying to put some damage down. Hisung just jumped down, dies, and then there's no way for them to kind of make it back. I mean, dude, this is a lightning fast 2 maps.
How does he get melted? Like, what happened to the bubble? Did he just like exploded?
It's happened on every map, right? Whether it's like the extra damage with like the BAP and the Hazard and the Sim, but they have not been able to keep him alive on the Winston or even close to keeping him alive.
Look at what happens the other way around. Kadsiah, 8-point defense. It's Ziad popping down, up and down from high ground to payload, stopping the movement. You're not letting the Ultimates get free push at any stage, right? Every now and then you're going to get Checkmate or... Okay, Checkmate was actually on a Sim, so a little bit different, but you'll get Kevster on the Tracer. His job is also to kind of stall out the payload, play bottom a little bit, help out Hisung, ping pong a little bit with Hisung, so they're swapping positions and somebody's keeping track of the payload. Here, Ultimates, they're like, oh, we forgot about the payload. It's about to get away from us. Oh, quick, Hisung, go touch or something. He goes and touches, dies. What? And then it's over.
Man, you know, I was laughing. Somebody in chat was actually assuming that because of our lighting, we're in the same room. Avril and I are not in the same room. We are actually on opposite sides of the planet. Like literally, is
Come high
far away.
Right now. What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, your hand is like would be inside me at this point. So yeah, there we go.
Okay.
We did it.
Nice. In the same room.
I mean, does it even? What do you do if you're the Ultimates here? Because I felt like that was like their best option in terms of.
This is what you're meant to do. This map with this bad.
That would have been the best. Yeah, that would have been the best path, right?
It doesn't get better than this. There's nothing better than this. There's not a better dive map and not a better map to ban the Diva on that map too.
Well, I mean, we didn't even kind of get into that, right? Because now you've burnt your Diva ban, right? So the Diva ban gone here for the Ultimates. Map 1, I believe it was Cassidy from them. So they've used the Cassidy ban. They've used the Diva ban. Surabasa, okay, so you can play some type of dive in Surabasa. I believe recently we actually saw them trying and play some Sombra here on this map. I believe it may have been like a week or two ago we saw them try and go towards a Sombra comp. It was a game that Jake and I casted, and it was not super effective. I think they actually may have pulled it out in the end, but it didn't look easy. So I'm curious what they decide to do in terms of bans here. I would even question, Avril, like, is there a world in which, I mean, do you ban Lucio, right? Do you try and like force Kellex off of Lucio and like play like, you know, Bap Rig on both sides, which seems to be kind of what a lot of people go to here. But then it opens up, like, I mean, what? Alcacio could ban Winston, they could ban Tracer, they could do, I mean, there's a lot of different options for Alcacio here.
Yeah, I think this is more of a Orisa map anyway. So you can ban the Lucio to force it to be a Brig Bap at least, so you can have parity on that backline. Because I do think the Lucio Bap version, to me at least, seems like more the default based on how often it's getting played over the Brig Bap currently between all the regions and all the teams. Beyond that, it's like, what else can you really target here? You could target the Orisa and force it into like a non-Orisa matchup. Then you'd look towards a Ram, you'd look towards a Hazard instead. So if Ultimates really want to go Hazard, they might do that. Symmetra ban actually would be pretty decent as well, because Checkmate's a problem, and you don't want to deal with Symmetra-based strategies. If you're not running it and you don't know how to fight against it, you probably don't want to face Symmetra. So Sim actually might be a pretty high priority ban as well.
And I mean, here's a wild one. Alcatia, their last map loss in EMEA, was it on May 10th? I mean, think about that. That is, I mean, you're running the gauntlet here through EMEA. I know the first week they actually lose all 3 of their maps that they end up losing in the stage. And, you know, they lose obviously 1 to the Ultimates during that. So the Sim ban does come through. So Sim is, you know, the superpower here of Alcatia. Twisted Minds has used it, you know, with Yubi and Psycho switching off as well. But it's not like you get rid of Sim and Checkmate becomes unplayable, right? He's tremendous on things like Tracer. And then Alcatia gets rid of the Alari, which, like...
it's a Twilight target.
Yeah, but, like, do you think he was going to, I mean, play it? I mean...
So they played last time. So TU played this Bap Alari against Virtus.Pro just last week, actually. And that failed for them, and that's when they went the whole Moira thing. So
right.
Yeah, so it didn't work out versus VP, and then they went Moira. So I'm not a big believer of
maybe we'll get a Moira play here.
After the first point, like after you get past market, I think the Alari potential drops off massively. So it's just, at this point, if you are on Alcatia, any ban kind of works for you. So you might as well do a target ban towards like niche strategies that only teams like the Ultimates would want to do, which is play like a Bapalari on this map, and then force into something that's going to be more standard, and then you just know how to deal with that very standard gameplay. My question is, what is Checkmate actually going to play? Tracer probably is going to be the best look here.
He could play Sombra as well. We've seen him play in the past, right? But I mean, Checkmate is so good. Like, you know, he's been on Sim for most of the stage, right? But just an overall tremendous player. So he'll play Tracer here. Kevster, so you'll actually play Kevster on the Genji. So there's a lot of high ground here on Surabasa that the Genji is a little bit more effective. And we're going to see the Twilight Lucio again.
It's an interesting one. They have Brig available. They have Bap available. I don't know why they don't just play.
Well, Brig especially against when Ziad is most likely going to play Diva, right? Like, I mean, are you scared that he's going to play Orisa? Well, but even still,
even in the Orisa, it's not the worst. I think that you have
the Brig is still fine.
Forward. And you also have Checkmate that you know most likely is on the Tracer here, who is under a little bit of pressure looking for that flanking angle.
Yeah, I think just some weird support decisions. Kai actually takes some damage here from Checkmate, but a nice job of finishing him off. So they'll get a lead in terms of the head count here on the objectives. Zeon still trying to put some pressure here, and they'll actually, the point going over to Alcatia first is Labda connects with a mag grenade, but it's going to be Kepser getting out of dodge here. So, dude, he is taking shots from all angles as Checkmate trying to go in, finish him off. He's something with 2 big kills though in the feed. That's probably going to be enough to flip it.
Yeah, Sky getting Kellex down here as well. The flip actually comes on through. Ultimate's looking pretty decent here. And the irony is, like, I don't think it's a bad support composition. Lucio Kiriko is exactly a good composition. The problem is It's Twilight or Lucio. I think that's the major issue here. Kai's finding some shots though. I was maybe starting to doubt a little bit, like, okay, maybe we should look towards Freya more. Definitely on Gibraltar, but even in general, most teams would probably still look towards Freya, at least I'm more referring to Korea side.
Yeah, Freya's fallen off.
Freya. I don't think we've seen a single Freya
for
in
all-
the series so far.
Yeah, no, she's fallen off in EMEA over the last few weeks. It's really been trending more towards Cassidy, really, and Soj, where the Freya comes in
Proud on
at-
T1 would say different.
on occasion. EMEA being the superior region, I think they have some things to learn over there in Korea. Oh, the Ant Matrix there. As Heesung and Co, they try and follow up that Kitsune rush, and they walk right into the Ant Matrix, but it's going to be the Ultimates coming out on top here, so they're getting off to a much better start here, April. Playing around this hazard with the Genji.
I think a lot of this is also coming down to the fact that they're removing the sim setups and the sim approaches. It's far easier and more standard for an Ultimates team to just face up against, similar to the argument I made for Kadsiah, banning the Alari means you just get to play against a normal comp. Well, banning the sim for Ultimates means you get to play against a normal comp. You don't have to deal with sim TP strats. It also means that, like, regardless of whether Ziyad plays the D.Va or the Orisa, those tank TP strats are just not going to be there where suddenly Ziyad appears behind you with the D.Va and just blows somebody up.
Now, it's much more costly to get Ziyad into the back line. It'll be the Deadeye here for Labda. He finds Sky as it's going to be the sound barrier for both sides. The blade pull from Kevster, the downpour here from Heesung. Looks like connects with at least two here. Trying to follow it up is him and Kai. As I know a lot of ultimates used here from TU, but they had a huge advantage coming into the fight. So now they just have to double back to the point. The point is open, but checkmate finds too. Heesung was quite low on the exit, and same with Kai. And even after that huge investment from TU, it's going to be Kadsiah coming out on top.
Checkmate just picking up the pieces over towards the end. Last couple of stragglers, and Kadsiah gonna get the opening cap. Now this is the best that Ultimates have done so far in this series. They've at least got 1 point now. Here's some a little bit of hopium this time for the Ultimates. They haven't scored a single point up until this point. Got that going for them. And Kai has been pretty sharp so far. OC online could be a real threat.
No overclock as well. No sound barrier on the other side as well, right? For this overclock. So Kai and potential, right? I know you just don't want to fire those into Ziyad. Maybe you can actually get somebody here in that back line. As Kyle popped the OC, it's going to be the Immortality Field used by Landon, but you see the health bars on Kadsiah getting dangerously low. Landon able to heal them up, though, through that Ant Matrix.
Ziyad loses mech for this. Very risky play from Ziyad. He's going to have to go for the remake very soon if he can even make it in. Kai, seeing that there's no D.Va Matrix, will find Calyx, but they're not getting too much more. Kevster and Heesung. 2 versus 3 now. Sky on 1 HP. I don't know if he can live through this. He has a rush. Doesn't want to have to use it if he can. And save that one for a future fight.
And there's nobody here to deal with Checkmate. I mean, Checkmate has just been such a nuisance, right? He ended up getting them the advantage in this fight. Ziyad actually makes it all the way back because Checkmate was able to take out Heesung and Kai at the beginning of this. Is still nobody here checking him as he's in the back line. This is going to be the Kitsune rush here used by Sky. It'll be a Deadeye here from Labda, just trying to prevent everybody from walking on through it. But they're going to invest the sound barrier here as well. So double support ults invested by TU is that you're going to win this fight, most certainly.
Yeah, I mean, they really had to double support all that, given the initial Kitsune rushes. Didn't feel like it was enough sound barrier to seal the deal, but you have to now flip it 0 to 99. From that, Kadsiah have got so much distance. This is at least Ultimate showing genuine signs of life, and I don't know about that Ziyad play, man. He dived in so deep, got himself demegged, and that gives the opening to Kai to finally get a shot in without a Matrix being in the way.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up having the remake there, Ziyad. He had the self-destruct, but yeah, I mean, it does create a little bit of a window of opportunity. I'm more worried about the Ultimate stacking support ults during that fight, because now you come in here towards the end, right? Checkmate's going to get closer towards that pulse bomb. You're going to have an Ant Matrix. It's going to be a downpour here used. Looks like the Immortality Field just keeping players alive as Kai ends up falling. Not going to pop the blade here for Kev because you just lose everybody. And Avril, you know what's so terrible about this? You lose everybody here. You're going to give up the point. And look at Kadsiah. You're going to have all 5 ultimates going into this next fight. A perfect opportunity to snowball.
If you ever wanted an example of where the disconnect in the team play there is for ultimates, watch the fact that we're in Kev's POV. He's on minimal HP, can't go in, can't follow up, and then Heesung decides to downpour off the point. where no one can follow that up. He can't even follow it. Heesung couldn't even go in and catch the play that he actually hit with the downpour. Kevs is definitely not going in. He has no HP. That is prime TU disconnect and play.
Sound barrier here just used as luxury here for Kadsiah. They end up using the immortality field a little bit early, and TU wants to take an early fight. I actually think the early fight from TU is the right play here. Try and get an ultimate or two out. They only get that sound barrier out, and it'll be Kadsiah getting control of the point first. I think this next fight, though, Avril, for the TU is so important, right? Not allowing, the Kadsiah squad to, bank some of these ultimates, get a cheap pick at the beginning of these fights. They need to make it costly. It's going to be Kevster with the blade, Deadeye, popped your Ant Matrix here as well. Everything kind of thrown in. Kev trades out with Lambda, but you're going to be down to 3 players here for TU. No supports alive, so you're going to lose Heesung. Kevster and Kai make their way back to the point, but Kadsiah 4 players alive. They're going to circle back to the point, finish these players off, and regain control.
It's a bloody fight, but Ultimates in these low membership sort of scenarios, they just can't get the cleanup, and the opposite is happening here. Kevster late death as well. Time is running out. You're nearly at 1 fight territory. Now, by the time Kevster respawns, you're going to be 80% plus for Kadsiah, which is 1 fight territory. OC Kitsune Rush, the big tools here, but Ziad can really shut this one down if you can just stay alive, put the Matrix in Kai's face. We've seen before, sometimes that 1 rush isn't enough.
It's going to be the Kitsune Rush here. Ziad's going to use a self-destruct just to get back in the mech. He takes a lot of damage at the front of this, and they lose Twilight here. You're always, it seems like, down supports for the ultimates as Kai, look at the amount of pressure Ziad putting on him. Yeah, you'd love to have a brig there, right? As Ziad just goes in, cleans up Kai, cleans up Sky as well, doubles back to the point. Heesung here, but just feels like the beginning of the end here for the ultimates on this point. As nice protection with the defense matrix. You see Kevster trying to put a play onto Landon, but Ziad there with that defense matrix. Landon has the immortality field as Kadsiah just 1 point away from a 3-0 sweep.
I mean, the thing there is you had an opportunity. Ziad again gets DMEC super early. That's where Kai needs to shine. Pop the OC, find an opening where Matrix is not going to be there and there's no Diva in your face. Trying to remember what the situation there for Ultimates was and if Kai was clear or not. You'd have to imagine he was, because Ultimates had cleared out the small room where the self-destruct was happening. Surely with no tank on board for Kadsiah, Ultimates have an opportunity to pop OC and find value, but he doesn't pop OC until Ziad gets back in mech, and then Ziad just chases him down.
And I think they're trying to bait them down here. Kellex gets quite low, but they're trying to bait them down into this Ant Matrix. You see Ziad gets quite low. They're going to use that Ant Matrix, going to keep him alive. You have the sound barrier if necessary, but look at this, Avril, yet again. Where is the rest of TU? Nobody around to try and keep him alive. And now everybody else crumbles after that. It looked like for the Ultimates, players backed up and Heesung was in. I mean, there was no way they were going to keep him up yet again.
You have to respect the window coming through from Landon. Yeah, they really want that kill into Ziad, but once window comes through and the double healing gets hit onto Ziad and they know the damage just isn't going to be there, back out. Or I spend ultimates, I guess, and try and rush in and counter that window. But if you're not in a position to do that, you cannot disrespect the window and just stay and get shot down by Lambda.
It's going to be a beat here from Twilight, opening things up. It's going to be Kevster ending up using this blade, but a nice job from Kevster. He saves that deflect, just runs it right into Lambda. Now, as he has that Deadeye rolling, it's going to be the sound barrier wearing off here for Kadsiah. They use it a little bit later, but Kai comes up with Kellex. Oh, okay, though, but Checkmate answers with a pulse bomb, so potentially still going. Ziad still a man on a mission here. Takes out Twilight. Might end up being enough. Sky is going to fall there with that Kitsune Rush. It's going to be the immortality field coming in here at range. I mean, that is absurd that Kadsiah is able to win in that type of situation. You see Kai just working his way towards the point, not able to touch it. And Avril, that is a blowout. Kadsiah takes care of business against the Ultimates.
And you want to see what clutch versus anti-clutch looks like, replay that last fight over and over again. Because you have Checkmate and Ziad, 2 members alive, by the way. It's the last 2 members of Kadsiah versus, I think, maybe 3 from Ultimates, something like that. And between Checkmate and Ziad, might have even been 4, they actually win that fight, just the 2 of them. And Ziad even gets a baby diva kill.
And it feels insane, Avril, to watch this and how impactful Ziad was, especially getting kills onto Sky and getting them onto Twilight. And you have Twilight on Lucio, where I mean, you could have played the Brig there, right? Like, you could have at least tried to. No, obviously you don't have the speed. I think that's probably the argument, is that the speed is so important on Flashpoint, because you need to obviously get back to the objectives. But I mean, if it's great to have speed, but if nobody's alive in terms of your supports, it doesn't really matter.
I even move away a little bit. I think the composition is what it is now. Like, they're playing on paper. If you just show me the heroes and not the players, I'm like, that's a good comp. The problem is they have flex supports on a main support that they're not tested on. Beyond that as well, just a disconnected play. Too many disconnected plays. I gave the examples already, and ultimates, it'll cost them. They go to lower bracket now.
Man, a dominant performance here from Kadsiah in our first game in the EMEA playoffs of the day. Let's head back to the desk. I don't know what kind of thoughts they're going to have, because there's not many to have outside of Kadsiah dominating.
Yeah, what can we say? Head empty. That was a quick one. I look, here's the thing. First one, I was like, okay, you know, rough start. Obviously, we expected the Ultimates to be the underdog in this one. They did take them to Gibraltar, the one map that should arguably give them the best chances of actually defeating them. Also, the one map they actually won against them in week 1, so that's 5 weeks ago. However, it felt like Kadsiah tried to make a statement here. I don't think I've seen such a dominant beatdown on Gibraltar in a hot minute. So, yeah.
So rough start, rough middle, rough end. Right? Like, it was not pretty there for the Ultimates. They just got absolutely worked. And I mean, that looks like an unwinnable matchup for them. Like, it just feels like you could play that match 1,000 times and it would be 1,000-0 for Kadsiah. It wasn't close, wasn't competitive. For the Ultimates, this is maybe not the series you needed to win. It's one that maybe you never were going to win with how strong Kadsiah have been. But also for the Ultimates, I mean, a couple really weak showings back to back. It's going to be very challenging for this team to be like mentally prepared, because VP and TM, you've got to beat one of those teams now, right? Like, that's the only road to Riyadh, to qualifying for Esports World Cup. And those are two teams different than Kadsiah, not, you know, quite as terrifying with the way they play the Symmetra, but I mean, the Ultimates, it's really hard to see them qualifying the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think when we talk about the top 3 in EMEA, I think we think all those 3 teams are on par with Kadsiah. So it's not going to get any easier against VP and Twisted Minds. You could argue if you have a favorite among those 3. But I think in general, all those 3 teams are exceptionally good. And if the Ultimates look like this against Kadsiah, they have a lot of improvement. You know, they need to improve it very quickly if they're going to be able to take down one of those teams. I think it was quite notable that they just kind of flipped everything they did last week. They were just like, well, we're going to put Twilight on Lucio here on Servalsa. We're going to pick Gibraltar and not Circuit Real. And we're instead going to gamble on this completely different look of them. And Gibraltar, look, they had one real good opportunity on attack where they have 5 ults, but Heesang went to Primal in spawn. Kai popped the Overclock 3v5. They kind of just like dropped the spaghetti on the one chance they did have with that composition, and so there's no redeeming it. Like Jake said, it just looked rough throughout.
I will say, in their defense, just a small thing is that, like, look, playing against the sim stuff is really hard. Like the sim wall, like that particular fight, right? Like, you primal into the back line, and then the sim wall separates everyone else. No one can come in and support the primal. And yeah, you have primal, but you're like 1v4, 1v5. It's just, you're not really going to be able to make solo kills in that environment. So I got to give it to Kadsiah. They're so insanely good at oppressing teams, and I mean, they're a terrifying squad to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, yes, it's difficult to go up against Kadsiah, but I still feel like the Ultimates as a whole, they just didn't look comfortable as a team, as individuals, on the roles they've been flexing over to play. Like, it's just been a disconnect. The utility usage is disconnected.
Well,
like,
that's the bet they made. They're just like, we're going
it is the bet they made.
It goes Sky Twilight. That's our backline. And
the good news is they're not in promotion relegation. So even if they drop out of the playoffs, they have plenty of time to, you know, get their marbles together. A team that has everything together and then some is Kadsiah. They've been dominant, and they continue in that fashion here in their first match in the playoffs. So picking our player of the match here, like, we could have given that to anyone. This time it's going to be Labda. Labda is just such a standout player. And so such a deep hero pool as well. Like, Labda can flex over to so many different heroes is actually incredible.
I mean, he's going toe-to-toe with some of the best hit scans in the region, and we were pretty surprised by this early on in the year. Like, wow, Lambda's coming out of nowhere on hit scan. But at this point, he's made his claim as like maybe one of the best, if not the best hit scan in Europe, which is really crazy. Like, hit scan is very rarely a role that we see flex DPS swap over to play hit scan. Like, I know it seems like less crazy, but that is really shocking and more common to see hit scan players play Tracer and whatnot and look good. But this is a huge performance from a formerly flex player to come out and look like one of the best hit scan almost out of nowhere in my eyes.
Yeah,
And
it's
also, doing it on
ahead.
Cassidy. Gotta say that. Doing it on Cassidy as well. Not only Soldier.
Man, I'm so happy to see Cassidy back in the mix for so many of the teams because we actually have so many really good Cassidy players. So seeing them being able to like move away from the Freyas of the world and like go back to what they used to be very comfortable on is very exciting. And now let's take a look at our bracket with this victory. Of course, Kadsiah keeping themselves alive in the upper bracket. I mean, keep themselves alive like they've never had a flu or
They've
like
never
a
been
sniffle.
more alive.
They're the most alive
More
team we
alive.
have. That's right, Jake. So yeah, they are moving
so
on in the upper
alive.
bracket. Now, the Ultimates will be facing off against Gen G, another team that has let's say, struggled throughout the stage. So perhaps this is going to be more evenly matched. You're looking concerned, Johnny. What do you want to say? What's in your heart?
Can we just wait to preview that match for tomorrow?
That's a big match, Johnny. That's a
are.
money match right there, baby.
Right now.
You know what? That's going to be the match that goes into a map 5 for absolutely no reason, and everyone will feel like they lost
We'll
some
be
time of their
entertained.
life. And we will be here for it. That's right. It will be entertaining. However, the chips fall or whatever they say. For now, though, we're heading to a quick break. Afterwards, we're back with our second semi-final in the upper bracket. Twisted Minds MVP. This one ought to be a good one. You don't want to miss it.
Wait, and GG's.
It's not over. It's not over.
It doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. This is the place where I follow. Here today, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. Today, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. It doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. This is the place where I follow. Here
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny to break it all down for you. The first thing I want to break down is the little trailer we just got to see. If y'all paid attention right in the break before we went back on to our faces, they showed the Face It Watch. It's not an app, it's a lifestyle, all right? Let's talk about what
It's
you
not
can
an app, it's a lifestyle. Okay.
Sub me in, coach, for all the marketing stuff. No, but it's actually really, really sweet. You got to see a little bit of that in the trailer already. If you tune into our show via faceit.com/watch, you actually get to pick multiple player POVs. And also, and that's my favorite, you can read it there as well, you get the map POV. So you don't have to miss any team fights. You can really just follow along whoever you want. This is really, really cool. And you get to do that on the go as well, since, you know, we all have phones, as we found out during a faithful BlizzCon. Yeah, and you have that all in your pocket. It's pretty neat.
It's actually a pretty sick resource if you want to get good and watch, like, whatever role you play in the game, like to watch people's POVs the whole match and just kind of catch all the details of how they position in the fights, how they like kind of maneuver. We cannot catch it all, of course, on the broadcast, trying to watch, you know, all the big moments, but I think it's sometimes those smaller moments that you might miss if you're not on the POV that are maybe more instructive for a lot of folks trying to get good at home.
And the map overhead as well. That's sick. I love that.
Already said that, Johnny, but thanks for...
Yeah, but I seconded it.
Just got to stress the point. You stress the point.
Exactly.
That's right. You know what we really, really like, though? Can I interest anyone in Overwatch coin drops? That's right. Because if you are tuning in via faceit.com/watch, you get a chance to win a share of 200,000 Overwatch coins.
That's a lot of coins.
Stack it up.
You got rewarded to do something that you're already doing anyway, so that's pretty neat. Now, you're watching for the bag. Our teams are playing for it. Let's talk about our next two teams coming up here in our upper bracket semifinals. Twisted Minds get to play against Virtus.Pro. Not by choice, so Kadsiah definitely gave them the tougher opponent here, as this is the number 2 and the number 3 seed facing off against each other. Let's highlight the two teams and what we've seen so far from both of them. Looking at Twisted Minds as we're going first here, that's just the second best team, right? It's the one team that were able to actually push Kadsiah, and also it's the one team that also has been running different strats. We saw the Symmetra, of course, because you have UB in the team, you play Symmetra. Simple has been like fragging out on Zenyatta. Like they've been having fun with it this stage, and they've been looking very, very dominant.
Actually, I like that we're seeing UB in the starting lineup here from TM. I think we need to see more Sim out of TM, actually, especially come playoffs. It looks really, really strong to me when Kadsiah plays it. I think TM are a team that needs to follow up with that as well. Too. I mean, Psycho is insanely good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. So whenever they want to run the Flexi Best out, I think they can bring this guy in and look insanely good. Oh God, this is it. I like that. Kids love that for him. But seriously, and we say this team's second best, but it's been a long time since that 2-3 incredibly close series against Kadsiah. This team definitely is probably the team with the best shot to take down Kadsiah to maybe be our upset champs here in EMEA. Last time they played VP, it went to 6. However, I think TM, that was like an underperformance from their perspective. They felt like they should have won that series easily, 3-0, 3-1. They thought it should be open and shut. But Virtus.Pro had a lot to say in that match, so I'm curious to see how this one will play out.
Let's talk about Virtus.Pro. Of course, they made some changes heading into this very stage. They have the addition of Iceland. We are seeing Vistola in the mix right now. Obviously, we're going to likely see more Vistola with Orisa and the meta being so prevalent. But for them to be able to play that hazard brawl as well, like that really has been working great for Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, they've certainly added some depth this stage, of course, with the addition of Ice Gnome. But I still think that peak Virtus.Pro, it lies in Vestola when he subbed in for this team. I think they've looked amazing, particularly when it comes to the Brig Juno kind of brawly compositions, and that's perhaps where they have their edge. I think we saw in the last matchup against Twisted Minds, they favored playing a lot of Cassidy, Lucio, Baptiste, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. I think stylistically, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because as we saw in that previous series, Twisted Minds, they love playing their Kiri Juno, double flex support, very greedy backline. And Virtus.Pro at times, they weren't able to punish it because they like to slow things down, right? So Twisted Minds, it felt like they had the answer very much for what Virtus.Pro like to play. Now, did any of those teams, did they learn anything from that matchup? Did they reiterate some of the compositions they're playing? I think that's what I'm really curious to see in this matchup. How are the teams going to react based on their 6-map series?
Let's take a look at how our community has reacted to recent showings from both of these teams. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds has got to be considered a favorite, although I do feel like given the last time they faced off against each other, it was a close match. I think some people might be underestimating VP here.
That's
I do think VP has a good shot, but I actually, seeing UB in the lineup, as much as I think early on in the stage, a lot of people were saying, oh, put Psycho in more, like the Tracer, the Genji is so much more important. But I think the meta has shifted, and I think Sim is dominant right now, and I think Psycho can maybe pull it out as well. But anywhere they can run it, I kind of want them to. I think it's going to be a Sim mirror against Kadsiah, and that's got to be the match you're preparing for strategically here for Twisted Minds. And honestly, I wonder if VP has an answer for that.
I think for this matchup, that's the kind of thing we need to look at Virtus.Pro for. You have two things you need to solve now. You need to first beat UB playing the Symmetra, because we saw in Circuit Real like what a night and day performance that was when Twisted Minds bring out the Symmetra. Virtus.Pro weren't able to do with that. And then secondly, like how would you deal with a Kiri Juno double flex support lineup? So Virtus.Pro, they really have their work cut out for them in this series.
They do indeed, but none of that should be catching them by surprise, because these are looks that we've seen a lot from Twisted Minds from the last stage. Have they an answer? Have they found an answer? We'll find out in just a second. So for all the action, we're going to send it over to our very beloved caster duo of Avril and Matt.
See, Avril, I had them turn the desk up for us so we could hear that very nice toss from Zoe. I know I had them mute the first one where she said mean things about us. But Matt Mistrix, Avril here. Game number 2 of the EMEA playoffs. Game 1 was just a blip on the radar. This one, Avril, is going to be a really good series, I think, overall. Busan will be the first map pick here from TM. And I think most notably, probably the thing to talk about the most is UB in the starting lineup today.
And the Tracer's banned straight away as well, which is one of UB's specialties. It does say that we're going to be leaning heavily towards a Sim. I agree with Jake. I do believe that, particularly in the EMEA side, but even looking over towards Korea, Sim is kind of the defining character, one of the defining heroes alongside probably Orisa. But right now, a very important hero that VP at some point will be looking to ban isn't going to happen the first map. I'm not too sure Alari is that impactful on Busan, but whatever, it's going to come through. I also want to talk about the fact that Jaewoo is going to start on the Venture here. That's something else that we've been seeing in Korea. To answer the Sim, some teams are playing the Venture as a bit of a counter to punish you exiting TPs, to punish you when you're playing the Sim walls as well. You can be in melee range, the booping you away from the TPs. A lot of things you can do via this Venture that can be very nice here, and even bringing the Malga through as well for VP.
Malga, that's one we haven't seen in a bit here in EMEA, but I love that, right? The Venture, they can get in such a position where they can avoid a lot of the damage that a Sim could put down, especially in combination, right? With the Malga goes in with a stomp, the Venture comes up with a burrow, and you're able to just take out that Sim with ease, and you see the amount of damage they put on Yubi here early on. But, Avril, with that big commitment, they're not able to get the kills. The Immortality field from Simple early on keeps them alive, and then Twisted Minds battles back in a big way. They take out Pistola, they take out Jaewoo, and they'll get the point.
I'm still seeing teams play Malga, but I'm just not a believer anymore. We saw very early on, a couple of nights ago, Falcons getting knocked out by Crazy Raccoon. Harbin trying multiple times to make this Malga work, and if Harbin and Falcons, the best Malga team in the world, can't make a Malga work, I just don't believe any other team can. So it might be a bit of a trap for VP.
What do you think it is with the Malga? That's not, I mean, obviously he has a few adjustments recently, but that's not really working for a lot of these teams.
I think a lot of the all-in is not going to work when you have a Lucio back type of composition, so good at peeling, so good at staying alive, TPs as well, TPing you out of cages, all of these kind of plays. And actually, Quartz, if he wants to, he can actually swap over towards the Soj, probably his signature hero, which does so good against the Malga roster. There's more things the team can do if they want to win even harder than they are.
Yeah, the TP comes in when the burrow comes in from Jwoo, so gonna avoid a lot of that damage. A nice play there, goes back through the TP, takes out Shockwave. Shades of what we just saw in the previous match is it looked like somebody may have ended up getting knocked off, but then ended up making back onto the point. It looks like that was Jwoo potentially on the bench, able to use some mobility and gap back over. But 2 fights in a row here, Avril dominant so far for Twisted Minds.
This is a very extremely Twisted Minds signature composition style as well, because they're the team that focuses a lot more RAM than Orisa. You see a lot of other teams, if you are going to play this brawl the same exact composition, you swap out this RAM, you play the Orisa. That's a lot more standard. But Twisted Minds, they favor the RAM, and they're making it look good right now. It definitely stops Vasola from playing anything like a Diva, which means Vasola, unless he wants to match the RAM or go towards Orisa, he wants to try and get this going. But look, he's already just half out diving in.
I mean, when Gala gets extremely low, and you see Vestola as well, as soon as he pushes up.
No beat.
Yeah, I mean, just he gets evaporated. Yeah, Fixa not able to have that sound barrier online to be able to give the rest of the team. Yubi uses that sim wall. As VP, I think they picked this comp, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Against that sim, but the execution has not been there. We'll see, though, if Vestola can get on the point. Will get a touch. Uses the cardiac overdrive here. It's going to be the annihilation use from KSA. The sound barrier comes in from Fixa, but Avril, it is just not enough. Twisted Minds still with this sim paired with the Ramantra battles back against that Malga.
I think the key here is we've seen Venture Malga come. So you remember Dallas last year? There was a lot of the identity for Falcons when they ended up really pushing Crazy Raccoon to the limit. It was via the fact that when you have Venture and Malga at the same time, your all-in capability is really huge, but they just couldn't quite make that connection work. You talked about the execution here. We never really got to see any sort of these big punishes. Vastola goes in, stomps somebody down, Jwoo follows up, and that's just an instant kill for you. But you have Lamps to save the day, you have Bunny Astro coming in, speeding away, booping as well, and at the end of that, if TP is there and you could just TP out of the way of the Malga, or make some sort of TP play against the Malga, there's not a lot that Vasola can do here. Most importantly, I think the Malga just doesn't live. So he's going to give it one more go. But I don't think he'll play it again after this map if they lose.
I mean, you see the stats that were brought up there. No kills from VP in that first round. Jwoo with like a little bit of above 1,000 damage, 1,100. So a non-competitive round there from VP. Almost certainly anything they do here will be better, as TP up to the high ground here from Yubi, just going to dodge a lot of the dive that's going to come through at him, as Zeta just Vistola getting tickled by those turrets. It's going to be the immortality field for now, keeping everybody up on Twisted Minds, and it does a great job. Funny Astro and Quartz in the feed. The first kill here comes in from VP. Shockwave will get a kill on Simple at range, but the point will be controlled by Twisted Minds first, and Avril, we're going to see a swap.
Well, you see what we got there. As soon as Vastola charges in, he gets a stomp on a player. What happens? Simple drops a lamp. They heal themselves up. A lot of AoE healing. Vastola then gets melted. So yeah, he's got us off. I was surprised that he even decided to come through with the Malga for a second time, knowing how badly that first round went. You mentioned they got 0 kills. Here we go. Jwoo's down. He wants to play the sim. Not for this fight.
I mean, this is looking a lot like the last series here early. That's going to be the, I know if my count is correct, that's going to be the second kill here for VP, as Vastola will take out KSA, but that Ant Matrix from the high ground from Simple was really effective. In Avril as well, like, we see Shockwave with a bolo shot during that, but we haven't seen the Freya be as impactful. I know you were talking about the Freya and how good it is, in Korea, but here in EMEA, it's completely fallen off.
I think maybe this is not a good example because Shockwave hasn't been the most comfortable on Frey. We're still seeing Shockwave mainly play other heroes. Quartz, he's been a lot more comfortable on the Frey, but in this particular comp, he wants to make sure that he can punish for solid. They've done that. Deadeye's going to clean them up as well. Cass is just so good into Orisa. I do think on a control map with a lot of high ground and a lot of range, Shockwave can do a lot. He is still one of the only players in this game for VP that's actually got the damage done, that's actually gotten a kill. He's just been punched down somehow from KSA and Spawn. So a little bit of spawn camp coming through. That's really rough for VP.
I mean, this is brutal. They use a TP here, so that's quite nice. They get rid of that immortality build straight away. It's just, can they make a play for the point? The annihilation available here as well. KSA is going to pop it. You're going to get the sim wall as well from Yubi, and that might be enough to actually take it. And dude, Avril, some of the stats lines for VP are brutal. I mean, Gala right now, 2,000 damage, 6,000 healing. In comparison to Simple, right? He's at like 2,500 and then 10k. I mean, just a dominant performance from just about everybody here on Twisted Minds. It'll be VP touching the point.
There's a really big fight coming up here. 4 ultimates, only 5 on life for VP. Big scoop up from Vistola, but not going to get enough damage to find a kill. You need to see a lot more. They're burning every single ultimate. VP have just a window to play through. If they can't win off 5 ultimates, they just have no business in the server right now.
The Twisted Mind's just going to back up, right? They're going to back up. They're going to get control of some of the high ground, and we'll see if they're actually able to fight back. So it's going to be the Ant Matrix here from Gala. It's going to put TM in a really odd position, but they lose Gala yet again. They're going to lose both supports right at the beginning. If you remember the previous fight, looking back, it was Gala actually who ends up dropping his Ant Matrix, and he gets hit with a Deadeye there from Quartz. This time he gets picked off right away. They chase down Fixa, and now it'll go into OT. You'll have Shockwave here. Jwoo as well, putting down some damage. Jwoo ends up falling. It'll have to be somebody here to jump on, get a touch. I believe it was Fixa. He'll send it into OT. It's going to be a sound barrier here from Funny Astro, but Twisted Minds. I mean, we just saw a dominant performance from Kadsiah.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds look just as good.
Well, I think the difference here is that VP kind of just made the mistake in a composition that's much easier for them to change. They have way less fundamental issues compared to TU, so I'm not ready to write VP off. We did see these two teams go to 6 maps just a couple weeks ago, and I think this is very fixable. Don't play the Malga again. Move away from that. The real problem I'm seeing is if we are going to play Symmetra mirrors, you're not going to really be able to beat a team like Twisted Minds, who has a very specialist Symmetra player in Yubi. He comes in specifically to play the Symmetra. You have Jwoo trying to play Symmetra, but I don't think he has the experience on this hero to take down someone like Yubi in a squad like Twisted Minds that are so drilled and so experienced on Symmetra. Well, I'm not even talking about this here. You remember old Twisted Minds stage 1 meta from 2024 as well, when they were up against, Space Station, when they were so EMEA. Yubi was pulling up the sim strats then, even before WCS. I mean, these guys know how to play sim. They've done it for so many years. And for Jwoo, spring chicken doing it for like the first time in OWCS.
Yeah,
it's rough, man.
Well, do you also think, I mean, at least my opinion, right? Like putting Jwoo on sim, like just to match the sim, right? When we haven't really seen him do it all stage long, like he's so good at so many other heroes, it kind of takes away a lot of what makes him special, potentially just kind of locking him away on the sim. Is that you see the stats a lot for TM, a little there for VP.
I think you can still play the Venture, but you don't have to go for this all-in Venture Malga comp. You can still play the Orisa, you can still play the Ram, you can play even a Diva, but if you want a faster type of composition, there is going to be maps where you have to think about whether this is going to be the right choice. But if you're not going to play the sim, this is the option. But also, if you're not going to play the sim, I think Genji is still potentially fine. I think Cass is potentially fine as well. If you're looking over to a Shockwave, like I said, to me, it's less about the Freya and more about, can this team get what they want out of Freya? I think when you look over towards some of the Korean teams, you just have some nutcases like Proud out there who just don't miss shots, and the amount of consistency he has in double bolting plays is ridiculous. So as I mentioned as well, I don't think Shockwave's look the most comfortable on Freya. I'm not talking about this game, I'm talking about over the course of the entire stage. He's been the player overall, aside from Labda, who just doesn't want to play it at all. Shockwave's like the next hit scan of note that kind of leans away from it. So he starts in the Freya at the start, which again, if you turn all the names off, I think compositionally it looked fine outside of the Malga. But a swap onto the Orisa, maybe slightly late, a swap onto the Symmetra after rolling out the Venture. They're going to start behind the 8-ball in terms of the ult charge. And then you're just going into this extremely well-drilled team who they know how to play a Symmetra mirror, and I don't know if VP really do yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like VP. Well, I mean, look, they've had the time, right? We've known Symmetra has been viable in EMEA for a few weeks now, right? We just haven't seen a lot of teams kind of delve into it. Maybe some have been scrimming it and, trying to work on it for the playoffs, but does not seem to be, at the same level, obviously, as Twisted Minds, and then I know even Kadsiah, who you saw in our first series. So the map pick will be Dorado here for VP. What do you think that says?
Well, that is an exact replica of what we saw in that 6-map series 2 weeks ago. VP, they lose Oasis, they lose opening map, they go straight to Dorado. However, as a reminder, TM full held VP on that Dorado. There was a lot of Diva play, of course, as you'd expect. Sim is probably going to still end up being pretty good on that map. I think once you get past that entire situation, the full hold, maybe VP could have still gotten it done. If D.Va ends up being banned, actually, as a reminder, D.Va got banned in that particular game. Then you had the KSA Ram into the Vistola Orisa. So depending on how VP want to do this one, they may even want to go for a Ram ban just to protect the D.Va and prevent Team from taking the D.Va all way. I don't think this is the map where you do the Sim ban just yet. You want the Sim ban to come through at some point, but you might want to save that one if we're looking at a longer series. That being said as well, though, if you're down 0-2, the map 3, you're probably banning Sim.
Yeah, so they get rid of the Sim here. So they opt to get rid of the Sim here on Dorado. And then
I don't hate it.
No, I don't hate it either. Yeah. I don't know if Sim is like super impactful on this map, right? Like if they would have went Sim, I think you could play Genji for like some of the high ground here, or even Tracer.
Did we get a substitute? Is UB still in or not?
There is no substitution. So UB still in the game. This would, I mean, UB can play Tracer,
Tracer
right?
Then. Definitely going to play Tracer then, if there's no Sim available. I would have expected, to be honest, I think it's a good ban in the sense that if you know UB has not been subbed out, then now you can target ban him, force him onto the Tracer, which is going to still be fine for a map like this. So, and even then, TM have actually banned Orisa, so they want the D.Va to be available. I find that very interesting, because last time they banned the D.Va, this time they want the D.Va to be there. They're saying, Vistola, yes, do play the D.Va for us.
Yeah, potentially there's other maps they would like to get rid of the D.Va to force some other different types of compositions where potentially you kind of stay with it here. So no substitutions like we talked about on both sides of things. Twisted Minds, maybe you ban the Orisa because you feel really good about this Ram, right? You play the Ram basically all of Busan. You can play this Ram into like a D.Va setup or a Hazard on the other side and see if you can make it work. Is that Quartz potentially going to play the Freya here? And then we're going to get a Juno Kiri backline. So stage 1, this was not ideal, especially in NA, but it looked a little bit better here in the stage 2 in EMEA, Avril.
Yeah, this is the same comp that TM ran against Virtus.Pro 2 weeks ago in that 6-map series, except this time you just have UB on the Tracer instead of Psycho, so it's a 1-for-1 slot in, and UB's obviously played a lot of Tracers past. It's his secondary signature hero after Symmetra, so I don't think that's going to be a huge issue for TM. I'm more interested in what is VP going to pull on through. I don't think they're going to actually run this comp. Nope, Lucio Kuriko into the Hazard, so not even the D.Va. D.Va is available, and they're going to ignore that, and I think it's interesting, because usually you would say, well, there's no Sim here. I think he's concerned about the Ram, because the Ram just kind of punches through the Matrix, so that, well, okay, never mind. He's going to go the D.Va. Even though the Ram punches through the Matrix, I think the high ground, low ground, and A is worth it to play D.Va.
I agree with you. I think having that high ground, low ground control as the D.Va is really important here. And then there's like no Brig on the other side, right? So you feel like the funny Astro, Juno, and like simple backline could be something you can target a little bit as Quartz put a nice explosive shot down into Jaywu, going to force him back as right now KSA just controlling that payload. You see it's not moved at all, in a great position to just kind of play and juggle that doorway. Vistola tries to make a play for the high ground. KSA dangerously low. It's going to be the Suzu there used just to mitigate some of the damage, and he gets healed up just for now, and they're somehow able to keep him alive. I mean, tremendous stuff from Simple and Funny Astro.
Quartz was under a little bit of pressure there as well. You can see that for Virtus.Pro, Vistola had a couple of jobs there to do. He wants to be able to pressure out KSA, but then he needs to put the pressure on the Quartz as well. He's one of the only members, in fact, basically the only member outside of Shockwave that can actually challenge Quartz. But as he does that, he's taking damage, eventually gets demexed, and Quartz stays alive. Gets the damage done on the high ground, getting healed up by Simple, and the payload hasn't moved. That's the most important thing. Payload is just stuck at spawn. That's a big one, though.
I mean, they needed a pick. I mean, it felt like they just absolutely needed a pick to get things going, because the payload being stuck here for any longer would have started to get you a little bit worried. But Quartz, though, finds one. He's going to have a bola shot. I don't think he's going to be able to use it, right? I mean, you see the amount of pressure he is under. Is Funny Astro will end up falling as well. So the D.Va, making good benefits here, making their place for high ground. But look,
payload.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so gross. They just can't move the payload. He's an iron wall, holding up his arms, staying alive forever. He's just delaying things, but it's so worth it, because now TM on the respawn can still fight very closely. I wonder if they're going to get an Archway fight here or not, because payload is still slowly moving up. It's about to hit Archway, I believe, so I guess TM are not going to get the best fight, but they have at least stalled out enough.
Yeah, I mean, you do slow them down a bit. I mean, we're already at 1:40. You're going to have both support ults here to work with. Kitsune rushes on both sides as Jaywoo's taking this position up in the high ground, seeing if he can make a play here onto UB. It's going to be Kitsune rush for both sides. Fixa getting closer and closer towards that sound barrier. Vistola very low, loses his armor, though. They're going to have to keep the D.Va alive. Bowl shot in from Shockwave. Doesn't seem to connect with anything, but they actually finish off Simple. This funny Astro orbital ray is going to have to be massive here, Avril. If you can get this orbital ray with the Annihilation, you might be in a good spot.
He's going to go for it straight away. Here comes the double Annihilation plus orbital ray combo from Twisted Minds. And for VP, they mostly look like they're going to back out of this one. Solar cannot get back in mech, but he gets a kill under Funny Astro. He trades 1 for 1, which is actually pretty massive. Because remember, even though VP might not win this fight on the respawns, they could still have an advantage here. Vastola coming back on a Ram now.
Vastola is going to come back on the Mauga here, and Simple is going to... Simple has moved away from the Curie. He's going to be playing the Brig here towards the end. So Juno Brig in combination with the Ram as VP goes back to the Mauga with under 30 seconds left, Avril.
Simple is punishable. This is where Vastola, if you can find a charge in and stomp on Simple's head, that's going to be a kill. You don't have BAP lamps that'll bail you out this time. So maybe Vastola can make it work, but he's just so low right now.
Vastola dangerously low. Okay, they get the kill on the Quartz, so that's massive, right? You at least get Quartz out of the fight, getting very close to an overclock, but without that Mauga and the Ramatra still there, I don't know how you make any progress here whatsoever as KSA and Co, they push up a little bit further. 6 seconds left, they're going to have to trigger OT.
He's been spotted though, so is he going to be able to get this touch into a potential pulse bomb as well? Just drops it in front of Simple's face, and that's not going to end up being a kill. Gala now next up. Tsune Rush could still be a fight winner, but double DPS ultimates online for Twisted Minds in a hot minute. We know how good Quartz is on the OC.
I mean, if he comes through with a huge overclock here, that could be it. It'll be the Kitsune Rush here used by VP. Gala's going to push it into the corner. It's going to buy them some space as they get very close to getting the payload on in. As Quartz trying to finish off Shockwave, he's going to be able to get him. Simple finishes off Jaewoo. That battle was going on for what seems like forever. And a Mauga swap yet again here. Avril, just like map number 1, does not pay off here, as it's going to be VP getting held before even getting that first checkpoint.
You see the punish from Quartz there as well. Like I said on that opening map at Busan, if Quartz wanted to, he can punish the Amalga even harder by going to Soj, which is exactly what you see here. Vastola comes back on Amalga, Quartz swaps, and then he charges an OC in like, what, 1 fight just by farming rail damage off Vastola's body. Twisted Minds, once again, have full held VP on this Dorado, same as we saw 2 weeks ago. VP are staring down the chamber of a 0-2. I mean, yeah, we saw 6 maps before, but Jake mentioned it. That might have been a Twisted Minds underperformance. And now you have Twisted Minds playing at peak. Virtus.Pro, they look like a tier below, unfortunately.
And it does feel like, at least for me, Avril, as we take a look at some of the stats, if Yubi is going to play as good as Jaewoo in terms of like statistically throughout the series and just kind of like match him, I don't know what the pathway for VP is to it. Like, Jaewoo's been so good for this team that he's kind of you know, when he's playing well and playing like a Genji or Tracer and like dominating, like that's when we see VP rolling. Like when he's not able to get those like early pickoffs and things like that, we see the team get like bogged down in a way where here on defense, we can talk a little bit about the VP comp. They'll end up playing Hazard on D.
So they want to still have some high ground, low ground control. With Sim gone, and unlikely for a Torb to come through for Twisted Minds on their attacking side. We're not seeing a huge amount of potential counters for Hazard. Of course, might look to go Kadsiah after he sees the Hazard. Or he might just stay even on this Widowmaker. It's not really a good spot for Widow anymore. I think Widow's just completely fallen out of meta, so let's see what he does. It's actually going to be the Freya. Okay, still pretty reasonable. Very long sight lines here. You want to challenge Shockwave. So I respect that.
I think going with the Freya because he's able to just take angles like this, right? A lot of verticality you're able to use here on the Freya. You know, get some shots up on the high ground as Jaewoo takes out Yubi. So a huge kill here. We're just talking about that head-to-head, where if Yubi is going to match him in terms of the Tracer duel, I mean, that is something you will take as Twisted Minds every single day. As
by the way,
yeah,
look how far up the payload is.
I know.
In comparison to how long it took VP to push at all. You're already in a position where you're not quite threatening the last fight here, but if this payload moves further through the archway, it basically is last fight.
Right, if they slowly just keep walking you back, right? I mean, look, like the Ramatra uses you know, Nemesis form, takes space, you get pushed back a little bit. I mean, look at how much space they've already garnered, and I think they're gonna go. I mean, they get the speed there, they get Shockwave as KSA still able to stay alive, Avril, and you see where that golden box of victory is. They have to end up using the Kitsune Rush here from Gala. You're gonna get a fight win, but like you mentioned, you may only be in like a 1-fight territory to win this for TM.
Yeah. It's a good ult usage though, because that's the first ult online. He's 30% ahead of Simple as well, so understands the timing, knows that he's probably outperforming Simple, just checking stats there for himself. So they're going to have basically a free ult to use through. Jaylu on the back end. Okay, I appreciate the attempt there. They do need another pick to slow this one down. Shockwave has rejoined the team now, importantly.
It's going to be Bola
Doesn't
Shot.
have ult, by the way.
Yeah, Bola Shot used by Shockwave. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Fixa does not have Sound Barrier just yet. You're going to lose Yubi here as well. Quartz with a Bola Shot. Sound Barrier if need here for Funny Astro. But right now, they're looking perfectly topped up.
Yeah.
The Sound Barrier here just to put it over the line. And like you mentioned, Avril, a quick 2-0. TM get a hold on defense and then just walk it down here on their first point offense.
It's tragic to see Fixa die at 98% because you're like, you need one more ultimate to stay alive. Gala had a very fast Kitsune rush, keeps him in the game, allows him to survive long enough to get Shockwave back in. But after that, once TM get their double support ults in, you need to see a response, a Sound Barrier to slow that down, get Shockwave back in one more time. And for Shockwave to just start to find more damage and kills anyone outside of Jaywu. It feels like Jaywu on the Tracer is pulling through best he can to slow things down. Maybe if he hits a Pulse Bomb, he's able to just pressure Twisted Minds back, but this can't just be a one-man show for Jaywu. The rest of VP are just struggling to hold on, and the biggest thing here was, again, we look at this moment where it takes so long for VP to even get the payload to spawn. Meanwhile, you look at the TM attack, payload's like at the end within a minute or two.
And it's odd because, you know, they play the Hazard, obviously, to kind of control some of the high ground and then, like, have some low ground pressure as well. But, like, Vestola could play Ramatra, right? They could do basically the same type of thing. Like, we've seen Vestola play Ramatra and quite good at it, where, you know, Vestola on the Hazard, that's kind of why I feel like they brought Ice Gnome into the team, right? To play, you know, heroes like this, where potentially a little bit odd here. And look, even if Fixa gets that Sound Barrier, they're already down Shockwave at that point. And you have a Sound Barrier for Funny Astro, so probably good enough for TM to get it over the line anyway. Looking like a much different series than their 6-mapper, you know, just like a week or two ago, where right now TM trying to speedrun. I mean, Avril, dude, we came on camera like 1 o'clock. I mean, you know, 1 o'clock my time. It's like 2:20. We're like one map away from all.
Matt, you told me EMEA was a close competitive region here.
You know,
the speedrunner 6-0 day.
It usually is. I mean, these are wild because usually you'll see like a blowout and like there's some signs of life from the other team, right? And like you know, the ultimates, I think obviously, you know, pretty outmatched there by Kadsiah. That's to be expected. TM, no, I've been kind of banging the drum the last few weeks that like they're maybe a little bit closer to Kadsiah than we expect. But I still thought that VP would like give them a very good game, right? Because VP's looked really good as of late when I know they've been working in Ice Gnome a little bit, but mostly still staying with Vestola.
I think Ice Gnome, the reason why he won't get subbed in for a map like this is because of the possibility of the Diva, because you want to still have the option to play the Diva. If you sub in Ice Gnome, you're only playing the Hazard, and that's it, unless Ice Gnome wants to bring out the Ram as well, which, you know, I'm not the biggest expert on his hero pool, so I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, but it makes sense if a solo is in, so I don't have a problem with that. We're going to move to Midtown next. Just checking back to see if that ended up being played. That was actually where the draw occurred. So this is where Team and VP drew a couple weeks ago. And if I ever just a quick peek on what comps they were playing, because it was a long series and
Gala plays like a Lari sometimes on maps like this, right? So potentially that's something that could come into play. Curious what VP decides to do in bans. To give you an idea so far, Avril, just to kind of they VP ban the Alari in map 1 and then VP ban the Sim in map 2.
Yeah, so that Midtown game that was a draw, obviously KSA is still playing Ram. I think the Ram ban needs to come through at some stage. You have to start targeting these very signature picks that Twisted Minds are doing. You've got the Sim out of the way, okay? Couldn't quite win that map. UB just flexes over to Tracer, makes that work. Now you have to think about other heroes like the Ram, because the Ram, if you're not going to play it yourself, maybe get rid of it, force it into an Orisa matchup, or, you know, even we saw Visola play the Sigma here. I don't know if I'm the biggest believer on Sigma for Midtown anymore. I think it's a little too much of a fast map. They played the Bacalari as well, which I don't know if that's really, I'm a big believer in that. But TM abandoned away the Sigma anyway. They've probably done VP a service here. I think that's a good thing. I think you shouldn't be playing Sig anyway, so that's probably fine.
They protect VP from themselves, so to speak. And VP bans the Lucio. So, no, look, we see teams do this against TM all the time, right? Funny Astro, a tremendous Lucio player. Teams go towards this, but like, if Funny Astro can play the Juno, he can play the Brig, right? I think there's definitely some still really viable options here for TM to work with in terms of supports. I think for BP, you probably like, do they play like a Ram here potentially with like an Alari like BAP type of setup, right? Something you would kind of play with a Sigma, but maybe just play the Ram with it. But it is quite odd. We haven't really seen them gone to the Ram throughout this whole series.
If we actually look at the zoom of the main supports, I think Fix's Brig is better than Funny Astro's Brig, but Funny Astro's Lucio is better than Fix's Lucio. So you have a situation here where you ban away the Lucio, force it into a potential Brig BAP. So I'm actually not a fan of them going for this sort of like BAP Alari, not for this map. Maybe your Circuit Royale that's a little bit more, you know, makes sense for this heavy poke style, but I think it's too easy to close the gap, especially if Twisted Minds just TP into you. It's too easy to close the gap there. Play the Brig BAP instead, when you know Fixer is so good on this Brig, and when you know that maybe Funny Astro is not going to be as good as Fixer, that could be an opportunity to find a moment of difference. But how do you get past the Ram? I think the Ram is still an issue, which is why I said potentially a Ram ban could have been quite good for VP. Even then, they get to protect the Sigma if they really, really desperately want to play it. So could have been a 2-in-1 for Vasola and VP there.
And honestly, it also is in a world, Avril, right, where you win this if you're VP, right? You're going to be getting second ban and not map selection from here on out. New Junk City is a tremendous map to play like Brawly, Rush style comps, Runasapi as well, right? Like they may want like a Ram ban to potentially be on one of those maps where you think that, okay, even if you ban the Ram here and you win it, you're then playing against it, you know, with a sim, right? Because they have already banned the sim and they would have banned the Ram, unlike a New Junk City, and then you're just in a almost unwinnable spot anyway. So maybe they feel like, hey, we're going to have to, you know, potentially save it for a little bit later in the game. But as you guys see, it is match point for TM already. Avril on the defensive side of things, we'll talk about them first. They'll be putting Quartz on the cast, so they actually won't be putting Funny Astro on the Brick. He'll be playing the Juno with the Baptiste here.
Yeah, I think Brig BAP seems a little bit more normal, but Funny Astro just might prefer the Juno. They also may just prefer the speed. You want to have the speed option for KSA. It's just not going to feel nearly as good as a Lucio BAP in the same sort of situation. I'm sure they'll be able to find a way to make this one work. UB, by the way, has played the entire series. I don't think we've had a single series for TM so far this stage where UB's played the entire series. You haven't seen Psycho in, but you know, like we talked about earlier, I think we are just in a heavy sim meta, and so UB staying the whole time makes so much sense for this team.
Maybe early on in the stage we saw UB like all the time in one of them. I imagine, yeah, we're gonna get swabs here from VP, but yes, like you mentioned, we have not seen UB play like an entire series in a long time. Psycho's been doing a great job playing Tracer, but really he's just been playing Tracer, where UB can obviously play the Tracer, maybe not to the same level as Psycho, but then add that sim in as Jaewoo putting some pressure up here on that subway car. What do you think about this VP comp?
Yeah, I don't know about this Kiriko Juno on the backline. Maybe it seems a little fragile to me. The lack of the BAP here just seems so strange given how strong BAP in this current meta is. We'll see if Shockwave can get something done. I do believe having the attacking Freya, just having some angles over the top of the train is going to give some advantage. Quartz started on the Soj. I don't know if he was expecting a mouth, but the other side Fix is even just going to go down here. Okay, interesting.
you don't seem thrilled with that play, I would say, as the sim just gets a TP behind us. Yeah, it is a very, like, obviously the BAP adds some level of sustain to the backline, right? With that, you know, regen burst, the immortality field, KSA in a tough spot, but there's going to be the immortality field. Where for VP, right, you have this like Juno Kiri backline, which is really susceptible.
Just seems more brittle. Like I said, I think the BAP extra damage, the wall damage. Lamp is so clean. I think Lamp is maybe better in this sort of scenario than Isuzu in terms of how long it can last for you. We're just in a heavy brawl meta. You just don't really associate the Kiriko with that kind of brawl matchup. So Twisted Minds are probably running something a little bit more standard, but as we said, VP, they're going to be the team to play that much sim. They tried this sim on map 1. They don't look experienced on it. Jaewoo, let's see what he does now. He's been the player to look out for VP. But no out for Simple so far, but I don't think he caught anybody.
No, but they lose Vestola. I mean, so one of the things, it's going to be really difficult. Pulse Bomb, nice one here, stuck. That's going to be the immortality field, though. Able to keep Quartz alive as Jaewoo just trying as hard as he can up here on the high ground to take out the Sojourn. Where Gala and Fixa, they'll end up getting 2, but but they don't have a tank. They're kind of stuck up here. That's an orbital ray here from Gala as they want to continue to kind of fight this. Maybe, I know, just feeling like with JWU in the mix, there's a chance for them to win it. It's funny, Astro will pop his orbital ray as well. It'll be a Terror Surge here used by Vestola. You're going to get Funny Astro, but KSA using the Annihilation, able to stay alive, and then Yubi using that big sim wall, making it very difficult. You don't want to push into that ram in that type of scenario, but VP battling back in this.
Of course, he has no angles. He's trying to get something done off the OC, but I'm pretty sure he's just out of position entirely. He's backing out. He's almost a defensive, you know, disengaged OC at that point. TM wanted to drop every single ultimate, but even the UB photon barrier, how defensive was that? He had to place that sort of horizontally across the point just to allow KSA a little bit more room to survive. And then VP, just wait patiently. Let the Annihilation fade. Once the Annihilation's gone, go back in there, destroy him, and just completely rush him down. And you see the spear being shoved into KSA, and then just the entire team going at him. Not a lot left in there for TM. Vestola played that super well, by the way. Terror Surge on the back line on Funny Astro as well after the orbital ray came through.
Yeah, so like a pretty ugly start to the fight there from VP, but they felt like, you know, JWU alive. You have Vestola coming back as JWU takes some damage here. Just backed up as we're going to see a D.Va mirror. This is where I feel like the sim, though, can be quite beneficial, right? Going up against that D.Va, trying to use that defense matrix, getting UB out, you're going to have to use that immortality field as well. But the sim being able to just get all this free damage on Vestola, I don't know how they're going to be able to get him in safely.
I think it really says a lot the team are moving to the D.Va for this point, maybe just valuing the high ground, low ground on that actual bridge itself. Fix it down now. They're going to try and get a little bit of a spawn hold going if they can. But also, the extra utility to be able to just TP KSA potentially into the backline around the map can't be understated here. Window online for Simple.
I mean, getting him in position, right, without having to use the defense matrix. It'll be an ant matrix pushed up here. Quartz will find Gala, so this is going to stall things out even longer. I mean, JWU behind, just trying to make anything happen for the team. That's going to be a pulse bomb, goes a little bit wide there as you do end up finding UB, so you're going to have to back up. That's a large source of damage gone here for TM, but we're on board with Shockwave. We haven't said his name quite a lot here in this one, Avril. It's been a little bit of a slow start for him through these two maps.
We just haven't really seen him on the kill feed, which means he's also not getting that Freya passive either, and just relying on the fact that Bowler's not a very good ultimate, but if you can get it all the time, then it might actually start to be pretty good. He's going to struggle a little bit into the D.Va. He's probably going to lose a bunch of ultimates. If you can get the D-Mech here, that would be really nice. Gala's already ulted. Funny Astro responded.
Yeah, they do end up getting the D-Mech. It'll be Quartz popping the OC. He's going to get a lot of damage in a fix, so that's going to be both supports gone for Virtus.Pro, but is it enough here for Twisted Minds? KSA still in the mix as you're going to have to dodge JWU here. Vestola gets that kill on the Simple, so you're going to lose that, you know, big support there with the Baptiste. No immortality field gone, no regen burst, just with Funny Astro coming off the spawn. You're going to have to back up a little bit, so you're going to get some more payload progress here for VP and still have that bola shot with the rally to maybe get it over the line.
I think the tides are turning here. TM are now playing VP's game. VP want this D.Va mirror. They also got Fixer over towards a break for a couple of fights now. They're getting into the situation where Funny Astro is even on the break. This is definitely within VP's wheelhouse. Finally, the ball shot. See if that finds anything. Over the top. Oh. Shockwave. He was trying to hide behind the lamppost, but it's not going to be wide enough to hide his body.
Yeah, and he's not able to get out of the dodge there, and you're going to have Yubi get onto the point. He's going to be able to keep this contested. Such a rough spot for VP to fight from, especially with Simple using this Ant Matrix up on the high ground, but JWU able to stay alive. KSA comes back here on to the Wrecking Ball, just going to kind of get back here, put down some damage. Then we'll probably see him go back to the spawn and swap just on the rollout. I mean, JWU still here. I mean, just trying to keep them in it in like the most desperate of fashion. You have a few players here. Looks like Gala up on the high ground there, but you're going to end up losing this fight. And we go into OT as somebody's going to have to touch as JWU not able to get there. So you're going to end up not having him get there, get a touch. He gets a lot of damage down, recall force early. Shockwave up on that bridge, doesn't make it, and that's where the payload will stop.
It's an insane final fight there from Simple's POV. He gets an initial pick and then just stays alive forever. Doesn't go down to JWU, who at that point, he's the only one in position to touch, but he's stuck in a 1-versus-1 against the BAP, and he just can't get Simple down. VP, I think they eventually moved into a bit more of a comfort zone, turned the tides a little bit in terms of the actual compositional matchup to be more favorable towards them. I thought they were really going to cap B, and if they cap B and nothing changed for TM, VP could absolutely finish the map. But right at the end, a final clutch up from TM, KSA coming back on the ball, which by the way, if there is another fight like a full 5v5, KSA ball probably isn't going to end up doing enough. So that looks like a very good scenario for VP, but just too many late deaths. You see, I think Gala was the last one to die as the time is about to go to 0, and it's like, okay, they just don't have enough members.
Avril, VP comes out here on D. We're going to see Jwoo on the Freya, and then we're going to see Shockwave on the Torb. A very odd setup. I want to get your thoughts on it right after this Twisted Minds. Listen to it.
I try to lift. Yeah.
Okay. Let's focus up 3-0, okay?
Kita good diva, good diva.
Okay.
Yeah, Budisa. Clear. Ready? I'm gonna three.
1 second, 1 second.
Three.
Hold me for you.
Kill Torb! Chill, KC. You can't get back. I'm gonna
break turret.
Break turret. Okay, KC, 3 and 5. No, from down.
Torb one.
KC, ready? I'm gonna spin hard.
Okay.
No, take it. KC, take it. There is a stay. Come on. Oh, you take it back.
Take it back.
Okay, keep standing up point, standing up point.
Can you kill Risa? Where? Top one. Top one. Win, 3 points. I'm gonna spin Torb. Ready? I spin 3. No. Oh, never mind. Kill 3. Shoot 3.
Uri, dies. No gold.
Pop one high ground.
Top blow. Come behind you, matey. Top inside. Oh, okay, I'm gonna
Close.
I just died.
As that first fight doesn't work out there for TM Avril, as you see they desperately wanted to get that kill onto Shockwave. But what do you think about this VP comp? Like, I can't even really remember Jwoo playing the Freya that often.
It's the same as what we saw 2 weeks ago, and Jwoo actually played the Freya then as well. VP, they've just substituted out the Sigma that was banned for an Orisa. It's just a very heavy turret type of composition. They're playing all in for an 8-point defense here, trying to be as frustrated to play into as possible. But mind you, Quartz was on a Widowmaker. He's not on a Widowmaker anymore. That's an improvement to TM's comp, as Yubi's just trying to beam down Vestola.
Yeah, they have that immortality field though in the mix to keeps Vestola alive a little bit longer, but you see everybody contributing in the feed there for Twisted Minds. The Amp Matrix from Simple on that off angle splits up Virtus.Pro, and Vestola now going to go over to the Diva, going to have to get back and get a touch, but they don't actually get onto the point, Avril. So it's going to be the first point going to Twisted Minds, and they're all going to die here late. That's like worst case scenario.
That's really rough as well, because Jwoo was starting to pop off. He's starting to find some kills in there. I don't believe we even really got to see how this composition kind of worked out in that previous match a couple of weeks ago, because that map, I believe, no one ended up capping, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, we actually did finish the map twice. We went to the time bank. So, BP, obviously got ultimates online. They're going to stay for the time being. Jay was going to be the first to swap. The Souls are back over towards Diva. These are the players that lost their ults already.
Yes, old Captain Sun actually gets eaten by KSA. You're going to have Yubi here potentially with this big sim wall that's going to come through. He gets it, he doesn't use it. It's going to be Quartz though with that orbital ray as they push in towards Fixa, using that Amp Matrix up on the high ground. I also think because you're making these switches right towards the end and Shockwave ends up having this Tor Bolt and you're kind of holding on to it, like you just don't have enough damage, I think, right? Especially with the sim Cassidy on the other side.
It's an all-in defense for A, so everything ends up being the wrong type of, hero composition going in towards B. The problem is they had just too many ultimates. They don't want to give up the ults. The ults didn't find value. Now they're still keeping the talk for all the value of the Molten Core. Just going to dump it on the point to stop the cap.
And the Molten Core comes through. Quartz trying to get through that TP, potentially getting it off with that Molten Core. Somebody's got to get a touch here for VP, okay? It looked like Jwoo ends up getting on to that point. That's going to be a self-destruct up in the sky. KSA doesn't get anything with it. Quartz still here, though, up on the high ground. Same with Funny Astro. So now it's going to be backing out. So it's going to be Twisted Minds getting dangerously close, Avril. You see where that golden box of victory, and still with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to have to play perfectly now. Slide this payload back into the underpass. They've lost high ground control here as well. As VP at least are starting to come through on a couple more ultimates. Jwoo, he was one of the first to swap as well as with Solar. It's gonna go wide, the pulse bomb though.
We'll see though. It looks like maybe setting up a play with that TP. They get right on top of Gala. That's going to be the regen burst and the immortality field. The immortality field comes in a little bit later from Simple, and you see they're just burning down Vestola, forcing him out. You do end up losing KSA though. You're going to get a touch. It's going to be Vestola getting back in mech here as well. So it looks like here for at least the moment, VP going to be able to hold on. You'll finish off Funny Asher towards the end of this, but that got quite dangerous. You see you be able to use that TP there, Avril, and get right on top of the backline.
I like the KSA swap to Ram, though. This is where they can start to have a little bit more power, punch through the Matrix a little bit more as well. They also have a timing on double support ult. This Orbital Ray is going to be a big one. The Fixer is going to be too far away from Rally. I don't know that Rally's going to be good enough to fight this anyway, but you need everything. You need as much as you can. Molten Core could be a really large one to stop KSA from walking forward and stop the Orbital Ray from moving forward with the team.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, though, for VP. Double support ult here. Simple could use that Ant Matrix on the high ground. And before the Molten Core even gets off Quartz, gets a headshot on the Shockwave. It'll be an Ant Matrix for Gullah, but he falls. Quartz just dominating through that Ant Matrix. Jwoo with a pulse bomb, but it is most certainly too little too late, as it looks like they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. He'll get on, get a touch, won't live for long, as Twisted Minds makes a huge statement here, Avril. A blowout of VP.
Yeah. The statement here is, last time we faced up against VP, it was a fluke. The 6 maps, not going to happen again. We're going to cut that down to half the time. A clean 3-0. First map, 2-0 in the scoreline, specifically looking at the rounds being played on Busan. And Dorado didn't really get much there either. Full hold. Midtown was the most competitive map, but even then, when it really came down to it, Twisted Minds, they got past the Torb all in on the defense that Virtus.Pro showed. They got past the sort of Diva versus Diva mirror matchup. And again, for VP, where they looked comfortable is when they dragged the game away from the Ram and dragged it towards the Diva matchup instead. But then you have Quartz still indomitable on the Sojin. And he's able to just pick up this beautiful shot of the Shockwave, deny the Molten Core, and then find a follow-up conversion as well to then get them like a 5 versus 3. You just can't win against that.
I mean, look, if you're going to give Quartz high ground with an Ant Matrix and an Orbital Ray, there's a good chance he's going to come out with at least 1 or 2. And I thought as well, Avril, today interesting from the TM side of things, right? We've seen them move players in and out with like Psycho and TVNT and KSA today. Just KSA and Yubi in the lineup for them. On the VP side of things, Avril, what went wrong today? I mean, they were close to beating TM the last time around, but today, we're not in the same ballpark.
Well, last time, UB played 1 map. This time, he played 3 maps. And if I remember correctly, that 1 map that UB played wasn't that Circle Royale. It was map 6. He came in fresh. They needed to win that map, and he comes in on the sim. They just win it. We're in a sim meta right now. Jwoo doesn't look experienced on the sim. VP doesn't look like an experienced sim team. I'm not convinced that you have to play the sim or lose. Maybe in EMEA that is true. I think the look on the Venture is a possibility, but you just don't have time. You need like another week or 2 to develop that as a viable counter. And overnight, I'm not going to see a situation with VP in the span of this playoffs to be able to find something. I mean, I think there's a second week of playoffs, right? So maybe they survive week 1, they get into the second week, maybe they can find a viable sim counter or just learn to play sim as best they can. But right now, it's OWCS, it's Ultimates, 2 good sim teams, the best sim brawl teams that are looking like favorites to take out EMEA. One of these 2 teams will probably win it all.
Yeah, I think this match definitely displays that there is a tier gap in EMEA between TM and Kadsiah and the rest. And I mean, that is it for me and Avril in EMEA day. I mean, that is as about as fast of a day as you can get. Before we go back to the desk, let's listen to the, I mean, I don't know if Jaws and them are they're available yet. I mean, they might have to go to the desk and fill for a bit. But before we get there, let's listen to winning moments here from Twisted Minds.
Trace one.
Nice, good job.
Nice, guys.
Nice, boys.
Good job.
Easy.
Okay, guys.
the little easy there at the very end. Right. Well, listen, this was a lot more one-sided than we hoped for, certainly supporting Twisted Minds' claim that the last time they played it so close was just because Twisted Minds underperformed. It was very, very clear throughout the entirety of this match that VP did not have an answer to Symmetra in the mix there. Juby actually in for the entirety of the game, so we haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, I mean, what can you even take away from a short series like that, Jake?
What I will say is I'm actually really more bullish on Twisted Minds than I was before. I thought Kadsiah would be the team to commit harder on the sim for playoffs, and I thought they'd just win because of it, because I think it's the better comp, the meta right now. But TM, I actually think this is really intelligent of them to come towards the sim meta here in playoffs. I think this is like, I don't think you can beat the sim comp the way Kadsiah plays it without mirroring. I think it's the best comp right now. And maybe you can counterpick on a map or two or ban it out here and there, but you need to be able to play the sim. And so giving UB and KSA that consistent play time here in playoffs, using the Symmetra to great effect, and then UB still looking solid on Tracer and Dorado, very important, right? If the sim gets banned, you do need to be able to compete on the other roles, but UB has that flexibility. So I think this, as much as it's like kind of an easy cleanup here of Virtus.Pro, this is a very much a statement for Twisted Minds, exactly the way they wanted to start this playoffs off, if they're going to win it all.
Yeah, my take on this series is actually that, you know, quite obviously Virtus.Pro didn't have an answer at all, and they were looking for answers throughout the series. We saw Jwoo go towards the Symmetra at one point on control map. Vestola tried a bunch of different tags, whether it's the Orisa, the Ramatra, the Diva, and at the end of the day, I think Virtus.Pro, they are a team that I don't think can go towards the Symmetra. Like, I don't think that Jwoo picking the Symmetra is the best answer for them, because I don't think he's as well practiced on that hero as, you know, like UB, for example, who's a fantastic Symmetra player. But I think Virtus.Pro, though, I still think that they didn't give themselves the best chance to win. I think a few of their players maybe didn't have the best series. Vestola was obviously under a lot of pressure this series, and it's very tough to play, you know, Orisa when you're up against like a Sojourn Sim, because like there's just so much pressure you're coming your way. I think Jwoo had a pretty stable performance though, like found picks on Dorado, for example, and gave Virtus.Pro a chance. I think, like Matt mentioned during the cast, Shockwave is actually the player that couldn't find the picks on Freya, and when you're playing Freya, like, you gotta hit some of those double bolts, you gotta find some opening picks, and I think Shockwave had a relatively quiet series. So I think Virtus.Pro, they found on Midtown a decent playstyle to play around Twisted Minds. They sat back more, they relied on their damage players to open up some of these fights, but I don't think Shockwave was can be quite satisfied with his performance on Freya today, and maybe if Shockwave steps up, it's a bit of a closer series.
Yeah, so I mean, if going toe-to-toe with a very experienced Symmetra such as UB doesn't work for you, Jwoo obviously not having the practice on that hero. Also, as you see, UB obviously our player of the match with that performance. What you got to do as a team there in such a short turnaround, right? We saw them also trying out the Venture. Arrow touched on that as well. Venture being that counter, but you got to be a very competent Venture player as well, and the team needs to actually work around that Venture pick as well.
Yeah, I think it's just a terrible meta for Venture. Theoretically, the matchup against Sim is all right, like, you know, maybe even pretty good. However, Cassidy and Orisa are also pretty dominant in the meta right now, and those are insanely bad matchups for Venture, like consistent lockdown that breaks you when you go into your burrow or denies mobility is like you just die, you just get evaporated in 1 or 2 seconds. So yeah, you have a sort of an okay matchup against one of the heroes on Sim, but you know, the rest of the team, I'm not convinced they're going to be able to follow up with the rest of the picks in the meta right now. I think it's play Sim or go home for me. Like, maybe you can be the third place team because there's only 2 teams playing Sim, but for me, Twisted Minds, Kadsiah are going to dominate everyone playing the Sim, and the real question in my mind is who's going to wind up on top between the 2 of them when they clash.
Right on. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are standing after both our upper bracket semi-finals have concluded. I think everyone must have had Kadsiah as well as Twisted Minds moving forward to the upper bracket final. Also, the very likely stage 2 final that we're going to see again. So we will see those 2 teams going head to head, hopefully more than once. But it also means that we have our pairings for the lower bracket as of now. Peps will, of course, be facing off against VP. They should be, thank you, that was quick, on the spot. Peps also had a really rough showing at the very end of stage 2. VP should be happy about that pairing, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. Virtus.Pro, I think they should have a relatively easy time in the bracket still, because I think Kadsiah and Twisted Minds, they're just shown to be the top 2 dogs now in this region. But still though, you know, this is a Virtus.Pro team that maybe, you know, the meta isn't really going their way. One of these teams in the lower bracket, they're like, you know, throw something at the wall, maybe we'll throw out some Symmetra ourselves, like we'll give it a go. It's a Virtus.Pro team that, you know, now have to deal with some decently stiff competition in the lower bracket. They are favorites, but you never know. There's going to be a patch as well. You know, season 17 is coming around, so we'll see.
They're the team to pick off, right? Like, if you're any of these other teams, 4th through 6th, and you want to earn that 3rd place ticket to Esports World Cup Mod, it's Virtus.Pro in the crosshair. So it's time to start preparing. That's going to be the team that you know, you can maybe beat, even if you think, you know, Kadsiah and Twisted Minds are out of reach. There still is that 3rd ticket up for grabs.
That's right. They're like the gatekeeper to EWC for this very region, and we are wrapped with all things EMEA. We will be heading over to NA. GK will be facing off against SSG in our first semifinals of the upper bracket over there. But before that, it is now time for Battle of the Bots. And since it's playoffs, we once again, of course, want to raise the stakes. So our production team drafted their own bot team consisting of 3 heroes comprising of 1 DPS, 1 tank, and 1 healer. And they're going to compete in, yeah, that's right, a real bracket. We spared no costs, no efforts. 8 teams in a single elimination bracket, all playoffs long to keep us entertained. If we're just going by team name, who do you think has the upper hand here, Johnny?
I honestly like Too Hot to Bot. Shout out to producer Eric, who selected that name. You know, Ben's Best is also pretty funny from producer
good.
Ben, but I like Too Hot to Bot.
I think I love Focus Fire, please. That's hilarious. You're watching the bots. Please shoot the same target, guys. Please, I'm begging you.
I feel like server admins and community team could have brainstormed their names a little more. I don't know. They kind of lost me there. Difficult to get behind, but hey, it's
guys,
it's within
early Preds,
Early
champion, world champion. I'm gonna say I think Focus Fire, please. That's my Pred. That's my.
Yeah,
Pred.
we have their bot lineups too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they have? They have Bastion, Rotox, and Yara. That's
I think that's
Fire,
the winner.
please.
I think that's a goated strat.
That's disgusting.
I don't know what the meta
I hate
is
everything you
for
just
battle
said.
bots. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just. No, what am I going for? Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Director Andy, I'm with you. Symmetra, Sigma, Moira.
That sounds pretty strong, actually.
That could go kind of wild. That could go kind of wild.
That's why I have my eggs in Hey Guys' basket. Now, Reinforce, you got to pick your fighter too.
Oh, I mean, I'll kind of stick with Too Hot to Bot. Ramatra, Sojourn, Brigitte. I don't know what the meta is, but I feel like
Do you think
historically, whenever I
the
catch a
Ram
segment,
bot uses block? I feel like he might not.
I feel like they did.
You know, it's you know, point pressure. You know, Nemesis form. You know, annihilation.
Maybe
Very
doesn't
strong.
press right click. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Does he? I wonder. I'm
we'll
actually
see.
super curious.
Don't take this as channel points advice, okay? Don't listen to
This
me.
is financial channel points advice, guys.
Actually, but we do have the communities team versus stage 1 Battle of the Bots champion and all-star observer, of course, Bradley. So lock in your votes in the chat right now who you think is going to take it all at the end of the playoffs. And we're going to see you on the other side of this.
a gentle rain.
Use it.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everyone. It's playoffs time. This is day 1 of the OWCS Stage 2 playoffs. I am Zoe, and joining me are Jake and the most smiley Johnny known to mankind. What are you so happy about?
I was just out of the shot for a little bit. I just had to move back in. So it was, but now I had to point it out. I'm just smiling. I'm just a happy person, Zoe. Am I not allowed to be
Just
happy?
a happy little guy.
Am I
You
allowed to
are.
smile?
Yeah, no, yes, you are. Of course you are. And I know exactly why you're smiling. You're smiling because we have drops for these
Wow, you read my
playoffs.
mind.
So
That's
many
crazy.
drops. I know. It's
know
like
me
the
so
first
well.
entry in your diary every single day is like, but them drops though. And you too
know I
can
have
have
a
those. It just, you seem like the writing type
Okay.
kind of guy.
It's healthy, Johnny. That's good for you.
It is good. It's
You have a
good.
camera in my house, Zoe? What's going on?
Also, yes.
We're always watching.
and drops are enabled on that stream too. So it's great.
Oh, no.
It's a good time.
Oh, boy.
If you're more keen to watch Overwatch than Johnny's living room, don't worry, we still have plenty of action to come here in Stage 2. Yes, the regular season is done and dusted, but the action really just started now. We're in the playoffs afterwards. Promo and relegation is about to go down as well, so we might see new faces coming up into the OWCS circuit, or the same old running it back. We'll find out soon. Last chance qualifiers are going to be extremely exciting too, and of course all of that is leading up to the Midseason Championship.
Falcons in there, maybe?
Nani?
Huh? Falcons? What's going on?
Emoji.
What's going on, guys?
Dude, the last chance qualifier is not the place you want to be, man. There's a lot of angry, strong teams that are going to be competing in that one. Be a great one to watch. But of course, it's all for the Midseason Championship in Riyadh. I think it's going to be great to be there, man. It was fun last year. Excited to see all the best players in the world out there competing together.
Look at those fireworks.
I know. And if you too are partial to fireworks and to good Overwatch being played on a big stage, you should join us for the Mid-Season Championship in Riyadh. That's right, it's around the corner, but if you fancy a little getaway to Riyadh, you still have an opportunity to grab your tickets right now and watch some of Overwatch finest taking to the big stage. Speaking of big stages, World Finals, still a little way out, right? They are in November, but you can already secure your tickets and make some travel plans.
During Thanksgiving, and what better way to give thanks than to go to Sweden and appreciate some good Overwatch?
They go to a place where they do not celebrate Thanksgiving. That's really where.
No, it's 365 in Sweden. It's Thanksgiving every single day. We just give thanks to
It's
everybody.
just so grateful.
That's what we do. Yeah.
Love that. That's very cute.
I will say it's not for Americans. It's not actually on Thanksgiving. Fun fact: if you have Thanksgiving plans, you can still make it.
You can do both.
We don't even know. I don't even know when
It's on
Thanksgiving is.
Thanksgiving. I'm like, I don't think it is actually.
Well, it's a few days off. It's a few days off. Yeah.
Well,
You can do both.
I don't know when it is. So it is. I only have the World Finals on my calendar. That's the most important things of all, and I am very grateful for those kind of events. Now, I'm also grateful to have fantastic teams showing us what's good at these kind of events. So let's take a look at the standings to see where we are currently at in our NA region. I think this pretty much shook out how we expected. Some teams having a tougher stage 2 than we would have liked them to see, but they still rallied towards the end of it. And GK Nightmare all the way on top, like they have been looking like the teams to beat.
Yeah, I mean,
SG are 3-3 here, but obviously they've also played 7 matches. It's not like they were the only team to play 6 there. But yeah, Jake, I'd say that it largely shook out that we expected. I think SG were off to a tough start, but we fully expected them to be in 4th still.
I do think it's just been really impressive, both GK and Nightmare having really big stages, you know, on top right now, playing each one of the partner teams. And this is a scary spot for SSG and Team Liquid. I mean, both of these GK and Nightmare have looked really strong. They've looked flexible. And it's crazy to say that this is going to be maybe an uphill battle for Team Liquid. They're the team looking to make an upset here when consistently this has been, like, you think about resources, strength of roster, you would have put Team Liquid at or near the top. And there's a potential for some, you know, pretty surprising, I guess, if you had taken me at the beginning of the stage and asked me who I thought was going to be on top for some of these teams. It's been interesting.
Right, and a lot is on the line for these teams, so let's not forget about that. Let's take a quick glance at the pricing for Stage 2, and also, of course, 3 tickets are up for grabs for the Midseason Championship. Last stage, it was only 2. This time, the competition is bigger and better than ever.
3 golden tickets, and you get to go to the chocolate factory.
Yes, that's a movie reference. I know that.
Yep.
Good job, me. Self high five. We did it. I'm waiting for the camera.
Yeah, well, you know. I really tried to work like Oompa Loompas in there somehow, but like I just couldn't get there, and so it just kind of, that's all I had. So I'm sorry.
We didn't help you either. We really didn't help you either. We were just letting that one sit.
I'm like, yep, I also saw Joey in the Chocolate Factory when I was a little kid. I don't know where we're going with that, but all right.
Well, we're not heading to a factory. We're not heading to a chocolate factory, although I do assume that they do have chocolate in Riyadh as well, so, and probably also chocolate factory. So, you know, make the trip out if you want to. We already have some teams who will be headed that way, not in the NA and EMEA region, but in all our other regions, we already see some people moving on.
Yeah, I mean, in Korea, they're still playing it out here, but Crazy Raccoon, they already secured their tickets via Champions Clash because they won that event, but they decided we want to go to the Grand Finals once more. So, you know, they took out the opposition, they swept Falcons, and now they're in the Grand Finals once more. T1 with a pretty dominant performance against Zeta Division as well. But there's still one more spot in Korea, so that's going to be a very exciting match between AGG and Zeta Division to see who comes out on top there. And Falcons already eliminated. They're going to have to go through the LCQ, like I said earlier.
Yeah,
that's wild. Wild to me. You know, the run of dominance between Falcons and Crazy Raccoons, that they'd both kind of be stumbling at the same moment, leaving open the door to other incredibly strong teams from around the world to maybe be an upset championship. We're going to see potentially new champions here crowned in Riyadh, and I think that's just going to be awesome to see both them, the teams from EMEA and NA, and then you know, even the team from South America, right, coming out of Face It, team out of the Last Chance qualifier, the Pacific team that qualified, and the Japanese team. I mean, it's just going to be a lot of fun, I think, to get that true global event with 16 teams. It's going to be huge. It's probably the biggest event we've had in a long time in terms of 16 teams at a LAN is wild for Overwatch.
It really is. It really is. I'm very excited to see all of that going to go down in Riyadh. However, first things first, we need to establish who will be moving on from the NA as well as EMEA region. Let's take a look at today's schedule, as this is just day 1 of the playoffs. EMEA made it quick. We took a stroll through Sweep City, and now we're headed to all things NA. Will we fare the same here? First match, perhaps. Nightmare and Team Liquid, though, I do expect that one to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, I have faith. No 3-0s here. Come on. SSG.
Come on.
Even SSG, right?
Get a map, but I think Nightmare Liquid will be close too.
Yeah, even SSG, I mean, they have strong individual players. You got to think GK has just been like running the table on NA, so I agree. I think they're very likely to come out on top there with great diversity. But a team like SSG, you can't fully sleep on them or completely write them off. I feel like NA, like the #1 seed, it feels like it's anybody's game, right? It feels like really all these top teams could be contesting that and maybe coming out different ways. Even if you win here in the early brackets, I feel like the chance for comebacks out of lowers is very real in North America.
Absolutely. Now, I am very interested to see if we here on the desk are aligned on the journey of these individual teams. So let's take a look at our bracket, because we were asked by production to make our own. Starting with mine, this is my break-off, my playoffs bracket. Words are hard. So are predictions, honestly. I voted with my heart.
So do you have Nightmare going through in the first match there, but then it says TL in the upper
That's
final.
just a bug. That's just Nightmare. A bug, Johnny. It's a visual bug. All right, chill.
That's not it.
Well, no, I just wanted the clarification from Zoe here.
Yeah,
well,
that's I didn't make the graphic. Okay,
out of the lower bracket.
I didn't make the graphic, but yes.
So you think Nightmare's the better team here? over Liquid.
Yeah, I think Nightmare gets the upper hand in the first one, and then Team
Right.
Liquid is getting that salty run back in the lower bracket. They level up through the competition, and then they will be facing off against GK in the finals and absolutely drop the spaghetti there with maybe just winning control. That's my story. That's how I wrote it.
So his story.
Thank you. It was better than your chocolate factory shenanigans. So.
Okay, well,
Let's see-
you know,
let's see
you win
Jay.
some, you lose some. All right.
That's right. Yeah.
Can we move on?
I feel confident. Okay, that's almost the same bracket.
Well, hold on. I just think TL is going to win in the first round. That's. I guess it is pretty much the same. Other
that's
than that,
pretty
but
the same.
I do think TL. I still have a lot of faith in these players. I think they can pick it up for playoffs and you know put the pieces back together. They did make some changes in this stage, but I think you know coming into the playoffs, I think they are maybe going to be a stronger team than we saw in the regular season. I do think GK may be just a little bit too strong. They're a little bit too consistent. Great flexibility from the team, and I think you know somebody like Admiral on the main support just adds so much flexibility to this team. I think they're kind of maybe one of the top Lucio's top main supports really in the tournament right now.
I like that bracket, Jake. I like that bracket.
You like it so much you did it the same, or
it's kind of similar to mine here, but I actually got SSG in a map 5 taking out Nightmare actually.
Okay.
So I have Team Liquid in the upper bracket. I think Team Liquid will narrowly beat Nightmare. I think we're in for a great match later today. I love what Liquid are doing as of recent, the last few weeks here. But then I do think SSG has been improving as well. I like the compositions they're playing. I think they look way better than they did the first few weeks. And so Nightmare, maybe my prediction is that they're losing a bit of steam into playoffs. It's not even a prediction, it's more of a story. I'm telling you guys a story, what I think will happen. My story is that Nightmare will lose some steam in the playoffs and SG will just have improved enough to take them up in a 5-mapper. And then, yeah, it's going to be a very entertaining playoffs between 4 teams that I think are fairly evenly matched with GK coming out on top.
Okay, so, but overall, we're all kind of telling the same story here.
Well,
really.
I mean, it's really.
We have the same teams in the grand final. We have the same team winning. So,
but we have different teams
really.
qualifying to EWC though. For me, it's so much more. This playoff is really about who's buying those tickets to EWC, who's getting the better season EWC. Because right, like imagine you come in as like the bottom seed in the region EWC. Let me tell you, like the top seeds from other regions, you don't really want to be playing those teams early on in the tournament. You don't really want to be there. So you winning these, you know, getting the seeding, putting yourself in prime position to win some of that huge prize pool at the Midseason Championship. You know, I think these top 3 placements, who gets the ticket, that matters a lot.
Well, they will indeed. But we do have juggernauts in both regions, right? And in this one, it had to be GK. They've been lights out all stage long, not dropping a single match. Now it is up to SSG to hopefully change that. Did I say match or map? I meant match in case I said map, just to clarify. Let's talk about the rosters, though, starting with GK. Very flexible team. You know, they showed us that they can adapt to whatever the opposition throws at them. Of course, a big talking point all stage long has been their backline. Lifeweaver, Baptiste, people try to emulate it with little success. People try to like sneak past it with equally little success. They've just been playing really, really solid in that.
The support lineup on this team is so sick. I mean, UV and Admiral, I think this probably is the best support lineup in North America right now. I think Lethal is just an absolute beast and incredibly flexible from the hit scan role. And then this team bringing in Maimon, you know, having to replace Zero was not easy, right? On paper, they would have been like, oh man, that is a scary player to be losing despite your really strong performances in stage 1. But they brought Maimon in, and he's come in really solid in the lineup. I think in terms of hero pool is a great replacement for Zero. And they've been putting it together as a team. It's, you know, this team is playing stuff that no one else will really play, as you mentioned, and they're making it look insanely good, which is a scary thing to be going up against. Not only are they the best team, but they're also doing things nobody else does, making it so much harder to strategize against them and prepare for the match.
Yeah, if we're looking at the other side here, obviously early on in stage 2, people were a little worried about SSG, but their schedule was very like front heavy, right? They did face off against the top teams very early on in the stage, and come week 4, they started to look dominant. The Seeker was popping off on the Cassidy. I think that shift in the meta has really done a lot for them since Freya may just not have been his hero, you know. I think the Orisa has been a really good look for them. Yeah, Space Station Gaming, they leveled up in the competition.
Yeah, I think we've seen Kellen step away from the Winston somewhat. Obviously, on maps like Ilios, we're still going to see them play the Winston where they can. But I think the reintroduction of Baptiste into the meta has been really good for SSG. And you're saying them they're playing BAP Rig like they're doing here with the Orisa. They're playing BAP Ilari on maps like Circuit Real, for example. And I think that look has kind of favored them and looked a lot better for them. So I think they have a decent look going into this series. They also like to play some Lucio Juno, for example, if they do need to play the Brawl without any of those poke heroes. So I think they have a decent look going into this series. I think they have all the individual skill they need. And, you know, Sugar Free always pops off in series like this. So I think actually SSG are quite set up for this series. The problem is GK, like Jake touched on, they're just so versatile that I almost feel like GK will know what's coming their way and then just kind of counter comp SSG and not let them play SSG's comfort with a lot of BAP, for example.
Yeah, the bans have done pretty much nothing for the teams that faced off against GK, right? And they certainly have tried to ban out the backline, etc. Yeah, a very one-sided prediction here from our viewers, rightfully so. Again, GK looking untouchable, but it's playoffs, you know, it can be anyone's game. Maybe SSG coked with this one, maybe they're just rocking up and are a different kind of team in the playoffs. So we've certainly seen that before. We've also seen a caster duo before, so let's bring him in for this one as we're kicking things off here in the NA region. Please, everyone, share some love and a warm welcome to Necra and Jaws.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, thank you for the lovely intro. My word. Avril and Matt didn't get the same experience. Well, at least not the first time, but no, I appreciate you, Zoe. I'm excited to get into the playoffs, Rose, here in North America. GK versus Space Station. Zoe just set this one up perfectly. Space Station had a front end schedule that looked a little tough, and it was very tough for them, Rose. A lot of just single maps were taken off some of these top teams, and then towards the end of the stage, that's when they started collecting wins. This is the first time they're facing GK since week 1, match 1. We opened up the stage with this match exactly, and Space Station only won a single map, and that was Control.
Yeah, I mean, the control buff is real for Space Station, or maybe it's the control curse, because as you said, they will win that first map, and then the series kind of just goes downhill from there. But Space Station over the last couple of weeks have looked so much better when they started to really lean into some of these other tank picks that Kellen has. No longer are they just looking at the Wrecking Ball as that comfort hero, but they're also still looking at leveling up that Winston play and adding more Orisa into the mix. I think that Orisa has made the Space Station squad a lot more powerful. But against a team like GK, Jack, I think this is just going to be a 3-0. I think GK are highly favored here, and I'm with the fans on this one that are watching. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for Space Station.
It was 89% to 11, the fans out there voting. Yeah, let's talk about and quickly touch on that control point again, because Space Station, they do win those controls, apart from the series against Sakura, but they win on Ilios, not Oasis. And GK know not to go to Ilios, and it's like, okay, we can play any other map, and this is going to be perfect for us. And even Jake touching on the desk too, and Johnny discussing it about W Mymone coming in, replacing Sarah. They take away some of that star-studded tracer play. Mymone's a good tracer, but they added a lot of flexibility. So we'll see if GK want to run out with a Sombra anytime soon. Looks like they're going to stick with the Sim for now. Space Station roll out with a Genji Soj.
I was actually kind of wondering what was going to happen in NA, because in EMEA we actually saw that this was such an intense hero pick here with this Symmetric coming in and being really favorable to make sure that you can take these rotations a lot faster. I was kind of giggling. I was like, oh, well, you know, EMEA has Symmetra, we have Moira in North America. So I'm kind of glad we're not seeing that. But the Symmetra pick, I mean, already right off the bat, GK are able to make it to the point and get this defensive setup.
Super strong into the Orisa. You walk forward, you have to walk through the mini room to try and get the Symmetra out of there. Kellen takes infinite damage on the approach. Even CJ under a lot of duress too. Has to deploy the lamp super early. And that teleport is actually going to separate CJ from Kellen. Look at the health bars on Space Station right now. Not looking healthy at all, as this is just pure control from GK.
It's when you get these isolated 1v1s where GK really start to shine. I mean, even just sending Admiral to go clean up some of these picks, like on the Seeker, you're just going to struggle a lot if you get picked apart like this if you're Space Station. So the name of the game here is to definitely try to stick together as a unit, but that becomes even harder against this Symmetra pick because one person can take that teleporter and completely disrupt that game plan. You can see Sugar Free trying to take a flank alongside Seeker, so at least you're starting to create an angle, and that's also another approach that you can take here, especially when this window gets deployed. You want to play from behind it.
Sugar Free's gonna have to wait now. Kellen once again, all eyes towards him on the Orisa. Sugar Free's in, and same as Seeker, like you said, but here comes the wall to separate the team even further. They have so many tools to do that, Rose, and this is just looking too easy.
Way too easy. At this point, what do Space Station even do? They've got this amplification matrix. They can pop that down, but I feel like that's just not something that GK are even going to care about. You've got this overclock that you can rip first. You're going to have the sound barrier to respond to that amplification matrix, so it doesn't really even matter that that damage is getting amplified. Also, if you can't hit your target, then what is that window doing for you?
Sugar Free's way,
Oh, they just go in.
way too deep. Terrastos does end up connecting with a couple of people, but GK already used that sound barrier. They used it fairly early on in the fight as soon as they saw Sugar Free diving in. There's Seeker with the overclock, but spooked off the map by the wall of all things. Takes cover with them, and Space Station do claim the point. But GK are at 99%.
Oh my gosh. And that 99%, I mean, it's going to be so easy to take that control up. We finally see Seeker actually make a switch here, switches off the Sojourn to go over to the Freya. I think that Freya is going to play a little bit better with the verticality, especially because you have control of the point now, and we've seen how dominant some teams can be with that pick on the defensive side. But I don't know, this downpour, I feel like EK, especially with this teleporter, could also just kind of get behind Space Station.
Covers bullying Seeker right now, but here's another ult from Sugar Free. Ultraviolet takes him down, but traded quite swiftly. Cover on the point's going to be very hard to actually dislodge, but without Admiral, looks like Cover's going to get out for the wall behind him. Make a safe exit.
Okay, now things are starting to look a lot better than Space Station. I've had a little question marks over how long they would be able to keep this point, but now that they're back with the amplification matrix, oh, that sound barrier was just a little too late.
Yeah, CJ actually just got one tap through window. Just 3 bullets to the dome. Easy pickup for UV. He's already had his plate of slop this morning, so you know he's feeling himself already. GK only lose lethal, and Seeker's on the wrong side of the fight, and that's going to be GK picking up the first round.
Oh, I mean, after Bliss makes a valiant effort to get back, Kellen's going to be back on the Wrecking Ball as well, but it's just going to get torn apart by these Symmetra turrets. So it should just be a matter of time before, as you said, I think we do see GK.
Can't even move. You got booped like 3 times in that small room. Looked like a pinball in a pinball machine. Well, this round 1 rose 100 to 62. It was by the skin of their teeth they managed to come back in. Sugar Free rose struggling on the Genji. Got a decent kill with the blade, but it was like they were GK were closing in on 100%, and Sugar Free hadn't had the blade yet.
Why also are we playing Genji into a Symmetra? Like, can I just like ask that really quick? Because I feel like that's one of those hero picks I always have a lot of question marks about when I see the Symmetra online. You can't deflect the beams, you can't deflect the turrets. So I feel like the Genji also just struggles a lot more when you're not able to take the positioning to get even the dash resets against some of these things that are going to be able to kite away with something like that teleporter.
Much better map for it now, though, so at least Sugar Free's got that going.
Yeah, that's true.
Mimo's still on the sim, and CJ's dead again. Yuffie once more just kind of destroying, and cover is in the back line. Should be good. Got a lot of spike guard available. However, Bliss and Kellen just booping him constantly into a corner. But the classic, yet stage 2 Lifeweaver coming through for Avril. There's the grip, and cover is out of there.
Oh, the Weaver. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before on OWCS, like even on just control. Actually, in their match that they played, Admiral played Lifeweaver all 3 rounds. So I was kind of wondering when we would see it, but we're seeing it on University. So yeah, definitely very funny. So let's see. Kellen goes over to the
good pick right now. Like,
which is so weird because like Lifeweaver is good, but
it feels so strange because Lifeweaver was just considered bad for a long time, but
like
the amount
years,
of
it feels
sustain And the ability to save someone that goes incredibly deep, and you have the protection of the sim and the BAP as well. Like, look at this. There's just 2 ways to give people immortality. That grip gives them immortality for a brief second, and then also, obviously, the lamp from the Baptiste. This is going to get chased down. CJ is swapped over to the Ana, but it's looking messy for Space Station right now. They can't grab a hold of anybody in this comp.
Ooh. I mean, even the fact that Kuffa has this verticality to be able to get somebody like Seeker off the high ground, I think also is just making this fight so much harder. Oh.
They're just going. Like, you just can't run. You got to go back to the spawn. It's...
Can't run, you can't hide.
This is a flattening Rose of epic proportions currently.
I think it's almost a miracle that Space Station were able to take any control in that last round. But now really all hopes on Sugar Free with this Pulse Bomb. Hopefully can actually grab a pick with this, because I think if you don't, this is a round that's over. Oh my god.
Well, they traded at least, and a Kuffa kill is good. However, still, DK are going to be fighting. Lethal in the 1v2 now, in the spawn of Space Station Gaming. Somehow still alive. It's actually drawn 3 sets of eyes there from Space Station to look at him. And still, GK are in control. Lifeweaver deploying the tree on the point. Good luck killing anybody. The focus fire is going to have to be superb here from Space Station. They do eventually kill Ultraviolet, but still GK in overtime territory, and April is still alive. They just can't kill the Lifeweaver. Okay, eventually he does end up going down. And Space Station hoping now they don't need to expend any ultimates to win this fight.
Oh my god, that Lifeweaver was alive for much longer than I feel like it should have been. But even though Space Station do have control now, GK are right back in there. Kuffa actually deploys the downpour, gets put to sleep, and maybe I would have liked to actually see Kuffa hold on to that. But think about what you just got out value-wise. That nano boost is gone, Jack. Space Station don't have that anymore for the next fight.
Yeah, they've only got that sound barrier to really rely on. It's going to be hard against this window. And even Lethal with this overclock as well. If they get in a good position, Lethal can just take over the game like he does every single series he is in. Nice little slam on the backline, and there you go. That is the dive Space Station want to execute over and over again. The slam and then the Tracer following up to get an instant pick on a Squishy. They end up using the sound barrier, but maybe it was truly needed to keep themselves in this and keep everybody alive.
I think so. I think if you don't use the sound barrier there, it almost feels like a throw, because that could have been last fight. DK have 99%, and so at least if you're Space Station, you win 1 fight, you know you only need to win 2 more, and maybe that evens up the map to take us into a round number 3. But Sugar Free still hasn't used this Pulse Bomb yet, and DK are now going to be going in with a counter dive with Lethal's overclock.
Oh, what a headshot. Oh, the double tap from Lethal there was dirty stuff. Slides straight towards the health pack as well. And with CJ and now Bliss dead, it's all over, Rose. Space Station. They got a couple of touches, potentially. But GK have flipped. It's 100%. Sugar Free's already used that recall, throws out the pulse bomb, gets absolutely nothing. And now GK are going to take the first map. A little 2-0 to start off the series here in the upper bracket.
I love how Lethal was basically playing like 3D aim trainer. Like, you just have to have your head on a swivel. Using the jump pad and being able to get those headshots with the overclock is so incredibly impressive. And the fact that that's how they close out that round, it's just another day in the office here for Lethal and for this GK squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, it might be where the audience had predicted the series going, a little 3-0, especially that first round. It was just so one-sided. We know Space Station are very good on control, but they're good on Ilios. That is the map that they've won the most throughout this stage. When you go onto a map like Oasis, which, you know, they've got to practice on, of course, but not their preferred one, it was a completely different story.
Even with this Orisa pick, I feel like we still saw a lot of discomfort from Space Station. Part of that, I think, is the fact that they are playing against this GK squad, which are highly favorited to win the entire bracket. But I actually kind of want to give some credit where credit is due to this Wrecking Ball. That we actually saw some fairly well-executed dives from Kellen and the rest of the team, especially when you get those slams on the back line. I think Maimon got caught out a couple of times, Lethal as well. And maybe if Space Station can just still maintain that confidence for the dive like that, maybe we will see a better showing from them. It's just tough because I think Wrecking Ball is exploitable, and that is something that a lot of teams have found ways to counter, whether it's within the bans or even just sort of like the hero picks that they make when they know that they're on a good Wrecking Ball map. So it's tough to actually find good ways to use it.
Yeah, the opening game that I was talking about earlier on, it wasn't versus Geeko, it was versus Team Liquid, but kind of the point still stands in which they like to go to Ilios as the map. When they faced Geeko last, that 3-0 in week number 3, they went to Oasis. We're going to jump over to a Dorado map, which is definitely a Space Station-esque map with the ball, with the Winston. We've seen a lot of full holds, though, on this map, both in EMEA and North America. It's a tough map to actually get going. As soon as you get to that second point, the dive becomes way better than it is on first. How do you expect Space Station to approach the bans? Because if you're Geeko, you probably don't even ban a tank, I don't think. I think you target something else because Kellen will play the Winston or the ball. And if you ban one, he's just going to play the other.
I actually kind of wonder if you want to ban the Hazard. And then, because like, I'm only thinking about it in the sense of if you ban the Hazard, it does two things. It not only protects the Wrecking Ball and the Winston, because maybe you just like don't want to take the mirror versus this team. And I think the Hazard is very good against some of the other characters that we've actually seen from Space Station. So, I don't know. It does two things. I'd like to
Hazard does make sense. The thing is with Kuffer, though, looking at the hero pool, it's just like, does that really matter? Looks like Space Station are just going to ban D.Va. So yeah, just making sure Kellen is a little bit more safe. Taking D.Va out of the mix makes Winston a little bit easier, makes Wrecking Ball a little bit easier too. And then Geeko ban the Ana, expecting SSG to go for this dive. When it comes to Geeko on the defense now, Rose, they can still play the Hazard. And I think they're going to be more than happy with that. The Hazard from Kuffer has looked so good throughout this entire stage. I mean, they've lost 4 maps. Like, come on. This team is 7-0 coming into the upper bracket.
Yeah, this D.Va ban, I'm not going to lie, kind of surprises me. I just don't really feel like Kuffa is one of those tank players that's known for playing the D.Va. So I feel like this is almost just one of those bans that we see this from Space Station a lot, actually, I feel like, where sometimes the bans don't really feel like they reflect a lot of like the best strategy perspectives. But, oh, I love this. We get to see the mode win percentage.
Hybrid, 100%.
Wow, 100%
for Geeko is crazy. Push being their worst game type, although they're not exactly bad on anything, only 50%.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 maps that you drop, like...
Yeah, exactly. It's like 2 there, 1 there, 1 there. It's not much. I think another reason why Space Station might want to take Geeko here as well is week 5, the Sakura game. Dorado, they full-held Sakura, like straight up full-held. Then just pushed it in, easy peasy. It's going to be a confidence-building map. You don't want obviously go down into that lower bracket. They will be facing Sakura, who is waiting down in the lower bracket quarters. Or Geeko, of course, might go down there. But by the looks of it right now, looks like Geeko are in firm control. We'll see if Space Station can topple them here on Dorado. See if Geeko bring out their famous Sombra as well. Maimon has been a terrifying Sombra to play into. And against this dive, it makes Kellen a lot more scared.
Absolutely, but I think that if we see the Sombra, then it means that we don't see the Symmetra, and that Symmetra has just been such a key pick. We just saw this in EMEA. We got a really good example of how it might affect and shape the North American meta as well from that very first map. So I think either one, honestly, are going to be a pain for Space Station to deal with. But the Symmetra in particular, you're able to take the teleporter to one of these high grounds. It's very easy to be able to cross that gap. But even if it's not the Symmetra, I love that Sombra call out, like you said, just to be able to hack Kellen or even be able to get a sneak around. But sometimes I think that Sombra actually makes the pace of the game a lot slower, whereas the Symmetra is super far in your face, and especially when you're trying to make a lot of these picks explosive, like with the Ashe that just has really high DPS. And the Life Weaver again as well. Like, this is a pace that a lot of teams are going to have trouble playing against.
I think this high ground position as well, you can take Life Weaver, Bap, Ashe, and the Sim playing as one. You can't jump on that if you're Kellen. Kellen is going to be AFK, basically. They need to make a very proactive dive towards a particular target, but Geeko Kuffer's the only one that's not out of position, but he's going to be on and off angle, jumping in, creating space for the rest of the team. The rest of GK are just vibing together.
Well, I mean, did you just see Kutha, like, soloing Seeker and CJ? And now GK are already at the end of the line just to be able to capture this first point. Sugarfree's dead from the Lifeweaver of all things. This seems like it's gonna be a steamroll for this first point, unless really Space Station come in with one of these ults. Like, even the rush would be great here.
Yep, they find a way out of the Kellen dive. I mean, that's pretty easy. Seeker at least kills my moan, and they actually end up using the rush, but Seeker's already dead. Wall ends up killing him once again. My word, he's gonna be fearful of living in his own apartment, I'd imagine, after this. 2 minutes to go, and Kellen's going to struggle to stand on the point without an ultimate, especially. There's a downpour they could even use, but they don't need to. They can now just get high ground, put UV, Admiral, Lethal, and my moan up there, and yeah, bring it on. Come to us.
Especially when you saw Ultraviolet use the amplification matrix there. What a great countermeasure to something like the Kitsune Rush. And even though we already saw GK at a player advantage, it was still, when else I think are you really going to use it, especially when we head into the second point. We're really playing around this high ground. The pedal platform's so good to be able to make sure that some of these more difficult heroes to assail that are able to get up there, like the BAP. So
look at this positioning from Seeker Rose.
This is
Seeker
crazy.
and Bliss behind the team right now. I mean, this is what you need to do against a team that is huddled up so closely. This 4-man squad from GK. Take as much space around them as possible and then start peppering in the damage, because you know realistically there's only one person that can chase you, unless Mimone ends up using a teleporter to try and close the distance on somebody. But even then, Space Station are very mobile. Good little hold for now for Space Station, but they can't let GK reclaim this space.
I do really like that strategy call out, but I think it is a little bit risky. Like, to me, yes, you can kind of split up the damage and try to get this collapse onto the team, but then if you are too split up and you make a mistake, I think that margin of error is very small. And you saw right there, especially when you do have this photon barrier, you split up even further, and then everybody's easy to pick apart. Like, look, the Bob is going to do this again.
Oh yeah, Lethal's dead for that one. Sound barrier used there by Bliss. Oh! See you later. Abra used the life grip. As someone's getting juggled on his team. Okay, large investment though for Space Station. DK now, Lethal switching over to the Soldier. Needs a extra mobility of the slide, not just the coach gun, to escape Space Station Gaming's comp.
I do feel like this is a really good spot for Space Station, though. I mean, this is a couple of good team fights in a row. That last fight was a little expensive, but what else does GK really have at this point? I think you took a fairly economical fight, all things considered, when you're still able to hold on to the rush and even have a pulse bomb up for grabs for this next one, too. And you still have this high ground control, like very little movement on this payload. And so I think if you're GK, like, you're kind of hoping this rush gets taken out. Maybe you can take a couple of fights from mechanical skill and then see if you can build up ults that way.
Whew, that is an aggressive rush. Lamb comes in, and then Admiral does end up using that life grip to save Ultraviolet again, but the bubble's going to stop those heals from connecting with each other as CJ claims 2 kills. A little bit of free space there from GK, but Space Station were waiting for them to get disjointed, basically, waiting for them to split up a little bit, and then they execute the dive. So it's looking way cleaner for SSG now.
So much better. Oh, and that's a great pick. I mean, Seeker with the pop-up there, that's going to allow yet another kind of standstill, as GK needs to wait for that Tracer to come back online, and then also the setup to happen here with the Tracer and just like the hazard with the dive. So Space Station keep control of this high ground. They even actually get a chance to put Seeker onto an angle as it forced the split again from GK.
Ooh, nice Suzu there. Seeker narrowly avoiding that downpour. Tree has been used, and they have a window, and they're on high ground, so GK in a very good spot to take over this second point. Seeker, though, is going to make it a tough time for GK to poke their heads around this corner, but they're happy to just wait this one out as the payload is still moving. Kellen pops the Primal Rage, but doesn't really find too much apart from some space on this high ground, but very easy to reclaim it if you're GK. They just climb straight back up.
I mean, this payload has actually not moved as far as maybe they would have liked, though, because we're at the point where there's enough time for maybe one more fight, and GK really need to make sure that these DPS are set up here.
That was a very narrow escape there by Sugarfree.
Overclock on the high ground for Lethal does end up landing a headshot, but nothing more can be said to that. CJ does end up getting cleaned up by cover. This high ground rush from CJ not working out like it did last time around, and Kellen's in trouble. This point 2 looking way more likely now for Geeky as they clean SSG off of second. This Mimone switch to the Tracer working out wonders for them, and they get a good position too. They can get the high ground almost instantly.
Yeah, this payload is going to start to move quite far as long as you actually have somebody pushing it. I think that's also where the Lifeweaver is going to come in just a little bit. So Geeky here, if they're going to have the supports pushing the payload, they can't extend too far. But a lot of what Space Station want to do with the pulse bomb, they were really hoping to come to them, but I think Sugarfree saw a ghost or something.
Yeah, who's trying to stick somebody, but they're a little bit too far away. Really nice early kill again. CJ goes down first for Space Station. Geeky just running him over right now. Bliss hits for the reset real quick. They've got sound barrier, but tree, window, downpour, yeah, good luck.
The window, I think, too, just buys so much space for Geeky. And then Space Station, because, like, realistically, where you're approaching from, there's really kind of only one spot to do that. But I love that Ultraviolet's going to play this so selfishly.
Yeah, that sound barrier though from Bliss making easy work, light work of Ultraviolet there, using those Exos boosts, getting onto the high ground. And quickly dealt with. Bliss gets the mega health pack. Gets out of the way a cover too. As with April's death, that should be it for Geeky. I think Mimo maybe pulse jacks there. I'm not sure that pulse even went out. Bliss ended up killing him mid-cast. 30 seconds to go now for Geeky, and they changed their backline rows. No more Lifeweaver, no more BAP, just classic Kiriko Lucio now.
I think at this point, when you have such little time left on the clock, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting in fast, and that Baptiste Lifeweaver is certainly one of the slower backlines that we have. But you got to make sure that this Lucio is also going to help Lethal get set up. That's kind of your last big ultimate to try to get this payload to the finish line.
In a decent spot too, around the back line, but quickly dealt with by Kellen there. Pops the bubble down as soon as he jumps on in. So Lethal, no real sights to shoot at now. Oh, apart from Seeker, who slides away, getting away from danger on the high ground as Lethal just snipes him out of the skies. A decent stick from Sugarfree though, and CJ still ends up claiming a kill on top of that. 3 players from Geeky alive now on the point, pushing it towards last 2 and a bit meters to go. But Sugarfree is still alive and kicking on the point, and he's got the support to back him up as well. Nice little blink onto the point once more to kill Mode, and Sugarfree saves the day for Space Station.
Big stick there. Sugarfree really starting to pop off in this map. I feel like we got a nice warm-up segment in that very first one, but now on Dorado really looks like he's coming back into that peak form. I think this Tracer pick has certainly helped out a lot, and maybe a couple of pulse bomb whiffs at the very beginning, but Tracer's still doing the job that it needs to in this match, which is just really bullying that backline on Geeky. So, I mean, amazing stuff. I think across the board, Space Station really putting up good numbers on that defense, too.
Admiral with 4 elims there. Just the product of playing Lifeweaver, sadly. 12 assists, though. A whole lot of assists for the Weaver. Becomes a lot better, too, on the defense rows. Must be said. And this is what I was curious about. Where does Lethal kind of pivot from here? We've seen Soj, obviously, we've seen the Ashe, but the Cassidy's just become so good in recent times that on a Dorado defense, the Cass with the BAP and the Lifeweaver, that is going to be a horrible thing to attack into. Let's see if Space Station Gaming have got any plans, though, with a quick listening.
Yeah, remember yesterday. Yesterday was so good.
Yeah. And I don't want to hear, like, oh, they have hazard, by the way, they have hazard.
Yeah.
Don't say can't, just fucking go, okay? We're like hesitating too much on our dives. Just say, I can go this. We all follow, okay? I don't want to wait too long.
Yeah, unless someone screams that like they literally can't for like something, then we can just go.
There's sim.
Hard to touch point. They're hard to touch point.
Yeah, how's separate?
Cass, same Cass.
Do they BAP Weaver?
BAP Weaver.
You can take it right side with Seiko.
Left side, I touch point.
We taking right side. I'm clear headed. I'm clear headed.
Just keep shooting house point.
Can you shooting full on?
Yeah, we're clear headed.
Stutter now. Stutter, we can shoot header. 1, 2, 3, stutter.
Okay.
I'm dead. Heads up, heads up.
Okay.
Hasla.
Push him, team out. Team top. Starting, we can go point.
They might find go TP.
I go right under. Hey, walking, you attention. Header, I go shoot him. You are shoot header.
10배 슈터져
Has gonna take angles.
I'm taking right side top.
I'm taking right. I'm playing top left here, boss. Come here.
Has on you.
Sit top, sit top.
Couple of unfortunate deaths there at the very beginning, but Cover looks like he's maybe caught out. Oh, tell a lie. Joking. Admiral's there with the grip. So tough to get anybody here. And then my Moan on the high ground just frying this bubble shield. And nice Suzu initially there, so Kellen does end up staying alive, but another just insurance policy for GK's backline. That lamp ends up coming in, saving my Moan. And Rose, I want to quickly pick up what Sika was saying at the very start of this round. Like, we've got to be proactive. We've just got to go. We can't be hanging around. They use a few more expletives than that, but you get what I'm saying.
I'm glad you picked up on that, because that was actually something that I was listening for as well and trying to see how they were going to execute on that, because I think that is part of Space Station's problem a little bit, and especially against a comp like this for GK where you've got so much survivability. Oh my god.
My god, Lethal. He paints the Mona Lisa with his Peacekeeper every damn match. 1 minute and 40 said. That is a disgusting triple kill. Double DPS ult used for GK. Space Station ends up with 3 bullets in their domes.
But I was gonna say there before Lethal just put on like the play of the century, is that the longer you let this GK comp go, I feel like the more times it's going to win more often than not. Especially because you do have life grip, you've got the immortality field, you had the photon barrier, Deadeye combo. Like there's just so many things that are gonna like catch you.
Okay, the villain is down. Lethal is dead. Finally. GK, though, still holding on. Downpour is going to get used as Sugar-Free tries to clean up the backline of GK, who found themselves in a bit of an awkward spot close to Space Station spawn. Nice little Primal Rage from Kellen, and they're going to get it moving again, but this is going to be a free attack, another defense here for GK Rose, because where the payload is, they get to regroup as 5 again, and then set up for a full defense. Bliss has got the sound barrier, but it's their only tool to use to try and topple GK.
I feel like the sound barrier is good though, especially if they do follow that advice of just being proactive. If they use the sound barrier to try to just play aggressive for this final point, they know that GK doesn't have anything, so I think the sound barrier could be enough to overwhelm. That's pretty good.
Very, very early. High ground teleport there to put Lethal in a good spot. But Seeker shuts him down again. Okay, yeah, sound barrier needed for Space Station. Yup. And Ultraviolet, yeah, just going to die near the point. Same with Admiral, burning off as much time as humanly possible. But Space Station, they do cap. And now they can go high ground. They've got Rush. And this snowball, Rose, this momentum now shifting into Space Station's favor.
I want to believe you, but I just have a lot of hesitations for this Kitsune Rush. I feel like that's something that's very kiteable in this matchup, especially because you could lay it down on high ground and then everybody plays low. And you also are starting to build up to even more ultimates here from GK. Like the full slate is on the menu outside of this downpour from Kappa. So I mean, kind of pick your poison moment for how do you respond to this Kitsune Rush. Oh, but that's bad. That's very bad.
Really nice boot from Bliss. Saw the TP, just booped My Moan away from it. My Moan trying to go for a very aggressive play. Window on the high ground. Gonna net him a bit of space, but that's about it. Space Station happy to wait it out, but Lethal gets his revenge down in the courthouse. Sentence Seeker to the spawn route. Minute and 40 Rose, and another High Noon available too. I'm pretty scared if I was Space Station right now, but Needle's not on the high ground, but it will be in just a moment. Pedal platform.
Pedal platform. Yeah, pedal platform, Life Weaver moment. With the Photon Barrier too, it's just that another big setup combo. And with a minute and a half remaining, I almost kind of want GK to save that as the final nail on the coffin for this map. Especially when you still have Downpour in this tree. You can play tree towards the front. How do you actually get past that if you're Space Station without expending something like the Rush, or even like try to get the Pulse Bomb out and then cycle through to really lay down this like final blow with the High Noon. But good jumps forward, I think, to at least get some space back. But we're a minute left, and
again,
jeez.
Lethal finds an opening pick again. Tree on the high ground as well. Seeker's got a decent angle. Wouldn't say it's the best, but still lands a couple of shots, but needs a few more than that to get rid of that over health. Lethal finds Seeker. I mean, is there anything this man can't do? Well, oh, survive a pulse bomb he can as well. Nice little grip from Admiral. God, he is just like a tank in the front line. Guy is immortal. Primal Rage from Callan's not going to do all too much. Like 4 people looking at him, so that 1,300 HP is not going to last long. 30 seconds now on the clock, Rose.
And this looks like a map that GK is just going to take. Even though you do have the sound barrier from Bliss, I feel like, do you have the setup to actually use it? Might be really tough when you got this high ground presence. And Kellen's diving in already into the face of an amplification matrix.
Sound barrier only connects to 3 as well there, Rose. There's that wall split up CJ and Sugar Free. They're still touching the point, so they are good, at least for the time being, but another 1v1 and Lethal wins it again. DPS dead for Space Station. They got no more gas left in the tank as Geeky are just going to hold this high ground. There's nothing Space Station can do. Bliss gets a boot kill on my Moan, but Ultraviolet doesn't even need to heal anybody. He's just dishing out as much damage as humanly possible, and that's where the payload will end. And Geeky with a 2-0 lead over Space Station in this upper bracket match. They're pretty close to getting that upper bracket final spot. And honestly, Rose, they're close, but this series is not.
I really had high hopes after Space Station put up such a good defense and was able to start to string together a good cycle. It just looks like it's fallen apart. I like this GK roster too. I think what's been so impressive is just the number of different compositions they've played over the course of the season for the second stage. And now with this Symmetra look, they come in, they're playing at such a high tempo that it really feels like Space Station has faltered under that pressure.
Yeah, and the Dorado's a good dive map for them too. This backline, that people are just playing this until it breaks. This Lifeweaver BAP, and then you have the Cass as well. Like, it's just so annoying to dive into. And if this is how the meta's kind of trending as well, dive is dead. Like, I don't think you can play this style anymore because of how little you can do, even with burst damage. Like, you have to do a Sugar Free, like connecting a pulse bomb and hope there's no lamp, you hope there's no life grip, you hope there's no like roll from the cast and then healing. Like, there's just so much that needs to go right for you to take down even one player on GK or on this composition. It's very, very tough. They're going to get their map selection again. Just look at the stats from that last map. Be close in terms of damage and healing, but it was a GK all the way on Dorado, not even letting SSG get to that second. I mean, they were barely under the bridge. Like,
and even if they got through that bridge, I feel like EK were coming up on ults that would have just sealed the deal on that second point. So, I mean, this is just, I think, what we wanted to see from EK heading into the playoff bracket. And also why the viewers are with us on this one with that 89% prediction for GK winning the whole thing.
It's a very small sample size, Rose. Okay, we'll go to Flashpoint. I was going to say, like, hey, maybe we go to a push map. GK have won 50% of their push games, but they've only lost, like, 4 matches, or 4 maps, sorry, this stage so far. But New Junk City, a map you could play the BAP Lifeweaver. Not ideal, I'd say. Flashpoint in general, faster comps. You want to play Kiri, you want to play Lucio. But how do you ban now if you're Space Station? You've already taken away the Diva to help Kellen out. How do you pivot?
Hazard, bin Hazard. I don't know why we didn't do that on Dorado, to be quite honest, but maybe it was because you were hoping that you would get to this point, and I think you need to use the ban now. I think Kuffa has been such a menace, and especially with this kind of Hazard style dive, I think that really has been, if you're going to play dive at all, or any semblance of that, like, it's the Hazard versus something like the Winston or the Wrecking Ball. And if you want to continue to play the dive, then take out the Hazard. That's bested you twice now in this series.
Hazard ban, but then it's like, well, Kuffa just plays Orisa, and then we just go Rush, like...
Or Ram. Actually, I guess now that I...
Or like Ram, yeah. And then the other big problem too, this is a map that's very good for the sim, which is what SSG are going to ban. Geeke are going to ban the Lucio, so slowing down SSG, but love the ban here. Taking away that Symmetra, which was a pain point in map 1.
Absolutely. I think if it wasn't going to be the Hazard, I think the Symmetra also has to do it, because I think the Symmetra was just a problem in both maps, honestly. Even on Dorado, when you had that Symmetra able to use those teleporters to close the gap, and then the Deadeye with the Potop barrier was crazy. So get rid of the Symmetra. I think that makes the pace much slower across the board. Now you don't have the teleporter to help you close the gap. You don't have Lucio either for the speed boost. But I don't think that this particular support ban actually hinders GK in any way. They were still playing, like, they could still play Juno Brig on a map like this when they went to Surafasa as the flashpoint between GK and Space Station. They actually did ban the Lucio Sombra, and then you just played Juno Brig.
Let's have a look. Space Station Gaming right now, their last lifeline here in this series. Their opponent will be Sakura down that lower bracket quarter-final if they end up losing here, but you need a reverse sweep of epic proportions right now. Mymone on the Venture, wouldn't mind seeing this, I'm going to be honest with you. We saw a little bit of Mymone Venture previously, although very quick to swap off if Space Station run any sort of counter, and they are running 3 of them right now in the Brig, the Cass, and the Orisa. So we'll see if Mymone does end up sticking on this or pivoting off in a second.
I think the Venture is an interesting choice, but I think the desk touched on this as well, that maybe Venture might not be as well positioned in the meta potentially, but we'll see. I still like
Definitely
it. I think
niche.
Yeah, I think if you're really going to use it, it's to disrupt these big immortal backlines. So looking at the VAP, looking at the Brig, the Venture drill dash is still something that can help you actually take a target out of range of the immortality field. And so you can already see how Mymone is trying to get the split, but also the jump on these squishier targets.
It's actually very good against the BAP too. Pushing people out of lamp and like pushing people out of position is what Venture does best. I mean, his character not only being rather fun to play, rather annoying on the flip side of things. CJ did end up going down first too. Point has been unlocked, but you require the cleanups right now if you're GK. Bliss is going to be the main target of Mymone. Good saving of the drill dash there after the flail. And Upper finishes the job. That was close. 4 HP.
Won.
Or 3 HP.
We literally won. That was crazy. I mean, now you still have the whole squad alive for the next push. And yeah, I mean, just great examples of the Venture being able to get in there, disrupt the comp that really wants to actually play together. You don't have this dive anymore that's trying to split up the team. You need to play around this Brig with the Inspire healing as well as the Rally. Bliss already has that online. I think that's a really great resource for you to play around for this next engagement.
Good pick.
Yeah, and Mymone's dead.
Mymone. All right, okay. There's one, but look how much damage Carv's done already. Terror Surge, straight into the back line. That lamp's going to have to be deployed ASAP. And even a window. Rally's going to come through from Bliss and Abril. But Abril standing tall, or attempting to at least. Nice little bash there onto Kellen. Gets out alive, but it's only Abril and Mymone currently near the point. So we'll be a Space Station Gaming flip.
Really good flip too, because if you take a look at how many ultimates got used on GK's side, I think you're like, yeah, high noon, who cares? There's no photon barrier this time around. And look at how well they're able to take cover.
Well, they can use it for space. Yeah, there's the deflect. No way Lethal's pulling the trigger too early. And he was pretty slowed down as well in the backline with that high noon. Clean up for Sugar Free. Nice, only using the blade and the window for Space Station. See if eventually kill Mymone. Decent stagger, actually, to be fair. They don't end up getting the wave respawn.
Right, and every single second is so precious when we're playing Flashpoint, because you're just hoping that maybe you've stalled enough that this is the last fight. Still not really anything online for GK to work around, especially be able to set the tempo with. So you're looking at Seeker with this high noon. Maybe hopefully keeping people at bay long enough that you can win this Flashpoint.
There's a blade coming in for Mymone in a couple of percent. High noon for Seeker, though, is going to keep them at bay. Oh, that's a lot of damage. A lot of neutral damage, and then an instant kill onto Ultraviolet. Okay, Space Station. This is what you need to do. The confidence needs to be built here on this map. They're down to their final lifeline, and starting off this one with a single point on the board is going to be good. And now the rotation can come through. Lethal doing a bit of spawn. I think just a little bit of spawn tech with the grapple. Yeah, grapple to the front of the spawn room. Jake would be proud of that.
That look, okay. Maybe it looked like it was a little bit too long of a stay on the Widowmaker, but
I think maybe he was. It's like, okay, grapple to the front of the spawn room, and then I'll stay for half a second to see if they end up like transitioning to the next point. Like,
yeah, I think that would have been nice. Yeah, just walk in front of my sight lines, please. Great. Wow, Blade gets popped here by Maimon.
Good trade though. We take that any day of the week. Yeah, there you go. All right, easy fight actually for Geeky. And taking the flashpoint first is so important too. Despite what the story, ended last point, with the space station taking it, even though Geeky capped first. Getting a bit of momentum on the first capture is really nice, and being able to also, if you're Geeky, use ult early. They did it in Dorado. They'll probably do it again with the window.
This is a little bit tougher though, because I think with how much Space Station has to actually answer this, you've got to be really careful about what you use if you're DK. Like maybe use the amplification matrix first. Maybe you can also mirror that as a window against CJs. But then try to get in with the Terror Surge. If you're Kellen or Kappa, you don't want to overextend here.
Okay, they might be able to make good use of that window, but
nice.
Abro is going to just rally and then slam into the back line. Sugarfree ends up popping the blade as Kellen kills Ultraviolet, but that window from CJ, that's got to have been a misclick. That was way too far forward. That was on top of Kappa.
Maybe you were hoping that would push Kappa back, but yeah, whatever it was, it just didn't look good. And now Geeky, they are staring down the barrel of taking the flashpoint this time around and moving us to the next one. Deadeye on the corner. Oh my god, you can see why Kellen actually took the shield. Kirk.
Oh!
And they don't touch!
Wait, Kellen just didn't touch?
They don't touch!
Obviously scared of the high noon there, but
they saw Seeker.
They just don't touch?
Oh, wait, okay. No, but like that's such a misstep there, because they saw Seeker, they saw that he was on the left side, or Lethal, sorry, they saw that he was on the left side of the shield. I don't understand why you don't just step forward, because there's still that big building that's kind of protecting you from that high noon. Oh man.
I'm assuming there Kellen thought he got the tap on the point.
No.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, Lethal was hanging around, popped the Deadeye, and was like kind of jostling the corner, but Kellen must have thought he touched, but apparently not Kellen. Unfortunate. The gaming gods are not with you today.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
See you later, Lethal.
But
that was a bit of a team assist there from Kuffer on Lethal's death. The spear reflected back into the Cassidy.
Big more mortality field there, but it's not enough to actually save Kuffa, and so really good efforts by Space Station. You gotta just brush that one off and move on to the next one, and you've got a lot of different tools now to actually hold this point too. I think this one in particular, like, window is great for one corner. You have so many different avenues that you actually have to lock down. So you've got window for one, the Terror Surge for another, high noon for the third. So it'll be tough if you're Geeky to actually find a way to weave past any of these skills.
My man playing super aggro. That's a lot of damage. They're slashing 3 people there. The rally ends up coming out, same with the high noon, but it's pulled pretty early. They do end up forcing this rally, and now Geeky, they need to be able to survive. They're so close to both support ults. They trade, but Abril goes down, so that rally I was speaking about, not available anymore as Geeky put pressure on the point, forcing Kellen to jump down on, but he's got a Terror Surge and the Fortify to back him up. And now Seeker's on the board.
Seeker with 2, unfortunately, has to trade his own life, but for the greater good, because Space Station are actually going to win this flashpoint off the back of some heroic efforts from that DPS player. Geeky, they go down with a couple of ultimates here, so it's looking pretty good for Geeky to be able to take first control of the next flashpoint. And it's... don't show us this again. Look! No, look! Like, yeah, he doesn't touch the box! Kellen doesn't put a foot down.
Yeah, that first little approach there.
No, he doesn't even touch it.
I think he thought he did. Like,
okay, but you didn't, so it's so bad. No way.
Uh-oh. Well, I didn't expect him to use the high noon. Sugarfree ends up trying to cauterize that wound with that Dragon Blade, but unfortunately, not hot enough. As Geeky, yeah, they deal with the shenanigans.
Yeah, I kind of saw this one coming. GK were gonna always win, I think, this first flashpoint control, and then we'll see where they go from there. But that's crazy. I loved how we just get the juxtaposition of like the C9, and then GK just absolutely trouncing Space Station. Oh my god. Production doing them dirty with that one, I think, but
doing us great. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, it's cinema, peak cinema here with the playoffs in NA.
Oh, high noon for Seeker.
Come on, Seeker.
Spear eaten by Bliss's shield. Slowly but surely. Seeker trying to move the team up, but a little bit too far away to be of much use. A little bit of space gained, sure, but a Terror Surge on the high ground. That's a nice lamp. Saves them initially. But Bliss still ends up dying. That Terror Surge from Cup is so good. Drags people up, and you saw Mymone instantly dashing through everybody. That's a really good fight win for Geekay, holding on to this flashpoint, and they're going to claim it as well. We're going all the way to 5 points here on New Junk City.
But Space Station are making GK work for this one. It has not just been an absolute slaughter as the last couple of maps have been. So there's actually a pretty good probability that Space Station they can win this map. Jack, like, it's very possible, but I do want to say it's a little telling that Kellen has taken this shield perk versus Kappa actually taking the energized spear instead. That shows you how scared the Space Station squad are of all of this incoming fire from GK. But it's going to be Space Station that are actually able to kind of make it to this defensive position first and can play around the shield.
Oh, there's the high noon. Blade's going to come through. Very early lamp. Mymone getting absolutely destroyed. Into having to dash away. High noon for lethal too. A tickling of damage on Kellen, who was golden at that time. And with Mymone down and a Terror Surge on the point, that will be that, at least for this cap. Space Station still fighting for their lives in this upper bracket. They need to win this one to take us to a map number 4, and a team kill is a good way to start.
Super good when you have this high noon that can follow that up. You're gonna have double DPS ultimate as the Seeker gets the blade up too. And Lethal thought about making a decision. Okay, that's the spawn tech right there. You use the Tracer to blink forward to get back to the Cassidy. That was perfect timing there from Lethal to do that. And now you're just hoping that this is gonna give you enough time that this, if you lose this, will still give you another attempt later on. But you've got the rally to play off of, and I think EK actually have quite a bit of sustainability here. But Admiral's getting bullied. Like, has to pop this rally instantly alongside that immortality field.
He was waiting just long enough for Kellen's overhealth there, the golden, to wear off so he could get the stun. But yeah, this rally is already...
Wait, GK capped!
Got that green overhealth, but they end up getting capped on. Yeah, GK end up just saying, okay, you want to push to the side? All right. Admiral does fly, however, but GK can potentially still hold on with this window. A Terror Surge from cover, bringing everybody into the line of sight of the window. CJ dead, Mymone traded, Blade for Sugar Free, but they still need to win this fight. Lethal with the one tap through the window. And now Bliss with the rally to keep Space Station even. But GK still have control, and they are chasing this backline away, and Ultraviolet is going to keep... Not now, face it. Space Station Gaming, they've got 2 ults rows, but they need to take up onto this high ground. They cannot let Cuppa stay here.
Yeah, this is... Hey, listen, this is a dire point in the match because this is last fight territory.
They're going to go in?
They got to go into this one, and the Amplification Matrix has got to save Space Station today.
High noon for Lethal on this high ground. Cuppa's already dead, though. Space Station, remember, you still have to touch the point here. I'm looking at you, Callum, but they should be good for it. Seeker kills 2, and, you know, this cap, this flip from GK, it's biting Space Station in the arse now, Rose. It really is. They're going to get the flip, but GK have managed to bring this all the way into 99%.
I mean, if anything, that's mental damage, too. You still have a good ultimate economy here for Space Station, but, like, how did you let that happen? When you were going after Admiral, Admiral was enough of the bait that GK could actually sneak that flashpoint away from them. Space Station got the Blade, they got the Terror Surge. I think these are 2 very powerful ultimates that, if you combo together, should be good enough to win this flashpoint. But, like, are GK just going to go back to the flashpoint now? Someone's going to touch. Someone actually has to touch now.
Blade for Sugar Free. Mymone's going to pop his as well, but Sugar Free's already killed 3 people. Admiral, UV, Mymone are down. Sugar Free, again, keeping them in the series. 99%, and there it is. Space Station with a map on the board.
Let's go, Space Station. I think this is what we wanted to see from Space Station the entirety of this stage, and especially against some of these top teams where they faltered during the regular season. We get to playoffs now, and Space Station looks so good. That was a nail biter of a map, and I really thought that back cap was like mental boomage territory, Jack. Like, I really thought maybe with that they shouldn't go off the rails, but they are able to hold it together. And Sugar Free at the end of the day, big clutch moment from him. Should be really proud of that.
Yeah, it was Sugar Free versus My Moan there at the very end, popping blades, but Sugar Free, Sugar Brawn always comes out on top. Like, the guy is just so clutch in these situations. They are still in this series. A reverse sweep is required against Geeky. And Geeky, that's their 5th map loss here in stage 2. Let's have a look at the highlights before we talk about this next map, because this first map wasn't close. And I think the audience, had the right read. Geeky with, what, like 89% or something winning this one, with Space Station only at 11. How do you see Geeky kind of moving forward now? This rush, this Orisa versus Orisa, is taken by Kellum. But when Space Station play this more dive, it's taken by Geeky. Like, it kind of opposite, right? Kind of opposite of what you'd expect.
It is kind of funny how it worked out that way, because we do look at Space Station as the dive team of North America. They've came into even just the Champions Clash really focusing on that dive being that one comp that they could take to like the South Korean teams and just glow on that global stage. But as we've entered into this meta where like Orisa is very, very powerful, the Symmetra as well, I kind of still see this series going the way of Geeky, because now the Symmetra is unbanned, and that's something that they can bring to the table now on like a Midtown. And imagine like the Symmetra and the Orisa together, very powerful combination, Jack.
Whew. Yeah, that's a bit more one-sided towards SSG's way. 31-51 deaths by Geeky, but they still went 2.5 on that one. 4.6 to 1.5 KDs as well for Space Station. They're looking good on the Orisa. But like you said, if we go to one of these maps that's a bit more friendly to the sim, which Space Station can no longer ban out, I fear for them.
Yeah, I really fear for them too. And especially when Hybrid, I think, is the last map type we have got left. And now Geeky gets to pick, but they've got 100% win rate on Hybrid. That's probably where I feel like we close out the series in Geeky fashion.
Yeah, a little 3-1. And realistically, I think this is a... Regardless of if this is a 3-1 or a 3-2 or whatever, I think this is a good showing for Space Station, who did look lackluster in their games against those top 3 teams right now. Sitting in that 4th place, they got the luxury of not being placed immediately in that lower bracket, but now they've got to earn it. A reverse route required here for Space Station to see him in the uppers finals here in the NA playoffs at stage 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, give the players a couple before we jump in to map number 4.
last. I'm alive! Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Welcome back. About to jump into map number 4, GK versus Space Station, but just around the corner. Yeah, like literally around the corner. New season, season 17. New mythics, got the Diva Mythic and the Reaper weapons. It's going to be pretty cool, and everybody's
New hero.
Gonna be queuing in Stadium some Junkrat, which is going to be either nightmare fuel or they're just going to be inting into the backline. I mean, you decide which one you want to be. And yeah, new hero trial as well. So make sure you go check that out. Ton of extra stuff, map voting and stuff like that. It's going to be good. You know what? It's going to be extra funny seeing what maps people really don't like to play. Those stats are going to be hilarious to see. But
now we get real examples. Like, I've always wanted this data. Everyone's like, oh, you know, I don't like Coliseum, or I just like really don't like Flashpoint. Well, now you get to vote. Use your voice. Vote on your maps. Oh, speaking of, actually, that's so funny. I didn't
Speaking
know.
of maps, GK go into Colosseo, banning the Moira. Okay, all right. Protecting the support line. We've seen a little bit of Moira here and there. Not entirely sold on the pick unless it's by an OTP. But the hazard ban for Space Station. Rose, you spoke about this a couple of maps ago. You wanted this banned at some point. Space Station, they're pulling that lever now. They need to go to this map 5. A win on Colosseo will take them there.
Oh my god, I totally spaced. I thought we still had hybrid left, but I realized that it's been merged into a different category. Yeah, so we were picking push. Sure, I'll take this too. But the hazard had to go, and I agree this is the perfect time to do it. This Moira ban, however, we've seen Moira before, technically. Yeah. Technically, but it's been from Squid, not Bliss. You know, maybe
as well. It's worth kind of talking about how we don't see Colosseo ever, and I kind of like this move here from GK, if I'm honest. Just like coming in and going, hey, like, we're gonna just play a map that basically no one plays because Runesapi is the perma pick. I love this look. We'll get the names swapped around, of course. Wrong sides for the teams, but we see very different looks. Cuffer on the Ram. We're going Rush again, and Keller back on that Winston.
I kind of feel like your point about Colosseo, a map that we don't see super often, we already saw that reflected in New Junk City, but I feel like that worked out way better for Space Station, and so I'm kind of wondering if this Winston is, and how this is really going to fare against this Ramatra Sim comp. Like, how much purchase could this Winston really find when you do have this Symmetra teleporter that's like gonna make you able to dive into these bubbles? Tone is already so low.
I'm surprised he made it out alive, I'm going to be honest. They've already lost Lethal, though, of GK. Do trade for Sugar Free. But again, Space Station's idea, how they want to play around these kind of rush comps is, well, we're just going to try and flank you. We're just going to try and find off angles with Seeker on the Sojourn and get kills. But if those kills don't come through quickly, you're going to slowly bleed out because Kellen can't stay in these fights for too long.
It's gonna be rough. I mean, kind of a similar problem that we saw on Flashpoint. I think it's even amplified here on Push, where you've got just such a high pace of a lot of these fights. And now that the Lucio is back in the mix too, I think the tempo accelerates even more so. And so, well, Space Station, kind of their game is to bide a little bit of time, try to like kind of set up these dives. They don't have a whole lot of time to work with. We're already underneath this point.
Pretty early. Suzu there from CJ is gonna get chased out. End up using that swift step to get away. You saw Lethal was trying to be cheeky, and Space Station did manage to sniff him out eventually. Barricade is still moving, though, for GK, despite losing UV. If they had this sound barrier, they're definitely popping it here. Kellen's close to the Primal, though, so again, the ability to keep himself in the fight is nice. And a teleport away from my moan means GK can reset in the mid.
Yeah, look at this too with the annihilation sound barrier. I mean, choose your fighter on this one. But I feel like anything that you have for GK, as long as you don't use everything at once, should be pretty good. So I like the amplification matrix first, but crazy snipe there from Seeker, yeah.
Yeah, the lamp was already out, but it was too high. But it's okay, don't worry, don't worry. GK fans, don't worry. Yep, Lethal's back. Unless it'll triple kill, that'll do it. You can't do anything more. I mean, the Primal Rage is going to run out, and you can't catch Avril. He's high in the sky, but Kellen's out of there. God, he just comes up with the goods over and over. Lethal, just ridiculous. And you can't ban him out either, which is the biggest joke of all time. Bot is on the side of the map that Space Station don't want it to be on. They're going to reset again, but GK are going to keep this fight going.
Annihilation?
Not how much longer, though, because, yeah, that cut for Annihilation barely got a tick of damage.
Yeah, that might have been overzealous there by GK, but I think they're still pretty okay with another photon barrier high nuke combo. You gotta just wait for this overclock to expire and then go for it. Oh, everybody's a little too far away from you, though.
Oh, it died. Oh, that's so sad. Unfortunate there for Lethal. Just hoping to teleport onto the high ground. A little bit of a bummer, but all good. Now becomes the tough ask as well for Space Station. They have to make a decision. They're going to jump on this backline again, separating GK. Otherwise, this bot is going to travel under this bridge and just collect the checkpoint basically for free, because fighting under here as a Winston is incredibly tough. Good shots from Lethal. He can find one kill. Oh, he does too. Disgusting shot on Sugar Free. And again, resetting this mid-fight. Burning Bliss's sound barrier, though. This is where Space Station, you know, grab a hold of this map.
They could use this pretty aggressively because they shouldn't be expecting anything from DK. So I love when they've had this ultimate online, they really have been able to kind of play that proactive game plan we've heard them talk about. But also, if you just get a kill outright, then yeah, the sound barrier is super good.
Yeah, just go in with 4-man sound barrier. Nice little boop there from Bliss, booping people back in, but Lethal still comes up with a kill. Where are the kills to Space Station? Not sure, but they're not in the kill feed. That's for Dan. Well, PK, they handle that ultimate pretty easily, and they barely give Space Station any meterage as well, Rose.
Sugar Free actually didn't get that sound barrier at all. So I think that was really easy for GK to see. Go after the Tracer and then try to get the cleanup from there. And yeah, no, like, wait, what?
They know where CJ... Oh, no, okay. Woo. CJ didn't end up teleporting away.
There you go. You're good.
That would have been a little dicey if CJ stayed there for too long. High noon. Oh, Seeker from the high rope, though. All good. Teleport onto the high ground, and this Primal Rage is going to be annoying for Mimone to deal with, although still ramping up the damage. That lab is going to be impossible for Kellen to destroy. So his Primal Rage ends up fading away. But GK are now completely split and staying alive here and getting late killed is going to be a really bad look for them.
A little late killed, but I think it would have been even worse if GK were not actually having like any movement on this bot. Like, could you imagine if you don't actually have the contest there, then Space Station actually kind of walk away with the bot? We've seen so many teams do this where they just try to sneak it away. But now again, Space Station just start to make up for a little bit of that lost time. But GK are back already. Another sound barrier for them, amplification matrix. Space Station really don't have a choice here except to back up. They don't want to give too much space for this Cassidy to work with.
Hoping Sugar Free comes up big again. Sound barrier from Abel, though, is going to make it hard for Sugar Free to get an instant kill with that pulse bomb and even the wall, too. DK throwing a lot into this fight. Seeker on an off angle right now, but can't use this overclock to almost any effect. The wall is just completely blocking his LOS. Oh, wait, Abril? That's way too far up. You got to trade this now. Lethal is on the high ground. Looks little double tap on CJ's dome. Sugar Free finds one kill with the pulse bomb, but look at GK's position. They're on the bot. They're pushing it underground, and Sugar Free and Bliss are trying to get out. But Lethal's trying to shut that door on him.
Oh, that's checkpoint. Oh. Yeah, barely contest is able to come through there from Sugar Free, but you have to use the recall so that you don't get eliminated. But like the fact that you've already got the checkpoint, I think this is where we really see DK get a chance to play even more from a defensive position. You're just now trying to play keep away from the rest of the Space Station squad. Save Conundrum. Bliss is a sound barrier. But hopefully with Seeker on the high ground, this is where you really get to make some magic happen.
All right, there it is. Another sound barrier in the mid-fight. Good boop out of the lamp. Lamp dead, and so are the rest of Geeke. Checkpoint, though, still rose a big deal on Colosseo. It's a tough one to get, considering the high ground. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they need to claim a lot of meterage. 44 meters to be precise. They've got this Primal Rage, but setting up against Lethal again is going to be extremely difficult. And Ultraviolet has got Window. They've got the tools to make this bridge push very difficult.
Certainly the DPS output with that amplification matrix, but you know, hey, Seeker, if he can actually soften up some of these targets, then Kelly can go in this Primal Rage, and the Immortality Field is already out.
Yeah, he had to pop Primal there, or fear his life would be over in a blink of an eye. Lethal now just hunting for the Winston. Kellen does end up killing Cover in that small room, but now very low himself. Is going to get escorted by Bliss, but now Lethal is on the wrong side of the fight. And oh boy, does Space Station know about it. Kellen jumping over to that Mega Health Pack, and Lethal's Magnate, unfortunately, not quite connecting there with Sugarfree. Not at least to get a kill. As Kike, they're trying to find these late picks, but unable to do so. As now Space Station reclaiming a lot of those meters that they lost previous.
This is actually starting to look pretty good, I think, for Space Station. As long as they're able to deal with this Annihilation, maybe, again, playing that proactive game, you've got this rush. Nice to be able to clear out some of this open space. So CJ lets it rip.
Yeah, on the high ground as well, Seeker.
Ooh.
Just popping that overclock. 3 ult investment. Oh, nice snipe on Avril. 3 ult investment there for Space Station, but they needed to make this happen. 66.43 on the board for Geeke. They got the checkpoint. It's a minute to go. If they can get this, they might be able to sneak away the lead, but Geeke regrouping extremely quickly. And actually, it looks like Space Station going to try and catch him off guard. Lethal ends up coming out of spawn and instantly dying. The wall has been deployed from Geeke, but they've managed to stop the payload and steal it away.
Oh, and this is all starting to fall apart here. Space Station really wanted that checkpoint, but now you've got Admiral with a nice pick onto Bliss. There's not going to be any sound barrier here for Space Station. Geeke having the barrier advantage, and Cuffit still has his Annihilation. He can pop at any moment.
Yeah, and they're so close their own spawn as well, Rose. That Annihilation just buying time for Geeke. They've denied this checkpoint. They've allowed enough time for Lethal to come back. Seeker and Lethal do end up trading, but this is looking dire for Space Station right now. Bliss dies again with Sound Barrier, and with 20 seconds to go, it's their final fight.
Gonna be another fight over this midpoint.
They're not gonna push.
Oh my god.
They're just going to try and int onto Space Station right now.
Yeah, they don't need to push.
They have to go for a desperate touch. They have to go for this one. As Soundbar does end up connecting with 3, the Primal Rage ends up getting popped as well as Kellen escorts the bot, but he has to deal with Lethal, and the backup is not coming for Kellen. This Primal Rage is going to run out in just a moment, and this Mega Health Pack has been locked down by Geeke. Another touch there from Sugarfree is going to extend the time. They kept themselves alive, but Cover has found a kill onto Seeker. A 4v5 on the point, but Geeke are just looking for heads to shoot, and they've got a plethora of them in front of them right now on this point. Kellen dies, and it's going to be lights out for Space Station here, as Geeke just need to clean up the final couple of members, and they find themselves in the upper bracket final, knocking Space Station down to lowers.
That ended up being a pretty close affair at the end of the day for Colosseo, and I think if if Space Station had even one more pick, they would have been able to get that first checkpoint and tie up the series and take us into map number 5. But Geeke, I think we saw the inevitable happen here, Jack. I think something that a lot of people were predicting, Geeke being able to get the win and making it into that upper bracket finals. So congratulations to them. But a valiant effort there from Space Station. This was way closer than the first time that they played against each other during the regular season.
Yeah, and an improved Space Station going from week to week. They look way stronger in their regular season as a whole, Rose. Not just in that series, I'd argue, against Geeke. A good look, but now a rematch against Sakura awaits them down in that lower bracket. But a result that the audience and ourselves expected. GK make it through to that upper finals. They're pretty damn close to locking their place in at EWC as well, that mid-season championship. There's a lot of tough competition that have already made it. T1, Crazy Raccoon, and even Raktak squad as well. It's just going to be a fun team to watch. Obviously, LCQ is around the corner too for those teams that don't make it into that top 3 coming out of North America. And as GK advance, the question really remains, who can actually topple the Beasts?
That's going to be a very difficult question to answer because as it stands right now, GK look like they are head and shoulders above the rest. Even though that gap is starting to close in North America, I feel like if they can continue to make this symmetric composition work, teams might struggle against it. Who can match it? I think that's really going to be the biggest question for who can actually stand tall against this GK squad. You've got to match that comp.
Well, a 3-1 overall scoreline there for GK as they advance. We're going to jump to Zoe, Jake, and Johnny on the desk, and they can give us their thoughts and put us up for map number 2 in a minute.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 3-1 the score, and quite frankly, this could have taken us to a 5th map there. SSG are fighting back, and they get to do so on their comfort, right? They do get to play that dive here and there, although it is easy to shut down. This is not really the meta where we're going to see a team like SSG thriving, but they're certainly going to make the opposition work for it. They're not out yet, so no one panic. They are just dropping down into the lower bracket. And GK, gentlemen, they have just qualified for EWC with this victory as they're now officially a top 3 team in the region.
Yeah, you know, I think just a few players, like I noticed Lethal was shooting so well this game. So many ridiculous hits on the Cassidy, like 2 headshots on Kellen while he was jumping. And it's just like absurd when you're playing that well on Cassidy. And honestly, this is a comp that it's kind of like superhero Cassidy, right? The Sim teleporter further enables Cassidy to mitigate kind of his biggest weakness in his mobility. And when you're just popping this many heads, it's so difficult to play against. I will say SSG, I feel like this is them coming alive for the playoffs. And while I still think the Sim is very strong, I think there's not going to be many teams that can stand against the raw presence from SSG. Everyone's fighting really well in these engagements, and it's only because GK is so rock solid as a team that they come out with the win here.
Yeah, I thought it was a thrilling match. Like, honestly, like both teams just going toe to toe. And like you said, Jake, like this is SSG like really bringing it to the top dog in the region. GK, though, they've been the best team so far this stage in North America. And no surprise, they clean things up here. I think they just execute their compositions flawlessly. But good to see SSG with some bite. I think that's really going to set up a really interesting lower bracket here when SSG are going to fight for their spot at EWC.
Yeah, just checking who they will be. Okay, they will be going up against Sakura Esports, so that's definitely very winnable, especially if they manage to play like that. Now, GK are moving on in the upper bracket, and we now have an opportunity to bring in one of the players for a quick post-match interview. I believe Lethal should be joining us in just a second per voice. So let's
hello
him in. Hello. Perfect.
Hello guys, nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to hear you at the very least, Lethal. So congratulations on the first dub in the playoffs. You guys have been so dominant all stage long, and it looks like you're just going to continue in that fashion here in our playoffs. However, SSG did fight back a little bit. Are you surprised that they managed to not just get a map, but also make it really close and almost pushing you to map 5?
I was more surprised about like them taking a map off us, to be honest. That was very surprising. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are playing really well right now. You know, we've seen the Sim kind of rise to dominance in EMEA as well, and it's cool to see you guys, you know, continue to innovate, playing things like the Lifeweaver that for a long time, you know, people didn't think had any place in the meta. You guys have really shown the creativity. What is it like as far as in the team? You guys are playing these comps with all that mobility. Like the Lifeweaver can pull you around, can save you, set you up with platforms. The Sim TP, you know, can come down and do a lot of creative things in the fights, and you're getting a lot of those resources as the hit scan. So how's the communication in the team? How is it organized as far as like trying to play off all those different variables?
We always use we just call like what cities we have. Like we have pool, we have LAN, and then sometimes we just call ourselves like, hey, I'm gonna go here, could you pedal me or could you pull me out? So it's just like a back and forth communication, and it opens up the map a lot for us.
I guess a bit of a follow-up to that. Do you feel like you as a Cassidy, you have a lot of say in like where you want to push and like where you want to you know, get some of those rotations going, or do you feel like it's someone else on the team that's guiding the team?
Yeah, I feel like when I'm on cast, I can fly around the map with the sim TP with the pedals. It's actually so fun. I like to call them as well, and then people call for me as well. Like, hey, I can TP you here. I just feel like I'm literally like levitating around the map. It's so fun.
Yeah. It's a bit, yeah, you're definitely levitating with those pedals. Yeah, I guess I just had one. My question here, what's the warm-up routine? Like, how do you get going on Kadsiah like this? It's crazy.
I mean, it depends. Either go like gym before, play FIFA before, just Seda. whatever I'm like trying to crave at the moment.
Got it.
That's right.
All right. It works wonders.
Satisfy the needs, and then you're popping off in the server. You make it look easy, you make it sound easy. Lethal, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
All right, thank you for having me, and best of luck to you guys as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, always a pleasure to hear from Lethal himself. Do love that they are now also, of course, implementing that Symmetra, much to Lethal's joy, as you said. He's just levitating around the map at this point. Just high mobility Cassidy on the loose. Speaking of high mobility, Admiral also everywhere and then some, and he is our player of the match. Phenomenal performance all stage long. The backline of this team might be the scariest part, which is crazy considering what DPS we have here.
Yeah, this team's a huge threat, and I think Admiral kind of is a key piece that glues everyone together, right? To allow, you know, the rest of the players on the squad to succeed and shine so brightly. A lot of times you need a really solid main support who is like never getting picked off first, always stabilizing the fights, great timing in the ultimates, great understanding of the team's rotations and win conditions. And so I really feel that the team play is what's put GK, you know, significantly above the other teams here in the region. There's a lot of strong individual players on many rosters, but this is a team that's clearly held together, that their communication, their trust in the team is so strong, and I feel like you got to put a lot of credit in the main support role when a team looks that good in that department.
I feel like we give the main support role a lot of love every time Lifeweaver comes out. We're just like, yeah, we've had years of Lucio, Brig, and like sometimes we give love to, you know, Brig, like really play, but Lifeweaver just like the casters, the desk, everyone just like glazes the Lifeweaver player at all times. Love to see it.
It's crazy to see it work. I don't think I've seen it work like a couple times, and they've played it more than anyone else I think I've ever seen actually use the character and make it look really strong, make it look like, okay, like this is actually enabling us and we genuinely can make it work. I'm still a little skeptical. We'll see on the global stage if they keep making it work, but that would be, you know, truly an epic run.
Yeah, I mean, it works until it doesn't work anymore, right? That's how it goes. And for them, it certainly has worked. No one has found the formula. People try to just, you know, just mirror it, but they just don't have the same amount of experience. The coordination from GK is just on point. I do love hearing Jake specifically glazing Lifeweaver, since you were probably the #1 Weaver hater ever since that card came out.
When did Lifeweaver come out? How long ago?
A hot minute ago, and you hated every second of him. You genuinely are the biggest Lifeweaver hater.
I just think the character, it's insane. Like, it's the lowest playtime hero easily ever released for competitive play. Like, nobody plays a competitive. I mean, like, there's never been a hero that's been played so little in competitive matches. So it's only taken like 2 years of straight buffs to the hero before finally it's like playable in this certain context. I think it kind of makes sense in a sim meta. You know, there's something to be said for, like, you know, adding more mobility, the same thing that the sim TP lets you do, and playing in a completely unique spot on Cassidy and really reshaping the map. Lifeweaver can kind of replicate some of that too, with the giving vertical mobility to teammates who wouldn't otherwise have it. So I think this team really understands how to get the most out of it. That's what makes it work. I'm excited to see, you know, how far that can continue to take them. I mean, it's not a gimmick at this point. It's something you have to think about if you're going up against GK.
I do love that it's not a gimmick anymore. Same as the Symmetra picks, etc. Right? Like, that used to be just like a cheese strat for certain maps, just for certain rollouts. But it looks like it's here to stay. Let's see how far the teams can take it. Now, unfortunately, if we're looking at the lineups for all of our Battle of the Bots teams, I don't believe any of them has picked up on the Lifeweaver just yet. We have 2 more coming our way as the bracket continues. This one is a tough one for us, for every talent on broadcast, because it's going to be producer Ben's team going up against producers Eric's team. So we have to pick a favorite producer here. Johnny, who do you like more?
I'm not picking any. I'm definitely not picking a favorite producer.
We just had Eric and now you're calling him a coward.
I am a complete coward. I'm sitting this one out. Have fun.
Look, I'm sticking to the gameplay. I think Eric's got a better team comp. I'm a fan of the draft. I think it looks good. I'm a believer.
I love both teams equally.
Okay, yeah, sure. Well,
Spineless.
only one of them will come out on top. We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. And after that, of course, we also still have one more upper bracket semifinal to play here in our NA region. Team Liquid will be going up against, I'm blanking, Nightmare. There we go. Had to look at the notes there. You don't want to miss that. All of that after a break, so don't go anywhere.
Good luck, everyone.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
That's right. Head on over to faceit.com/watch if you want to watch the stumps of today from 4 different POVs. What a joy that will be, Jake and Johnny. Getting every angle in there.
I want to watch the sim POVs honestly today. I think sims are probably doing some crazy stuff, both regions. I think it's a pretty interesting role to see because there's so much creativity. There's so many different ways it can be played, so many different approaches. It's pretty sick from like a team skill cap perspective. It's probably one of the highest team skill cap characters because if everybody on your team can utilize the TP, and it really opens up way more possibilities than the average team comp. So I think this is actually a pretty cool meta to watch individual POVs on.
I'm going BAP. I'm going BAP here. You have a lot of things to juggle here, yeah.
That's all business. You are busy.
But that's the thing, right? You don't have to just take one POV. You can watch 4 POVs. You also can have the map overview, right? And you earn some coins whilst doing so as well. So make sure to check that out all playoffs long. Now we are back again, and we have to set the stage for one more match today. It's the 2nd-seeded Nightmare that will be going up against the 3rd-seeded Team Liquid. They have been facing off against one another, of course, in our round-robin group stages. That was in week 3, and I vaguely remember the match, but quite frankly, I remember it was not pretty. It was a new
It's a long time ago,
very long time ago. Yeah, but then I tried to remember the last time we seen Liquid. Obviously, they leveled up in the competition, and I genuinely believe that showing in week 3 was the worst we've seen of Team Liquid all stage long. Other than that, they have actually looked very, very solid. That was like very uncharacteristic of them. Now, the last thing I remember from this team, though, is from last weekend, and that it's just a Gladiators rollout. That's all I have in my head. It's been living
really
rent-free in my head
but
ever since
they also messed
then.
it up, kind of.
I know. Zero backed out.
Zero swapped to Widowmaker, like before, like so obvious. They knew Zero was on Widowmaker, so like, okay, well, I guess we're not rotating towards the spawn doors. Here we go. This was so much fun to cast in the moment because me and Jack, we realized that they were actually trying to do this. We were like, okay, yeah, they just rotated to their choke. But then they kept going. We didn't get to see the full highlight, but it did end up working out. Infected on the Rhine, of course, and Zero.
This is a big game against Dill Ducks. You know, this is when we really got to see Team Liquid in form, baby.
Nostalgia watch. That was a great time. Thank you so much, Liquid.
Good times. But yeah, they have to bring out a lot more today, facing off against Nightmare. Nightmare have been the 2nd team in the region to beat, right? They've been showing us a lot of different looks as well. And they've just... Yeah, they have got to be considered the favorite into almost every single match they're playing, except from GK.
Yeah, I think Chronic has had a very big stage. I think Chronic and Rocket both very, very comfortable on the damage roll. A lot of flexibility. We've seen more and more of that from Rocket this season, which I think is huge, right? We remember this guy being so insane on Tracer when he first made a splash in the competitive scene, and now just playing the Genji, the Sombra, the flexibility that you need to compete in NA, where there's so many different strats coming out every game. But they're a threat, and I think Team Liquid are gonna need to be on their guard. I really feel like this is likely to be our closest match of the day for both of these teams. I mean, obviously a win here quals you, but there's scary teams down in the lower bracket, right? You're gonna have to worry about an SSG. You're gonna have to, tangle with some foes you don't necessarily want to be messing with. So you'd love to just get the win here, guarantee yourself a top 3 placement, and put yourself in a wonderful spot here for Esports World Cup.
That's right. And as I'm about to head over to the casters, I try to think of a good transition from what you just said. But also, I literally just had an epiphany that it's Jack and Rose. They're literally Titanic. How have I never connected the 2 dots?
Wait, we've mentioned this several times.
I have never heard anyone mentioning this. This is like I'm like mind blown right now.
Dirty. You guys are doing them way too dirty to give them the Titanic duo.
I mean, I'm
nice
just.
to me that Jaws is going to die. Is he going to drown?
I guess so. Rose is going to push him off that door.
Jaws is going to drown.
Do it.
How
He's
ironic.
going to do it. He's going to C9 that door and he'll drown like that because it's Necro on the door. So, it all comes together. I see the correlations here.
Hopefully they don't
Anyway,
hit any iceberg C9s, you know, anything lurking in the waters ahead.
that's right. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out in this last match. Sorry, that transition was horrible, but it literally just came to me, and I'm like
I'm going to be
mind
mortified.
blown. I have never thought of this before, all these years. Anyway, head on over to our casters for this one. Have fun. We love you. Bye.
All these years.
It's been 4 years.
Come on, Zoe. That
It's
long
actually
it took
been
you
4
that long?
years. Oh.
And what is
God.
Johnny spitting? The guy's like praying on my downfall or something. He's gonna die soon, I think. I'm like,
Okay, but the C9 the door comment was actually like so funny. So that's iconic. Honestly, Zoe is like,
Yep.
over that.
Well, hopefully this is also an award-winning movie this series. Nightmare versus Team Liquid. Rose, upper bracket semi-final. Like we just saw, Geekate winning against Space Station. That was a ticket to the mid-season. And this one is no different. Team Liquid or Nightmare, a win here will guarantee their spot in that top 3. Let's go and have a look at this map. Oasis. Team Liquid banning the Freya. And now, we know how good Nightmare have been, and especially Chronic has looked the best Freya in North America, and they're using that ban pretty early.
I think you have to, though, especially on a map like Oasis. There's just so many high grounds that you can really utilize that hero on. You look at University, you've got the high ground with the big pit behind it. Garden, similar thing, where you've got that big T that's going to be above the point. And so I think if you're going to use it anywhere, I think this makes the most sense. I'm excited to see what that means Chronic will play instead. We have had very few times, I think, where we've seen Freyas that are as potent as Chronic get banned out. I think a lot of what you tend to go towards is like a Cassidy and Ashe, very similar types of DPS that would play a very kind of similar role without that vertical mobility. So for now, it looks like it is going to be that Cassidy for Chronic, and Tree also going to match that. You know, Jack, that's the other thing, is Tree is a very good Freya as well, so I'm surprised that they wanted to ban that out from both parties.
Look at that series they played before. I mean, it was a 3-0, and it wasn't close. Like, Nightmare kind of rolled all over TL. Like, Liquid, the closest map was the Control, and it was Ilios, a 2-1. Like, the rest of the maps, they were shutouts for Nightmare. They want to repeat the same thing, but Liquid, they looked off that day. I hazard a guess and say this might be a little bit closer than that.
Right now, it is just a little bit of a standstill, but as Tree is able to draw that first blood, I mean, Team Liquid off to a pretty good start here.
Classic Orisa gameplay. It was very close. I saw a Painkiller, a little silhouette jump over the edge, and I was like, oh dear, that's a bit of a problem. But
Holy window!
Catch himself on that little mini. Yeah, little window. Used fairly early from Lucamino. Not the best angle of all time. There's no one from Liquid is really popping their heads out. It's a bit better one from RuPaul, but needs this shift come online. Luckily, just in time as well. Tree ends up killing the problem, that problem being Rocket. And that window, the later one from Liquid, prevailing.
I think Liquid were already pretty ahead of the curve, and the fact that we did see that window pop so early by Lucamino, I think it was just a Hail Mary. Nightmare maybe able to take use of that, especially because Painkiller was able to stay alive in the process. But Team Liquid had that first kill. They were up a player advantage. Oh my god, Lucamino. He's good because there was an edge behind him. But you know what? If that was a different part of the map, he would have been sent off. So, yeah, you just gotta, like, keep yourself... It's how you feel alive in this game. Because you get
the Orisa spears
off the map.
Honestly, the most scary spot against the Orisa is this high ground.
Yeah.
Because the spear will just launch you over the edge from that distance. High noon cancelled there by Tree. Did his job, though. Kept Nightmare at bay for the time being, maybe even granting Zera some space. He's getting challenged in hookah right now by the other Tracer. A Terror Surge uses from Infected as Liquid try and just keep Nightmare at bay in that choke point. Pulse Bomb connected to Infected, but was pure gold there in the front line, so it took no damage. On the flip side of things, though, Chronic with a nice high noon kill. Should be a fairly easy flip here for Nightmare. A good lead initially from Team Liquid with 80%.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically just one fight territory. Okay, RuPaul finally gets the reset. At least as your Baptiste, you're able to range your heals, but Nightmare, I mean, they actually had to use a lot in order to take back control. They had to, because you were in that territory where one more fight, Team Liquid were going to win. But now they only have this window, and Tree has been such a sharpshooter. Now you're able to get in there with the rally. You've got the Amp Matrix too if you want to put RuPaul and Tree on an off angle. I think Team Liquid actually look quite good to win this point.
A rather devastating window for both Baps, but can hide that lamp around the corner. Lamp deployed a little bit later there by RuPaul, and Nightmare know it too. They're going to go towards the point as Zera might have just killed himself with his pulse bomb there. Whoops-a-daisy. Bit of a self-own. Nice rally from the high ground from Vega. Multi-man bash. Ends up getting a bash stun onto Lep as well. So despite them being in a 4v5, it's actually Vega that comes up clutch. God, watching Brig POV sometimes is it's something else. Spam and shield. But a good flip from Team Liquid, and now they're in final fight. Nightmare going to be able to come back quick though. Lep on the Lucio to speed people at spawn.
Zera was just having a gentleman's agreement. You know, you gotta give yourself up for the greater good of the fight. So Team Liquid, they're still able to roll through with the Terror Surge. They've got another High Noon. It still looks pretty good for Team Liquid.
I don't think that was a touch. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway.
Nope.
Heads up play by Zera there, knowing that Rocket unlikely to come through the main choke of the map and actually take the side entrance. So was waiting there the entire time. Really smart Tracer play. And the High Noon from Tree, the double kill. So despite, Rocket not even touching it, probably wouldn't have mattered anyway as we go on to round 2.
At that point, it's just Tracers understanding.
Oh, is it look at the pulse? Oh, yeah, okay. So stuck Painkiller and recoil straight back into it. That's that's just unlucky.
That's very unlucky.
All good. All good.
Ooh.
Zera's one of his 2 deaths there was himself. So. All right, teleports out. Mirror comps again, Rose.
This is going to be another fight over the high ground. Ideally, you're trying to set up this Cassidy and this Baptiste to be able to take the best angles possible. You want the high ground, even for the Orisa. Wow, what a collapse, though. That's crazy.
Jeez, it looks like a Vitamix in there. Like, that is an insane amount of players in a small space just getting blended up together. RuPaul's dead to the spear spin. Infected, just kind of hanging by himself with his little shield. Should be a pretty decent or an easy kill on this Cassidy. He's up on this high ground. Goes golden. Oh, doesn't quite get the last shot off, but Team Liquid are going to get this point for free. Nightmare have managed to regroup, and Rocket keeping that point alive. So no.
I have to wonder if part of that was like the Juno hyper, like this sphere out of the spawn, the hyper ring. And back in good fashion. I mean, Chronic being able to pick off Zera there removes quite a bit of DPS from the board, but it's a big trade.
Just the Orisa duel around the shield is truly something to behold in Overwatch. Good position, though, for RuPaul on this high ground. Very easy spot to heal from. There are 2 supports alive for Nightmare. So again, this point is not being taken. Nice little jump down to the low ground for RuPaul using that window. Now Painkiller is going to be in trouble. Pretty easy point to play around, though. This classically City Center takes a while to actually cap, but this is approaching world record level of stall right now. Honestly.
Are we on Coliseum again? We might be on Coliseum again.
All right,
wait,
Zera's had enough. Zera is bored. He has gotten 3 kills. Okay, we're in. Maybe 4 as well. Tree's going to steal it. Nope. There we go. Okay, we're on. We're not. Okay, don't worry. It's not Coliseum. It's Oasis City Center, and there's the cap.
At the walls, if you close your eyes, look hard enough.
It'll be like Coliseum
does
all
look
over
like
again.
Coliseum.
2+ minutes.
It sure does.
Nothing.
Oh, well, let's get back at it. We've got a couple of ultimates coming on the board for Nightmare. I think in... Ooh, there was a pulse bomb, actually. Bye-bye. Rocket missed that.
Terror Surge, nice. Every survivability thrown in there by Painkiller to keep himself alive is trapped around that corner. Oh, the pulse bomb from Zera, though! A double kill. I saw them sailing through the air there, past that lamp. Tree takes care of the lamp, and Zera's pulse bomb gets a double. Beautiful work.
A gentleman's agreement. See? You miss the one, you kill yourself on it, and then... Yes, exactly. It's the karmic balance, I think, in the world. That's not karma, but you guys get what I mean. Now, the rally only for Nightmare to really plan around for this next fight. And I feel like Team Liquid, they're so ready for this rally as well as this amplification matrix team from RuPaul.
Oh, Lep activated Rally a little bit too late there. Tried to get the bash on to the enemy brig. And this window is split up Nightmare completely. They've taken down Infected, so now they can try and make their way towards the point, but it's still going to be fairly tough as Lucamino is down, so healing resources cut in half for Nightmare. Point cap comes regardless, however.
Not for very long, though, it feels like, because like when you look at Team Liquid being able to still stall out this point, they're gonna get the regroup pretty quickly as well. And if Zera gets away with a kill, that would be crazy. Unfortunately, not able to do that. Luff got very low, but unable to finish that elimination. And so Team Liquid, yeah, they just got to take a reset here. But again, you've got the high noon to push past this choke. And I think you can also force out quite a few ultimates here from Nightmare in the process. Oh, but you actually have to get out a lot. That's 4 ready to go for Nightmare.
Yeah, just a slow rotation. Over to this high ground first up. All right, high noon. Does put Infected in a nice spot, but again, you can just play around this dome. Now Tree's in the best spot of his life up on this dome on the high ground. High noon protected by the shield. Shield quickly dealt with, and Chronic doesn't even click left click. He has to just roll out the way because there's too much incoming damage and not enough skulls on his screen.
Oh, but there's at least one pick. The Immortality field already gets deployed, and unfortunately not long enough to save Lep. Oh my god, Painkiller.
A 2v1 for Painkiller. Spots both the Brig and the Cassidy on the flank and just decides, well, I'm just going to go for him because I've got Terror Surge. I can just bully the Brig, and as soon as the shield dies, there's nothing they can do.
Okay, well, now things are looking much better for Nightmare. Tree actually uses the Widowmaker to push Nightmare back, make sure that, you know, Nightmare isn't going to fall into those sight lines. But right now, the kind of shoes on the other foot, Team Liquid, they've got this Terror Surge. They do also have this Amplification Matrix. So window to buy some space, Terror Surge to get in there and try to get some squishies. But you're running out of time, and Rocket still has this Pulse Bomb. You gotta force out this Immortality field first, but then Nightmare, they have a clear win condition here.
Indeed. Rocket already down, though. There's the Pulse Bomb gone for Nightmare. It's just playing ring around the Rosie at this point. It's just trying to chase Painkiller around this point. Painkiller hasn't got ult, though. And this window's devastating. Double fan the hammer through the window. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Not sure how much DPS, but a lot off the charts. All right, Team Liquid save their rally. They've got a pulse for next fight. Chronic tries to play with traffic, but Infected skewers him instead.
Either way, he was going down. But Nightmare, I mean, look at how much you were able to get out of Team Liquid. All right, I saw the Moira to the Fade, to the Juno, for the Hyper Ring. And now we're going back over to the Lucio. We get you in really fast here because Nightmare are now the ones that with their backs against the wall. Zera, before you could actually get the Pulse Bomb up, that's big.
Okay, so Team Liquid have to make a big trade here. They just need to kill. Doesn't matter at the point right now. We've got 99%.
No, it doesn't matter. It matters.
Paul sent to the stratosphere. Exo boots straight up into the sky. Ends up going down. Tree now trying to hug this shield. Same with Vega. This high noon from Rocket is going to push them back, and Nightmare still control this point. The trades for Liquid were decent, but they weren't good enough to make this a clean fight as Nightmare regroup with this Lucio. A window for Nightmare 2 puts Liquid again in an odd spot. They have to be able to find these kills, these pickoffs on the sideline. A good boop into traffic. RuPaul finds one. Dancing with Death is left. Ends up going down to the car. An unbelievable boop from RuPaul, and that just might have sealed the deal, Rose. 99% for Nightmare. They're going to throw the Terror Surge in, but they're hoping for a miracle, and that miracle ain't coming.
Ooh, Rocket was good for that pick onto RuPaul, so at least you're able to get the Lucio out of the way, but it just makes the cleanup even easier for Zera. No one else to touch, and you're right, Team Liquid able to take this 2-0. Way different of a start that we saw when these two teams played each other just a couple of weeks ago.
That RuPaul boop there was just picturesque, honestly.
Immaculate.
Boop slept into the traffic. Didn't die instantly, but it was good enough for... Well, Lep's also on 1 HP, so even if the guy didn't kill him, RuPaul's gonna...
Cheerio.
Really nice stuff there. Exactly, yeah. One little boop would have done it. Good start from Team Liquid. Now, Nightmare, they come into this and they end up banning the Freya. And now they can't do that anymore. And you gotta wonder how they move from here. And thinking about kind of what the bans are gonna look like, you probably end up banning Tracer at some point from Zera. Not like Rocket is losing these 1v1s. Oh, here is the... Oh, it's so good. Oof. It's so good. The Terror Surge Pulse 1 combos are just so nice. But it's not like Rocket can't play anything else. Rocket's Genji also extremely clean with it.
I think that the Genji is just really hard to run right now. You even saw Tree hover it. Yeah, like you saw Tree even hover it though in the spawn against the Cassidy and the Tracer and thought better of it. So I think you have to consider, will Genji actually be something that people have practiced and feel good about? Even in our first map of North America, our first match of North America, like the Genji for Sugar Free didn't look good. It didn't work. So I'm not sure how much people will rely on that particular pick.
Nightmare's choice. And I just saw a second ago that they've actually chosen Circuit Royale as the next map. Now, Team Liquid on Circuit, they look so good. I mean, they've just been playing the BAP than Lifeweaver combo here. So I'm curious if Nightmare think they've got a better BAP Lifeweaver or they found a way to deal with it. And so far, that has not been the case for any team. It's been an incredibly tough backline to actually overcome if you're not playing it yourself, but they're not on attack. It feels pretty bad. It's not the best comp of all time. So I wonder how they're actually going to go into this one. Let's have a look at some of the map stats from this stage. Of course, Rose, Nightmare only ended up losing one series, and that was against Geeky. But the hybrid 100% win rate and Flashpoint too. I mean, it looks good.
Does look pretty good, but I think that Team Liquid, especially after how that first map looked, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is just an elevated Team Liquid. I think for the first couple of weeks, maybe a lot of their team matches didn't end up being quite as dominant as we would have liked to see, because like they did lose to Nightmare and they lost to GK, but every squad lost to GK. So we'll have to see where they actually go from here, but they already look so much better. And what a split.
That's close.
From the viewers. That's exciting.
I see you guys. Okay, 51% to 49. All right. Yeah, Nightmare. You'd expect Nightmare. A lot of people do credit there because, look, they were 6-1.
History don't lie.
Steamrolled Team Liquid. Exactly. History don't lie. Most of the time, at least. I mean, but Team Liquid taking this first one. And we're going to Circuit Royale. And this is what you expect. So Nightmare take us here, and then they ban the BAP. So Team Liquid cannot run the BAP Lifeweaver because if there becomes a point where, obviously, hopefully for Nightmare, they win a map, Team Liquid choose Circuit, then they ban a support that isn't BAP or Lifeweaver, they protect that comp, and then they have their perfect comp to play on this game mode. So I like this from Nightmare. Taking this one away early and also taking away the BAP, they're making perfect use of this priority ban system if you end up losing that first one.
But Jack, what if instead of the BAP, we see a Lari Lifeweaver?
A Lari Lifeweaver.
Yeah.
That's a lot of healing.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it has the same potency as the BAP. Only because I think with the you are dealing like a lot of healing with the BAP, less so with the Lifeweaver. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sold. But
I'm just saying.
You never know. The Lifeweaver has been amazing on this map. I mean, sorry, the Illari. Yeah. I mean, look at the squid in the highlights today. Hey.
Wow. Looked good. Absolutely. So I just maybe it's my Hopium, or like your love of Illari is starting to rub off on me now. So I'm excited to see it in the servers. But either way, yeah.
In theory, like if you do hold it like the BAP and the Lifeweaver, because the Lifeweaver ends up holding the main stretch, and then BAP is off on the little high ground next to the Mega Health Pack room. In theory, yeah, the Illari couldn't do a lot there. You can put the pylon like right above you and it can heal you. When people push in, they have to push in and look directly up to go the pylon. And then you're also in grab distance, like the life grass. boom, just get out of there. And you can also use your shift. If you use it like horizontally, you can send yourself like quite away, especially if you like B-hop at the very end. I think it's doable. Like, I don't think it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, we'll see. A Ramatra ban for Team Liquid though, so no kind of rush. We've seen a lot of Zarya in response to the Ramatra, especially on this map recently. But with the Ram off the table, not sure we're going to be seeing that. And it's going to be RuPaul on Ana. So Ana,
Alari.
Alari.
Okay, close enough.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah, it'll do.
It's a little okay. This is much better than the Lifeweaver Alari that I proposed, but it's a similar concept. So I'm excited how Nightmare are actually going to respond to this now that they're on the attacking side. Can they make a dent in this defense? Well, let's listen and find out.
Get a quick listen in, yeah.
Can you repeat that?
We're playing to farm Nano and get pick.
Nice.
Tried farming Nano.
They're on Burger switch.
Yep.
It's getting close. I don't see anything.
I think
Let's look at now.
Freya.
Double hit scan.
Freya Sigma.
Yeah, switch Freya. I can take top left when cards against the corner.
Yeah, I can read the corner.
Careful, careful. Yeah, careful. Okay, I'll take out. Fire top right, he's giving.
Fire one.
Fucking man.
Yeah.
King Larry.
You should have killed.
Eddie.
Careful.
Take that.
I can take that. I take that.
Take weak already. They have 2 on. I'm gonna hard go statue and you guys need to swing hard. Okay.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when I can ram.
I can hard swing.
Can we go?
For
You guys ready?
Ready?
No real.
Nading Surge. Larry hit.
Larry nade.
Larry weak. I have the statue. They're gonna try and retake.
Breaking pylon.
Larry one. Literally one. Nice. Fighting Surge.
Come in.
I can push in 3, 2,
Touch
3, 2, 1. Touch.
We can chase a bit.
Yeah.
On one.
Big shot.
I'm fast, you know.
On and under. They're on the cap, I think. They're on speed.
I'm blocking them in. Sig one.
Curse him. Nice.
Okay, they're close.
All right, clean look from Nightmare there. A good anti-nade from Lucamino. Took a little bit of time there to clean up Vega on the Alari, but ended up getting the kill. I'm sure where RuPaul was kind of looking there, or probably reloading if I'm gonna be honest, with Vega's demise. A pretty easy push there for Nightmare. They've got Ray, they've got Bomb, they've got Nano, they've got a lot to throw into this fight. A Gravitic Flux though from Infected. Scores 1 of Lep, and with no like defensive countermeasure, there's nothing you can do. Although Lucamino throwing the Nano onto Rocket to try and trade places with Infected now, who's caught in the backline.
That's gonna be good enough, I think, now to be able to. Oh wait, the bomb! No way.
No, there it is.
Okay, could you imagine though? I don't know. I would have lost my mind. Someone would have forgotten the geometry of the map. Now, it would not have been the first time today that we have seen that, and then they would have just been taken out by the bomb. But there's still so much space. Nightmare have already kind of steamrolled through this map with very little resistance. Infected is now switching over to the Winston. At least you can play against the Diva a little bit better, but like with Ray too, and Vega's dead.
Yeah, Ray, pulsar torpedoes, very tough to fight into. Tree though settles it with a double kill of the backline. Rocket with the Nano, or not the Nano Blade, just the regular blade, ends up getting taken out by Infected, but a scrappy trade. But with Vega coming back on the Brig, Painkiller is going to have to bid a farewell to that team fight and rejoin the rest of his squad near the spawn.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was a very explosive fight. I think the Bola shot being able to pick up 2 was very impactful for Team Liquid to hold on to this defense. And now you're in this position where Liquid are the ones that have this blade, and there's not really a good way for Nightmare to actually respond to this. The Camino is too far away from the sound barrier to make that worth the while, but maybe if you can help with like the pulsar torpedoes and just some of this big DPS from Tronic, maybe that gets you over, but blade first.
Yeah, straight onto that Lucio. Even 1 slash is enough for that Lucio to just get focused down, so good value there from Zera.
Zera is going to come out a winner in that fight. Infected 2 is close to that Primal Rage. And so right now, I mean, Team Liquid, like especially with this high ground control, Nightmare are actually making adjustments. they're switching to Lucio. Usually it is Lep, so Lep is going to go back over to the Lucio. Lucamino is going to take the role of the Kiriko. I think you got a little bit off there when you had that break to start, but now Nightmare, they just have to bide some time here, break up to some ults. So Chronic, Rocket, really looking at them right now to try to put up these big DPS numbers. Well, the ports trail behind.
It's rather solid line of defense, though, for Nightmare's backline with the Orisa. It's going to be easy to kind of push around and gain space and pressure Infected, but he's got the Primal Rage. And no cooldowns for Chronix, unfortunately. He's got a dash back available, but Infected has decided to leave the poor Freya alone for the time being. And they've already found their kill. Like, they don't need to find much else. They just need to push back Nightmare over and over, and getting a support like that is good for now. Although, actually, wow, Infected is going down and must have gotten speared there. Overstayed is welcomed by a long shot, and RuPaul was 1% away from Nano too. Zera is going to get nanoed in the end, but a quick tag with a bolus there, or just an explosive bolt, is going to stop him in his tracks, and in fact, Chronic's just going to kill him.
And we've got Infected coming back on Reinhardt, of all things. Vega's gonna use the rally as this last-ditch effort, and you did have the charge to at least get this Reinhardt back into the mix, but you get antied and get killed, I think.
Yeah, I think the only reason why I went Ryan there is so he could charge out of spawn, just to get back.
Yeah, I know, but why? But Malgo is also available. I just
yeah, I mean, either one of them, you're just
out.
dead, I think.
All right, well, good effort. Infected goes back to spawn, comes back on the Winston, which we would have expected. But Painkiller's Orisa has been kind of a problem. Now we've got this Terror Surge you have to deal with as well if you're Team Liquid, and you don't really have a good way to do that. Well, I mean, unless you kill the Orisa outright, but look at how well she gets healed, even though she goes down to, like, literally 1.
Oh, left set again. Good stuff from Zera. Oh, high-value blades, like high-value slashes from the Genji. Nightmare now assailing this high ground. It's going to be the game plan, I'd imagine. Just swing top right and then put Chronic up in a good spot. On, of course, the Freya versus Tree, who I think everybody expected to be the best Freya in North America. But I think we're looking at number 1 and number 2 here in this match.
So really, with the Freya, you want to make sure that they're actually getting kills, and that's something that I think is going to be tougher when you've got the Orisa involved, but definitely not impossible. But let's see the sound barrier now from Leb.
There's no nade from RuPaul either. They ended up anting Painkiller in the front line, so that's a good, actually, trigger to go off of. Like, okay, they've got no nade. We just beat in. We try and kill RuPaul, who's got very few defensive countermeasures left. Like, can't nade himself to keep himself alive. Left's off the map. Yeah, he's fine though. Maybe not sure about that though. No, Zera ends up cleaning him up. Zera's off the map there for quite a considerable amount of time. Zera starts to bring people back down to earth as Painkiller just boulders through Team Liquid. There's a Primal Rage to buy some time here. Got 10 seconds of this, but that bolus shot connects with the Winston. And Infected, 1,000 HP looked like 10. Venture to stall for Team Liquid. A nano boost available from RuPaul. But you're just going to have to nano the Venture to keep yourself alive. They're closing in on OT. Venture, a pretty tough character to take down, but without that burrow, you are just left on an island without a paddle or without a boat. As Nightmare are going to cap that 3rd point with 30 seconds in the time bank.
The fact that you capped on Circuit is kind of, I don't know, mind-blowing to me, honestly. That's very impressive. Such a hard map to actually get the capture on, and so the fact that you were able to do that with time left in the bank, like, Jack, that's crazy. That first map might have gone the way of Team Liquid, but Nightmare being able to get all 3 points, I think, puts them in a great position to win this map and tie up the series.
16-3 for Chronic, the Ant Overlord. Versus Tree, 8-5. Tree doing a little bit more damage there, but Chronic securing those kills. And like you said, that's really the most important thing for the Freya, like securing those final hits, the 2 taps with the take aim. Chronic is just so good with it. We'll see how Liquid end up wanting to attack this, because I think Nightmare, they're just happy to run, especially without the BAP. You're not known for like the BAP Lifeweaver stuff anyway, but Lep on the Juno, this very, very good like raw comp. Chronic is extremely scary on this match, and in fact was the biggest problem for Team Liquid in their series previous. He ended up getting MVP in that series too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chronic was such a big problem, and I think it was a very smart indicator from Team Liquid to go ahead and ban out that Freya right away because of just how impactful Chronic really was in that match. But now that the Freya is back on the table, that's why we see Chronic and Tree both leaning into this hero. I don't think you usually want to play anything else into the Freya, or at least we've seen that go pretty poorly for other teams versus Nightmare when you've got like Sojourn versus Freya or something like that. So for now, let's keep seeing these Freyas in action. And as we see Team Liquid roll out of spawn, they thought about that Sigma, but as soon as they saw what Nightmare were playing, since they were playing so up close to the doors, they make the pivot response to go ahead and play their Rissa versus it as well.
Okay, almost a mirror matchup apart from the back lines. A bit more aggro for Liquid with the Kiriko. I do really like the Juno though here, especially on this map. Lots of ways to get big value with the Orbital Ray. Versus the Rush, it feels a little bit better.
Yeah. But the Lucio, to me, this is where you can make these swings even faster, and so I think that just allows you to get the Freya in pitch position better than the other team.
Good heals from Alep. Bowler shot sent out behind the statue there. Did end up connecting for a little bit of damage, but no like direct hit. And it's Vega that falls first, playing rather far up for his liking, I'd imagine, as ends up just getting focused down by Nightmare, who are playing like a 3-stack around that statue.
But there's just not enough damage now, that especially if it's infected as fallen. You just kind of have to wait your turn if you're Team Liquid's. Yes, with this rush, but you're right, like the Ray is so much better in this situation, especially because you can just kind of full send it down the streets phase. And Painkiller to follow this up. I like Nightmare's chances right now of getting another win on the defense, especially if they only have to invest something with the Ray. That's perfect, but Painkiller is a little far forward.
Well, they've made the call. Oh, that bowler shot from Chronic. Ended up killing Zera, actually. Okay, I didn't expect that. RuPaul ended up blinking away with that swift step. And ended up dying anyway, even after using that rush. A lot of health, though, on the side of Nightmare. They ended up expending both support ults, even that rally, too. They've got Blade, but against the Polar Shot Blade, Terror Surge, you're using this at the very end of the fight to try and clean up kills. Or try and, like, catch people that have expended theirs to overextend for their own.
I think that was a heavy overinvestment from Nightmare. I don't think they needed nearly as much to actually win out the fight. But you've made your bed. You gotta lie in it now. So hopefully this Rocket Blade is good enough.
I like it. Pulling it early, too, is the other option there. Just trying to force an ult out of Team Liquid, and they've done just that. In fact, they've expended 2. That's an insane combo. The Terror Surge Bowler Shot from Infected and Tree just nets them 3 kills off of those 2 ults. That is the... that sort of overinvestment, Rose. That's a perfect level of ultimate economy there from Team Liquid. They've got a Blade too. They're going to have a beat. There's a minute to go. Nightmare are teleporting out to spawn with Rocket on the sim to try and get back for a final touch.
Ooh, that touch is going to look hard, though, especially because you got the Spear of the Orisa up. That is the first point captured here for Team Liquid, but that's how you get it done. Jack, that's the exact problem that Nightmare just ran into when they used both the support ultimates, the Terror Surge, and the Bullet Shot all in one go. You didn't have that wombo combo that Team Liquid just dished out right back at you. And I think if they had that Nightmare, any sort of semblance of like big ults, I think they would have been able to stop Liquid from actually getting this first point. Now they look better to continue the run.
Nice blade from Zera there, clutching onto the wall to stay in disguise. The anime blades. Lep takes down Lucamino too. Nice stuff from Zera. Was kind of clean on the
Not done yet.
Genji as well. No slouch on it. 2.5 minutes. They just try and kill this Orisa. There it is.
Yeah, it took them a bit. I mean, let's go back and watch this.
Here's the combo.
Like the Terror Surge and the Bullet Shots are with everybody together. Oh, yeah, beautiful stuff there. Just picture perfect. And Team Liquid with another good fight win. They bring themselves one fight away now from being able to grab this second point. And with the rush too, maybe they pull the trigger on this early, but
yeah, they're gonna try, but Nightmare have a response, and that being the Ray. You can't fight into it, even if you're on the rush. It's too much healing and damage. Just skews the battlefield. Yeah, decent kite though. Yeah, they do end up getting away. But now they have to run into this combo again. Do Nightmare and Team Liquid, to be fair. This Terror Surge and Bowler Shot. They're trying to get in a position for it. A Bowler Shot doesn't end up connecting with Painkiller, but Chronic only gets Tree there. Just with the take aim shots. The combo didn't end up working out. Maybe Tree's a little bit different, but unfortunately for him, he is already dead, and Infected throws his ult to the win.
Ooh, well, this big lead the Team Liquid had accumulated is now kind of starting to slip away from them. A minute remaining, just about over that. RuPaul is finally going to make an adjustment and go over to the Juno. So we got Juno Brig mirrored on both sides now. The big difference between these two teams is going to be the secondary DPS and the Genji versus the Tracer for Nightmare. And Rocket's almost got a Pulse Bomb. So I think like Nightmare, you got Rally, you've got Pulse, you have another Bola Shot. I feel like Nightmare at least have enough to be able to get them through this next team fight. And then it comes down to the wire with like, can Team Liquid actually get enough on the table? You're pretty far away from everything else outside of this Bola Shot.
Skybox Freyers. Oh, wow, that was very close. Tree getting that health pack. But while he was distracted. Oh, my word. Okay, Rocket just disappeared. While he was distracted, they did manage to already kill one. And Team Liquid, they are losing backliners at a rapid rate. There's 25 seconds to go. A Nightmare have managed to clean this fight up. And they still got a couple of ults. And this Orbital Ray, this mistiming here from Team Liquid. RuPaul, 58% on ult. Lep, 85. This is a surefire win here for Nightmare if they play it right.
Should be. You've got even another like Terror Surge Bola Shot combo if you want it, and you can get this Terror Surge up on time. I think there's no choice except to come back on this Wrecking Ball. And everybody else is starting to get picked apart in the backline for Liquid.
What? Wait, Lep ends up going down and Tree is...
Wait, Tree!
Lucamino Chronic already dead? How have they managed to make that work? The Terror Surge from Painkiller 1% away is Infected kills Lep initially, and then Tree just comes up with a double out of nowhere. They managed to push in OT, but now with a minute and 28, still time is against them.
Wow, that was disgusting. Yes, the time bank is certainly going to be an issue heading into this third point. You have to finish the map at this point in order to have a chance to win. So things are still looking very good for Nightmare, despite that kind of monumental bag fumble at the very end there. But props to Team Liquid. Tree with those big double kill there. I think as well that Wrecking Ball really lined up for Tree perfectly. You got that slam down, everybody popped up. Tree was able to take advantage of that verticality that the opposition was getting. But now Liquid, Blade, Orbital Ray, that's just gotta be good now. This has gotta be enough.
That is a lot of ults. Double Ray, Blade, Terror Surge. Nightmare, they do end up getting two as Chronic, Tree are just exchanging blow for blows. I mean, RuPaul escaping here for Team Liquid is only good for them. Keeping him alive until the very last couple of moments. It's just so much healing output. Rocket does end up landing the final bullet to kill RuPaul, but I don't think he's going to be able to even touch this point now. He's going to have to back up, go for a regroup, but Liquid now nearing overtime.
That means they have to play around this cart, and all that they're going to have to do that with is going to be this Terror Surge. And Zera is already spotted out on the high ground, so you can't really just play up there if you were worried about Chronic being able to grab you. But it comes down to this. Jack very down to the wire. Rocket has a chance to end all things here.
Nice stuff from Rocket there, destroying the shield from Vegas, so he just dies the AoE Pulse Bomb explosion. And now RuPaul is his main focus. Chronic deals with the flanking Genji in Zera, and this is where the payload will end. A Terror Surge to try and clutch up, but the clutch could not be found as Nightmare hold Team Liquid and bring the series up to a draw, at least for now.
Ooh, 1-1. Is this finally going to be the series that's able to go the distance today? Desk, viewers, us, we predicted that this could be a close affair, but it really is starting to look that way. Even Circuit Royale felt like it came down to just the final couple of fights, and this is exciting. Jack, we might have a 5-map series on our hands.
Is very much looking like it. It feels so heavily weighted on who bans what. I think in these maps, it was a very intelligent ban and pick as well for Nightmare. If you go to straight back to the top of the series, you pick Circuit Royale, you ban the BAP, so you don't have to deal with the Lifeweaver BAP backline, and then that is now out of the pool. And realistically, this would have been Team Liquid's best map, especially with that comp. They've looked very clean with it over the course of the stage. But now it is their turn, so they can go to somewhere they're favored, of course. And there's, I think, at least with Painkiller versus Infected, if you're thinking about the tanks, Infected pretty okay with playing a dive, like, you know, a Kellen, you know, play a Ball, play a Winston. You can play the Orisa. Painkiller, on the other hand, much more preferring brawly, rush-type heroes, Mauga, Orisa, Ram, etc. Of course, Ram was banned here in this map. So they are hoping they go to a map that's a little less dive-focused, but we'll have to see where Team Liquid want to go.
There are some really good dive maps in this pool, so I feel like it's going to be a little unavoidable, but that's why we look at that pick ban system being so important. You already called out how that went down for the first couple maps in the series. There's still a possibility of having a Winston ban later on, especially if we go to something like I was going to say, well, Dorado, actually, or Watch Pro Gibraltar, but this is also wrong because we are just Circuit Royale. But you can still play Dive on Hollywood. You could play it on Virtus.Pro. There are multiple different angles on these maps to be able to play the Dive, whether it's like Winston, Ball, or Hazard.
Yeah, I think Hollywood's a really good shout. Very, very good for the Dive. You can play... You see, the thing is, I think Escor's the better game type here for this dive. Gibraltar, Dorado.
Yeah.
Hollywood's like this last refuge now. Runasapi, very, very doable too. But yeah, Rose, you called it. Team Liquid choosing Hollywood.
Oh.
Winston, Wrecking Ball. But you still, as Nightmare, have the opportunity to play the Orisa, to play even the Mauga. I don't think we're going to see it, at least not right now. It is a pocket pick at this moment in time. It's not perma anymore, but Painkiller was a very good Mauga back in the Mauga meta days. So there's a lot of options for Nightmare here too. And for their bans, I don't think it's going towards the tank because Infected, he's got it all.
I think it would be smarter to be able to put the ban towards something like even the Genji. I think Genji with verticality is something that can be easily shut down on a map like Hollywood. So I could see it going there. I could also see it maybe being another support if you wanted it to be. Kind of depends on who's banning first, but I think in this scenario, DPS and support makes sense. Unless you really are concerned about something like the Winston.
It's kind of funny because I think as well, you can play the Bat Life Weaver here too. 100%. On that high ground on first, like holding the cafe. True. You can also, on second, if you hold high ground, if you get that like priority position, like you're going to look good. Ooh. Like it's... And banning Lucio is so good too. Okay, so banning Lucio... I really do think this is going to be a Bat Life Weaver backline here for Team Liquid. I really do. Banning Winston for Nightmare. I said maybe the bans wouldn't be too great on the tank. But I think for Liquid, that's fine. You can play the Ram again. You can play Hazard. You can play Orisa. Like, the Ball if you really want to. I think Team Liquid are kind of got to the perfect map for them. And their bans indicate to me it's Bat Life Weaver.
Yeah, if there's going to be any map, I think the BAP Lifeweaver works really well on this map for all of the reasons that you just called out. But I think as well, especially if you're going to rely on something like an Orisa or even like a Diva, I feel like if you're playing from the high ground on second point, that's why I also see these picks really coming into play. Like imagine like pedal platforming up Orisa, you also have the elevators. So I think that's certainly something that either of these teams could really lean on, but Team Liquid in particular, I'm in full agreement with you there.
Or even, to be fair, if you want, you can play the Ana Brig too. Like, you just sell high ground the Ana. Ana very good on this map as well. Like, there's so many options that they can choose. Their roster as well. Like, if you think of how flexible they all are, like, look at Tree. Tree can play pretty much everything. Like, Zera, a little bit more pigeonhole when it comes to, like, Tracer and Genji, for example, but still very, like, both of those picks pretty damn good on this map. Like, this is going to be a very, very hard map for Nightmare, I got to imagine. Don't forget as well, Season 2 playoff, the drop. Well, it's right now, by the way, Season 2 playoffs. But that you can earn some drops while you're watching. So this week, it'll be the top slate there, or June 16th to the 22nd, and then June 28th to the 29th. That's next weekend. You can earn those. So yeah, make sure you connect your account. And yeah, that's all you really need to do. You can just sit back, relax, watch some good North American Overwatch.
EMEA was so short, I only got the first spray. So I'm going to have to tune in tomorrow and keep it on the second honor.
I was like, surely they don't like sweep that hard. But yeah, I mean, I guess TM and Alcad is just back here. I don't know. They look super clean today.
Yes, for sure.
Fun games, but very short. Very short. Unlike North America, thankfully, here. One apiece in this series as we jump on to Hollywood in just a moment.
And a 3-1 in our first previous match, so I feel like we are definitely been treated to some good games today. And I think North America as a region, they've done a really great job of utilizing the pick ban system to its fullest potential. I think these are a lot of teams with just very smart brains behind them as well that are really leaning into the capabilities of what this strategy provides. And so I think this is another great example on top of the 2 maps we've already seen previously in this series. I think every team is thinking ahead on this 4D type of chess of like, well, if we expect this team to play this map then later, then we need to kind of save the ban for then.
Oh, Hollywood, the hybrid chosen by Team Liquid with a Lucio ban. You could even play the Alara here if you really wanted to. But let's jump on into this one. A place at mid-season at EWC on the line for both teams. You don't want to get knocked down to that lower bracket. Extinction will be their opponent, whoever does end up losing here. And for the victors, they get the pleasure of facing DK, but knowing obviously that ticket to the mid-season has been secured, it's a little weight off the shoulders.
I actually had, that reminds me, playing the lower bracket, I'm supporting Johnny on this with the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory references. If you get knocked down to the lower bracket, pick your way you want to go out. Do you want to go out with eating like a full river of chocolate and falling in? Do you want to become too big because you chew too much bubble gum? Like, I don't know. There's some Overwatch parallels here, but especially for the lower bracket, you don't want to get eliminated there.
If you say there's parallels, I believe you, Rose. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned the Rialto River. Imagine if it was just chocolate.
April
We're like,
patch incoming.
Yeah. That's going to be all Johnny. I'm going to give him so many kudos for that if we see that happen.
Okay, not quite the Bat Life Weaver, but Bat Brig for Luke Mino and Lep on the defense. Same with Drupal and Vega. Okay. Maybe a bit overzealous there on the Life Weaver call, but still the
that's Glaze.
Super strong. Nice TP.
We've got a lot of Lifeweaver Glaze on this broadcast. I think the desk already brought that up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we like Lifeweaver. We haven't seen it in so long. We want to see more. But I think this
for like ever. yeah.
Well,
nice.
That break is certainly more stable.
These rotations are insane from Team Liquid. TP High Ground, TP Cafe, completely clear the map. Well, Zero might be in trouble now, but he's actually forced a lamp out of Lucamino. He's gone over there with Vega, but this is a little messy for the defense for Nightmare. Rocky's alive, but for not too much longer as he's just getting pounded by Tree. Though same can be said for Infected too, who's very low, doesn't manage to get away, and the backline for Nightmare standing tall.
I really thought that Rocket might have won that duel, but I think with Infected being able to get that final spear, if you miss that, then maybe it looks a little bit better for the Genji. But now it's looking really good for Chronic. I mean, once again, Chronic is going to be on the defense with a bullet shot. And I think, like, with this amplification matrix from Lucamino 2, they're sitting pretty with this. You just can't get caught out by this teleporter.
Straight
Like, that's crazy,
into the spear spin. And Infected even kills Lucamino too. These lamps are in awkward spots. Both teams are kind of trading sides, using each other's lamps, although that doesn't work, sadly. Terra Surge just to finish off this fight. Yeah, don't mind investing that at all if you're Team Liquid. Regenerative Burst keeps RuPaul alive, and that'll be the checkpoint, or the cart even, on the move for Team Liquid. Not too bad on the time bank either. Collecting that in about 2 minutes.
Okay, this Symmetra is going to start to become a problem. I mean, you've already got high ground control. You don't even need to wait for something like the elevator. That's something that Nightmare don't have access to. They just kind of have to do this the good old-fashioned way to get this high ground access. But I worry a little bit about Team Liquid kind of overextending here.
Oh.
All right, maybe I don't anymore. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say the card's kind of far away from them, but you know, if you just get picks, then
such a treacherous, like, plane to traverse as well if the Orissa's on the high ground. Nice bash onto Rocket too. Wow, he had zero control of his character just then. Got bash, got moved by the Orisa, and then quickly taken care of with that Deadeye. Back to the high ground goes Team Liquid.
And they go up, and then some things must come down. It's like gravity.
Oh, yeah.
Some things don't change, like Team Liquid staying on the top. But with the... actually, yeah.
Nice Terror Surge. Fight's already done, though, by the looks of it. Yeah, Chronic. Didn't need that Terror Surge painkiller. All good. On the bad ult.
I actually
throw in, though, to guarantee you the fight at the very least. But it now becomes the problem for Team Liquid, using this teleport to kind of navigate the map. They've got the wall, of course, but they've got to run into Chronic, like window, rally. Like, there's a lot Nightmare can do to defend.
I really actually don't hate them using the Terror Surge there, because I think it still lined up things a little bit easier for Chronic to get those eliminations. And I don't know when else you would have used it. I think being able to strategically roll through the ultimates that you have, it might not have been a better time. And so now, yeah, Team Liquid they do have a lot, but I feel like this teleporter is actually starting to get kind of, what's the word? Predictable, I think.
They were struggling to even deploy it.
Yeah.
There was just so much damage. Infected had to spear spin. Bonus shot through the slight gap in the door there onto the backline of Team Liquid, but now they can deploy the wall. Although with Zera going down, this rally being deployed, Nightmare can just fight on one side of it. Tree being pushed out as he stares Painkiller dead in the eyes, and those gold eyes, there's no fear in them. As Team Liquid just fall over. I mean, although Painkiller needs to stay alive, but should be all good. This high ground control on top of the jail for Nightmare, incredibly hard to deal with. And here come the swaps, yeah. Team Liquid, they're going away from the Sim, on the Freya and the Tracer.
I think it was time. I think it was probably time like a couple fights ago, but they had the photon barrier, so you may as well try to throw it in. And now Tree can actually play with this verticality as well. The second point is hard because I think just having the elevators naturally there, you're able to get up to that high ground. It's not difficult to assail if you're an Orisa. So now maybe it's like kind of still a little predictable because there's an elevator, but you do have this shield, so it allows you to kind of stay in the face of the opposing team a little longer.
All right, they're going to jump down from the high ground there. That window not to be messed with. Camino taking a fair few bolts, though, from across the way by Tree. So difficult. The Terror Surge on the high ground, too. Almost ended up killing Tree solo there. Rocket is actually the first to fall in this engagement, as now they try and take this high ground control. Looks like Nightmare are just going to give it up, although Lep's in an awkward spot, like has to get out. Got lamped in the end, but Chronic trades with RuPaul.
Ooh. I mean, not having your BAP there and the rally expires, leaving Vega vulnerable. But the bull shot from Tree, this might be good enough. Let's see if Team Liquid could actually get any momentum out of this. But they still have to deal with these slippery DPS. Rocket's still alive to be able to get a retouch here.
Wait, the elevator's just...
They're not
okay,
working?
just give it up. What the? He just stopped. Okay, there we go.
Oh, no, there. Okay.
Well, it's weird. Like, you have to get off it for, like, an amount of time. That was really strange. There, he couldn't get the elevator working. Almost called the... What's that to call the maintenance man there? Terror Surge thrown out. Actually gets the pick onto Lep. But again, Chronic is finding these kills off on the sideline. And now if he can just sit on top of Jail with his BAP, like, this is going to be an unbelievable spot to actually get him off. Like, he's going to receive so much support from the rest of his team. It's going to be impossible for him to die. Eventually, they actually deploy the window to force them off of this jailhouse roof. But still, the spawn advantage for Nightmare here cannot be understated.
Ooh, the pulse bomb as well. It's gonna take effect. It's so low. The immortality field is just gonna keep everybody alive for seconds. Jack, it looks like Nightmare are gonna take it
No
though.
touch. Yep, and Painkiller is just standing on the point. Just an immovable object on that Orisa with every cooldown imaginable. Although,
wait, Vega?
Back on the Kiriko. All right, Team Liquid. Clutch up at the last couple of seconds as overtime was deployed, and there is the point. 1 minute and 30 now left in the bank as Vega comes back on the Kiri. Manages to clutch up for the team.
Yeah, great swap. I mean, just being able to have the Swift Step to apply that Suzu right in the nick of time allows Team Liquid to keep themselves in this map. and with a shot to actually finish out all 3 points. It was very close there for a while, very touch and go, but Tree has the bowler shot. You can follow that up with another pulse bomb. Like, Zera used that in the last fight, and now it's ready to go again.
Taking a very conservative approach now on Nightmare. Vega looking for an off angle here, maybe to use this rush to push the tank into Infected, or into Painkiller, sorry. This pulse off. Oh, not quite. Oh, Lep turns the shield though. Uh-oh. That's a mistake. Best left avoided there for Lep.
Oh, no.
That lamp deployed on the point's not going to help anymore. Nightmare. Yeah, they fall over. 30 seconds for Team Liquid. They're going to continue this payload going. There's going to be a big spawn wave here coming through for Nightmare as both DPS are coming up, but it's going to be a staggered fight.
Oh, but the bullet shot into spawn, I feel like, I mean, this should be like the amplification matrix 2. There might be enough damage here for Team Liquid.
The animation is there for Lucamino, but Lucamino is the only one using it. A fully charged Terror Surge there for Painkiller on the point. Does dissuade Infected from stepping up and now deploys the shield and has a Terror Surge of his own, dragging both Lep and Painkiller into his grasp. And a spear will do the rest. Nice teleport there from the Kiriko, and Vega dodges every single thing Nightmare were throwing at him. And that is the completion of the payload. Overtime, though. So Nightmare do have a clear win con. However, Team Liquid, what looked like it was going to be a 2nd-point hold, managed stretch it all the way out to that 3rd.
Sometimes these teams, they take an inch and they turn it into a mile, and that's sometimes the difference between winning or losing a map. So Team Liquid also know that they just have to stop Nightmare at some point, and that's going to be good to get them another map win in this series. But I mean, Chronic has such good numbers, like over, like what is this?
Literally over 9,000.
Yeah, right.
9,001. I mean, versus Tree.
Died a
Tree's
lot,
kind of
but
beaten in there. 18-5 versus 11-8 for the Freyas. Although Tree was on the sim, of course. They were on a different one initially.
Yeah, I think the Symmetra was certainly very helpful, but I think they also gave it up at the right time. Knowing that it was just not getting through the defensive hold that Nightmare had, I think Team Liquid did need to make that change, but also don't go towards it for this very first part. I do think the Symmetra is a little bit better on the attack than it is the defense, so it makes a lot of sense that they just want to lean into this Cassidy instead. Yeah, but Tree opting for the Cassidy first. Maybe it goes over to the Freya for the 2nd point.
Spawn peak and to the Genji for Rocket, actually. So Rocket on the Genji, Chronic on the Freya. Very heavy healing backline here, actually, for Team Liquid. Look at this. Kiriko and the Bat. That's a lot of heals, and the off-angle potential is... It can't be understated, actually, as Zera and Vega can take a devious little angle, and you can see them doing it just now. So swift step away. Quickly dealt with by Rocket, though. I mean, the Genji versus that lot, yeah, it's... When the Genji has the Brig, the Genji is not dying. It's a hard little duo to actually deal with.
This is kind of interesting because Vega is on the Kiriko instead. And at least you do have the Suzu, so you still have like kind of double immortality field. But and you're able to get in pretty fast with Cassidy, I guess.
That was a very high value lamp there from RuPaul. Unfortunately, though, didn't end up healing Infected, so Infected does die, and now Painkiller can just walk onto the point for free.
All right, look at me just sliding over the rooftops. RuPaul is still alive, and is waiting for some of the rest of the Team Liquid members to actually come in and touch. But I...
No. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, RuPaul does end up deploying the lamp, but... Yeah, it should end up going down, although you'd think, at least. He ends up using the window as well. I mean, Vega did die, but they traded for Painkiller. What an awkward fight for RuPaul. Eventually gets taken down by Chronic. A take-aim shot eventually landing. Someone from Team Liquid does have to touch, and Tree ends up coming up quite big with a couple of kills. There are 2.
They hold this.
One lonely bat with Lucamino, but they managed to hold on. Wow, RuPaul staying alive for that long cannot happen.
That is insane. That should not have been holdable for Team Liquid. Not once Nightmare actually sniffed out RuPaul, but him waiting on the stairs and just like playing a patient game. You can also see him crouching to make sure he wasn't actually making any noise, but still, like now you have more time in the bank. You still have this Terror Surge alongside the High Noon. You could go in Terror Surge Pulse Bomb if you wanted to. Like, Liquid have answers to this.
Well played though, in the back, deployed. And there's the High Noon. Yeah, Rocket says absolutely not, and actually gets out and dies to a Terror Surge anyway. Thought maybe he could kill Infected, but it's all good. He did the damage. The moral support was there. That'd be Nightmare taking the point, Rose.
Yeah, it's still such a good effort from Team Liquid. Another fight when they're on the defense just means that they have a lot less time to deal with on the second phase. And now we see Tree switch off the Cassidy and go over to the Freya. Okay, that's kind of what we thought. Having these buildings to play around, the Freya is able to access those way easier. You still have this Kiriko to actually play with. So, pick if you want to play that low ground. You do have to wait for your Swift Step to come back up. Let's see. Okay, thinks that better of it and just decides to play low here. Yeah, I think like Vega could lay this Kitsune rush down low. Oh, please be careful. Using the Suzu on yourself does not feel good.
Dodging these take aim shots though. There you go, all right. Vega's out. Ends up TPing away. They got Rush though. Rush versus the window. It's exactly where Nightmare want to go, onto this high ground. Good connection there. I think that was a recall though by Zera, so at least you forced that out. One less kind of problem to deal with. They do end up taking this high ground. That's a polar shot. That's a good connection too. Deploys the land, but look at RuPaul's health right now. So low. Vega ends up getting killed with the Swift Strike there from Rocket. And he does trade with Chronic. Although RuPaul in a dangerous spot with this window. It looked like he maybe wanted to just jump up there and deploy window. In fact, he might just do that. Yeah, Painkiller forced to pop that golden as both Baptiste avoiding each other as Vega climbs to the high ground to aid RuPaul. A swift kunai there to kill the Genji. Payload not moving at this current moment in time. Is that lamp not enough to save RuPaul? But a scrappy fight at the very least. As Nightmare, they're still on top. They're still getting this payload going, and they got this high ground. So these scrappy, long, drawn-out fights still going Nightmare's way.
It's about to get harder though, because Team Liquid, they have ultimates to expend to keep up this defense. And we're also starting to watch Nightmare get a little bit split on the attack. So Terror Surge becomes more valuable if Infected can find the back line. The bullet shot as well, if you're able to keep this high ground presence over Jail, also gives you very good sight lines to land that too. Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit better as this fight gets drawn out. The rally gets deployed, as is the immortality field, but those ults are not going to stay around for too much longer.
Yeah, Rush off of the high ground there as well. It's good coverage close to the point. So, yeah, Nightmare using that early rally does mean they can't really stay in this fight, at least not on the face of things. Very easy cleanup. Yeah, that rally felt way too early. You saw Vega playing off onto the side, like, hey, like, come try and get me, try and overextend. Actually just staggering that two here. Ooh.
No.
4 HP. That's a nice stagger, actually. Not going to catch a spawn wave at all. Has to spawn alone.
Yeah, it's really big as well because we're under a minute. So realistically, with how long a lot of this approach has taken for Nightmare, I think this is going to be the last full attempt they get. They still have to deal with a bullet shot. Actually, there's 4 ultimates up now for Team Liquid as we're going to get the Amplification Matrix and Pulse Bomb up too. So, not looking easy for Nightmare now as they really have to try to find a good spot for this Dragon. Oh, that's a great start though.
Vega just got speared halfway cross map. And RuPaul is 1 HP. I think RuPaul's just going to die to a Tracer, probably. If not a Tracer, probably Chronic. Good push. Vega's going to come back pretty quickly, though, obviously on the Kiri. RuPaul, how is RuPaul alive? Double tap, though, from Chronic, ends up killing a Tree. Here's Vega back in the mix. Don't want to mess with the best, though. You're going to lie like the rest as Chronic gets a double. Terror Surge on the points, and RuPaul eventually slain. God, he is just staying alive a lot longer than he maybe should. But with overtime in session, Rose, it's a tough attempt from Nightmare, still having to deal with the spawners of Team Liquid.
Oh, and RuPaul, he's going to use the spawn tech, just get the fade with the Moira to come back on the BAP, and the longer this goes on, the more likely it is that Team Liquid is going to win.
To Blade in the corner. Nope, there's the lamp. Rocket cannot go through those doors or risk dying instantly as Chronic chased away finally. Oh, okay. Well, Okay. Well, I don't think... Okay, there was the rally, but I don't think that would have been a fight win. I'm just going to put it out there. Lep did end up just bashing towards the point. Chronic ended up dying there. I was looking on the high ground. I think the support was reloading. I think the Juno was reloading there, whoever was on the high ground, so couldn't end up saving Chronic. But a lead in the series now for Team Liquid Bros is they take Hollywood.
Yeah, I think they were. Yep, that fight was definitely.
I think it was over. I think like
it was over.
Realistically, the Brig is alone on point with Rally.
But there was another player coming.
Yeah, you're not realistically. I don't want to say it's like a curse or anything, but like realistically, the fight was over. Realistically, it wasn't like a Kellen on like Junk City where Bro just didn't touch point. Bro didn't touch the point that time. But they didn't get the bash to connect, and so yeah, overtime ticked down. A good win though for Team Liquid Bros. Last time they met, it was a 3-0 to Nightmare, so a very different showing. Ilios, New Junk City, and Runasapi were those maps that they ended up losing to Nightmare in that series. And those maps, especially Runasapi, they got like 6 and a bit meters. Like, it wasn't.
Oh, Runasapi was a stomp. Like, there was actually a full cap that came through for Nightmare.
140 plus or whatever it is, yeah.
They still had they had time left on the clock too. I think it was like a minute and a half that they had left. So it was like a dominant full cap. But this time around, things are way closer. I think for Team Liquid, this is just a squad that has really started to find their groove. Before, I think their biggest problem was they had too many different things that they liked to play. And now I really think that with the meta where it is as well, they found the compositions that are going to work the best. They're not really, you know, what's it called? Experimenting? They're not really experimenting anymore. You know, Infected was playing the Wrecking Ball in Ilios. And instead they've really opted to just really lean into the Orisa gameplay. But like the last time they mirrored too, when we saw the Orisa versus Orisa on New Junk City and Runasapi, it was Nightmare that won. So this is a mirror we're gonna have to see play out more often. Right now, Liquid, it's going their way.
They look a lot more confident in that fact as well, Rose. Map number 4. Well, we'll see if Team Liquid can shut the door on Nightmare and book their ticket to that Midseason Championships, or can we go to a map number 5? We'll have to wait and find out. Going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. All right, here we go. New Junk City, chosen by Nightmare, who won 3-0 quite handily against Team Liquid last time they faced off. An Orisa ban and a Kiriko ban for each side as we load on into this fourth map. Winner here books their ticket to the Mid-Season Championships road at EWC, and the loser will go down to the lower bracket where they have to fight all the way to that lower finals to guarantee themselves.
It's going to feel so much better to just be there for EWC and not have to worry about it anymore. Especially because who knows what can happen when Nightmare has been such a wild card this entirety of stage number 2 and still could get the... can we even call it an upset anymore? Like, probably not. Actually, it's Team Liquid wins here. It's an upset against Nightmare. But it's so split between the viewers, between us. It's been a very close affair the entirety of the series. For the next map, we are going to New Junk City. And I was kind of musing to myself and talking to myself a little bit through the break. I was like, well, I actually don't know where we could go. We've got 4 potential maps left. But I think New Junk City makes the most sense, Jack, because this is the one where if you were going to play Orisa, I think this is the better one, because Saravatsa you can play Winston, Kadsiah, Runesapi, I don't think you really care too much because Orisa is also very good on both those maps. But it doesn't matter because Orisa is banned. But it was a nice effort.
It's going to be the Remarchers by the looks of it. Team Liquid 1 map away from getting that ticket secure. Let's get a quick listen in as they roll out the gates.
Are we? I think we still walk right and then walk left. I don't think we just.
Yeah. Oh yeah. TP out right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Go.
Check their comp.
They are Freya.
We still walking. We still walking.
Ram on me.
Freya big left.
Regular shield.
I'm swinging.
I'm shooting Ram.
Can we walk more?
I'm getting on Ram.
Yeah, we're just shooting Ram.
I'm shooting.
Freya low. Backline. I saw backline.
That's 3 push.
Freya one.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Walking. I'm 10 chain.
Freya one.
My backline. Walk.
Break. Can me. Ram gonna.
I'm on map with you. I'm on map with you. You're killing Bap. Bap dead.
Go Ram.
Rama.
Nice.
Good job.
I capping. Everyone pressing their walk up really hard, okay? But don't die.
Yeah. They're map right there. Help sell us though to walk out.
Yeah. Really pressing.
Extremely clean first fight there from Team Liquid Rose. Pushing their walk up as well. Don't want to overextend. Don't want to die too early, especially against Chronic. But Tree against Chronic, this has felt like the series has been what it like since the very get-go. Is Freya versus the Casti on this map, though. I got to take the Casti over the Freya here.
I agree with you. I think it's so much more difficult for the Freya to actually find sightlines. We already saw that where Team Liquid spots the Freya, decides to actually just press the S key and get out of the Freya sightlines entirely. And I think you're seeing a similar issue here. I mean, like, Infected just gonna go ahead and play this small room. Oh, the Bap, the Brig.
Oh, they're so...
They don't have anywhere to run.
Yeah, not even close so far. Not even close. There's another team kill. Don't use bolster on window. You're chilling. Yeah, that might just be... No Lucio's here, so you can't speed to point. There's potentially a final touch, but like unlikely. Looks like they're going to try and check this low ground. Or at least Zera is. Yeah, okay. They're not even going to go for
no way. Yeah, like you could have sent Rocket in there, but I think with where Team Liquid was looking, Rocket just dies, and then all of a sudden you have the snowball where Team Liquid wins the flashpoint. They're able to team kill the rest of the squad, and then they roll into the next flashpoint and easily capture it. Now it's a little bit more of a dogfight. You're gonna be going over to the next one with this High Noon, but you still have the bullet shot from Chronic, so at least those DPS ultimates are getting matched. Where things get a little more interesting is that Nightmare actually have both their support ults as well. So I think like window first, High Noon from Tree actually is going to be the first one to fire.
Post window from Lucamino. On the side ground, Tree going for a small little flank annihilation. Ripping and roaring through the backline of Nightmare. God, it's been so hard to stay alive. Lucamino and Lep just permanently pressured by Infected. And Annihilation's going to get popped by Painkiller as well, as Infected's one doesn't have running dry. But still, look at Lep. Infected just over and over and over again. Just teaming up with Zera and just killing Lep and Lucamino. They've not had any space to work with, and Nightmare are struggling.
This has not looked good for them After that second map, I think we really thought they had a good handle on the bans, and I think just the Freya from Chronic was such a big difference maker at Circuit Royale. But now it felt like Chronic has been quite quiet. We're even going to see Lep actually switch over to the Lucio. Maybe the speed is going to be what Nightmare needs to actually get it to this point and get this contest a little faster. But right now, it's Team Liquid that are setting the pace. Zera's going to have another Pulse Bomb. And that, I mean, that could just be it. Zera's on fire right now, as you were saying, being able to play with Infected.
And Bolts in a couple of seconds. Painkiller's already popped Nemesis form. There's a window on the point for RuPaul. Yeah, there it is. I mean, yeah, that is the next point. This is a storm. Like, straight up. Like, this is not close. And Nightmare 3-0'd them last time they played this. Like, what's happening?
I think this is the team finally gelling together. Something that we saw from Team Liquid is maybe just a little bit of an experience. They just added Zera into the roster at the very beginning of the stage, taking him away from that Nightmare squad that did kind of the impossible at the Champions Clash. Now, of course, some rebrands and everything else has gone through, but the TLDR is that Zera was really integrating himself into this Team Liquid squad, and you can feel their teamwork. It's just on another level right now, Jack. They're really playing together as a team.
High noon for Tree. Tanks the Pulse Bomb underneath that glorious lamp. And that annihilation from Painkiller looking very, very sad. Team Liquid, if they 3-0 this, like, Nightmare, they're going to have to go back to sleep and wake up. Like, this nothing's working, nothing's popping, nothing is happening with the squad right now. This is not the same Nightmare that we've seen over the last few maps. Like, this small little break that we had, this 5 minutes, like,
This feels like a fever dream. Yeah, this does not look like the Nightmare that was able to get such a good record in that regular stage.
You can die again.
Oh my god.
Backline is under such duress. Lucamino gets revenge on Infected, but it doesn't matter. Everybody's already dead.
Fight's over.
Fight's over. Job's done. Team Liquid.
The map over?
Gonna fast track their booking to the Midseason Championship, Rose. There's one more attempt here from Nightmare, but it's gonna be a sorry attempt. There is a rally for Team Liquid, and Nightmare have nothing. They're hoping for a nade from Lucamino.
Or a sleep dart. Anything.
Something.
Like if
anything.
Lucamino could have a hero play here, but look, they don't even know that Zera's there. Okay, Zera could have full clipped that Tracer, and if that would have been it, but this is it.
Just it.
The map is over.
Nightmare, they're not even going to be able to cap. This rally overhealth is just too much. A nice little Ravenous Vortex there connecting with 2, but it's all over, Rose. 3-0 for Team Liquid on New Junk City, rolling over Nightmare as they book their ticket to the Mid-Season Championships as Nightmare flop in the final hurdle. They're going to get sent to the lower bracket, but that last map was just a coughing baby versus nuclear bomb. Like, nothing more could be said. Team Liquid, they got the ticket. They're with their guaranteed top 3 at the very least as they knock Nightmare down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, there was nothing to find. There was nothing that you could take away, I think, for that Nightmare squad from that last map. I think Team Liquid, just absolute dominance. I think taking away the Orisa, actually, it came back to bite them pretty hard. The Ram versus Ram did not look close. Infected wins those duels 9 times out of 10 that we've already seen from this season. So rough. That was a super, super rough pick ban call after what had looked to be almost flawless choices across the series.
Yeah, they ended it with a whimper. Honestly, I'm just shocked it was that one-sided.
So shocked.
That is insane. Yeah, Team Liquid with a 3-1 advance through that upper bracket. Geeke will be their next opponent. Of course, they've lost to them before, Geeke being perfect, but they have booked their ticket to the Mid-Season Championships. They're in there. They're guaranteed that top 3 slot. We're going to jump over the desk. They can break down that series even more.
Well, gotta be real with you. Last map, not too much to break down. However, the beginning of the series was competitive. They did trade blow map after map. A 3-1 scoreline, though, at the very end. Team Liquid getting their revenge, and that's something the two of you have predicted for the reasons we've seen on the server, or has anything stood out, or anyone stood out?
We saw it, Jake.
Look, we saw the vectors. I just think Team Liquid's a team, there's a lot of veterans on this squad. And so while they had some rocky moments earlier on in the stage, I just knew that this is a team that would get it together come playoffs time. They're not just really strong individual players, but I think they're all players who understand how to work within a system and, build themselves together as a team. And I feel like we're seeing the fruits of that labor here. Remember, this is a team that made some changes, right? Bringing in Zero this stage. They had to make some adaptations and had to adjust to some kind of wild meta shifts. And I think that they've shown that they can do just that. They can fight it out with even a team with Nightmare, whose individuals has been popping to such an incredible degree all stage long.
I also kind of sniffed out, or a few of us did actually, that the meta was shifting away from what made Nightmare so good early on this stage. We talked a tremendous amount about Chronic and how Chronic was the best Freya in North America. But I think quite a few hitscan players in the region, they're quite elated that we're seeing more Cassidy in the mix. We can play Sojourn if you want to, and to go with that, part of what made Nightmare great is they played Juno Brig at a pretty high level with Lucamino and Lep, but now we're seeing a lot of Brig BAP that slowed things down, which works out greatly for both SSG and particularly in Liquid. In this series, RuPaul is just an amazing Baptiste. Zero is coming up clutch on the Tracer time and time again. And so I think you see on maps like this, on Hollywood, for example, it's still very competitive. Like Chronic, finds amazing picks on the Freya, but I think that teams like Liquid, for example, they're just better matched against a team like Nightmare here in the regional playoffs because the meta shifted slightly away from what made Nightmare so good early on.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, Nightmare are not out of the competition, and we have seen them dominating pretty much all stage long. They will be facing off against... where is it? Extinction, I believe. Yeah, so they still shouldn't be too worried about losing that one, and they might get their revenge later on in the bracket. For now, though, Team Liquid are moving on in the upper bracket, and we have Tree joining us now for a few words after this dominant performance. Tree, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations. Walk me through this one. The last time you guys faced off against them, it was a one-sided affair for Nightmare. This time you got your revenge. Did you take anything away from the previous match, or is it just really the meta shift where you knew that match doesn't count, we don't have to think about that, we just focused on today's game?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that for sure. That didn't count mentality. I feel like that day, we weren't even playing like ourselves. We weren't doing anything that we normally do, right? We barely won a team fight. We didn't even win a map. I think I respect Nightmare a lot. I think they've got a lot of new players, but I think that day we really just lost to ourselves. And I really think that's the only way we can lose is when we lose to ourselves.
Yeah, you guys have a team that looked really solid today, clutching up in a lot of long dragged out team fights. You guys able to get the edge with, the playmaking, people staying alive deeper into the fights. This puts you at top 3, right? So you guys are going to be qualified to EWC, but I know you're probably still focused on trying to win this North American Championship, get the best seed you can. How do you look at the global competition going to the Midseason Championship and competing against some of the best teams in the world? Do you think is that where your eyes are now, or are you still just focused on beating NA for the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think NA has leveled up a lot recently, especially last stage, and I think that was shown when Nightmare beat Raccoons, obviously. So I think, definitely looking to win this stage, but also I think it's gonna be very fun to play internationally because I think now the playing field's a bit more leveled. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's gonna be a fun stage 2 tournament.
So obviously you're gonna have a week to prepare now for your upper bracket final against GK, and they've looked quite dominant so far. They bring out these Lifeweaver Baptiste compositions and they look quite unbeatable. No one's really found an answer. SSG earlier today, they tried to dive around it and pick them apart, but no one really seems to have an answer for GK. So what do you think about your chances in the upper bracket final?
Yeah, I think us and GK are definitely the best teams right now. I think last time we beat them, we got a little bit caught off guard. We hadn't played against them in scrims when they were running the Weaver comp at all. And we lost 2 maps to them on that. And then last point was really close in the map 5. I think honestly we played a little bit better and we did a little more clutches. Maybe we could win that map. So I think now we've hit the books a little bit. We scrimmed them more, got more practice against what they do. I think we're pretty confident now. And I think it'll be a fun match.
Yeah, the confidence certainly showed on the server today. Tree, you're also our player of the match for this one, so congratulations. You're clicking heads out there. It's been really, really fun to see. Of course, we hope to see a repeat performance like today in your next match. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
It's great to hear from Tree, from Team Liquid, as they're moving on in the upper brackets. And of course, the opposition will be now facing elimination tomorrow. That's right. Here is your bracket. Yeah, I mean, most of us had Team Liquid moving on.
The majority.
That's a funny way of saying it, Zoe.
That's one way of saying I was wrong and you guys were right. But yes.
Thank you, Zoe. I needed that.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Can I ask this?
Oh, production. That's dirty.
On production.
That's dirty.
But really,
look, the text says TL.
The text says TL.
So
I was right.
She was kind of hedging her bets there.
Okay. Can I ask this real quick?
Sure.
Based on what we've seen from North America today so far, both SSG and Nightmare now in the lower bracket. Who do you favor to get that last third spot?
Ooh, dude, that's going to be a very competitive match. Like, I actually think those two teams are pretty even match. I thought SSG actually looked good today despite the loss. I think GK is a really hard team to play against, and I don't fully count that against SSG. Honestly, SSG played GK closer than almost anyone has all stage long today. So, I think actually good things for GK or rather for SSG. I kind of think SSG is going to get the upper hand here.
Bring up my bracket. Come on, production. Show the bracket. Come on. We're alive. The dream is alive. Let's go.
Okay, now that everyone's tuned out already,
Johnny.
We might as well just look at this bracket. There we go. Okay.
But it's not really how I meant it. It's more about the glow up. This is SSG glow up. That's what I'm all about.
Yeah, and again, for everyone watching, as a reminder, it's not just the top two teams that will moving on to EWC. No, we will have 3 slots for NA as well as for EMEA. So if you're coming third, you are feeling pretty good about it all, as you will have locked your spot in Riyadh. Let's take a look at our day 2 schedule. We're heading into Bloody Waters. It's elimination time. We will be saying goodbye to some teams tomorrow. I promise the schedule is coming up any second. Just a little tease there,
You guys didn't read it all in that.
That's crazy.
Come on, we showed it already.
We showed it. Everyone read it. So come on. Move quick.
Yeah, the feedback was generally we see too many graphics, so we try to really cut down on the time we actually show them. Bam.
Pay attention.
Exactly.
Otherwise you miss out.
Yeah, Overwatch is a high-paced situation game, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so we have the lower bracket matches heading our way tomorrow in both of our region. So everything is going to be on the line for these teams. Of course, an opportunity to redeem themselves, because quite frankly, looking at earlier today, there were a lot of one-sided games.
There were.
Look, there's a big difference between the top teams in each region and those in the mid-table, right? Like I think that's it's going to be difficult to make upsets for some of these teams starting off in the lower bracket. They've got scary foes coming down out of those uppers. I think maybe the exception to that could be the Ultimates. I think I'm a little bit worried about them even coming out of the upper bracket in EMEA. Yeah, you got it now. You got it this time, right? So you got it all dialed.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
We knew you had missed it the first time, so we just made sure to get it right back to you.
That's nice. Yeah, I do love that for myself. Yeah, but I can still tell you that tomorrow will be Genji versus TU. It's going to be Team Peps versus
we'll talk about
VP, Sakura Esports going up against SSG, and then Extinction and Nightmare to close out our day. For now, though, we may be done, but there is still more Overwatch action to come. Drops enabled for this one as well, as we will be raiding our featured streamer of today. So make sure to stick around for the raid and say hi to Tomathan for all the action on his stream. But we're going to thank you for now for watching, and we will be back once more tomorrow for day number 2 of our stage 2 playoffs. That's it from me, Zoe and Jake and Johnny. Thank you so much, and we hope you'll come back for more tomorrow. Bye.